competitivos, acho que no console. Comecei ali no FIFA, no Rainbow Six. E depois que eu parti pro computador, foi mais pelo LoL até chegar no TFT, né? O que me torna único, eu acho que talvez a forma que eu me planejo pros campeonatos. Eu sinto que é o meu foco principal, ter uma estratégia bem traçada e algo bem pessoal para mim mesmo, tipo, enxergar as comps do meta e saber o que dá certo para mim, sabe? Acho que é isso. Minha grande inspiração, acho que com certeza é o Todd, o streamer e player brasileiro, porque o primeiro campeonato da TFT, quando eu tava começando a entender como é que funcionava o competitivo e TFT, foi uma LCQ que o Todd jogou e eu acompanhei a transmissão dele inteira, assim, desde o começo, a galera vibrando e torcendo por ele. E algo que eu almejo muito ter isso pra mim, sabe? Ter gente torcendo por mim e torcendo pelas minhas vitórias. Bom, nesse clipe aí, acho que foi muito marcante pra mim, mas pelo contexto mesmo, porque era a minha primeira final de um regional e chegar assim, ganhando o jogo foi algo que me marcou muito e me mostrou que eu sou capaz de estar entre os melhores mesmo. O resto da final não foi muito bom pra mim, mas falando do clipe específico, eu acho que não só pela maneira como eu cheguei na final, mas pela minha estratégia foi muito marcante pra mim, porque eu tava utilizando a lenda Poro e tava meio diferente do meta ali da galera, tentando fugir dos contestes e tals. E eu sinto que chegar na final do meu estilo de jogo com a minha estratégia foi algo único pra mim. Bom, eu queria agradecer a comunidade da TFT que vem me apoiando, a meus amigos também que estão sempre me ajudando a evoluir como jogador. E torçam por mim nos próximos campeonatos, que eu espero estar aí nas próximas Cups e quem sabe no Golden Spatula.
My name is Dobbs. I play TFT since Set 1 and I'm from Brazil. I compete in TFT because I love the way the game works. It gives me a challenge. I enjoy trying my best and getting to improve in the game. And that keeps me thinking that I just need to keep going and get better. I'm a person that likes to compete. I like competing anything, like a video game, a soccer game. When I started competing TFT, and then I realized that it's so great, and I just stayed, and I just want to keep going. The way I play to the game, I play that with energy, with anger. I might get crazy sometimes, but I'm always trying to do my best. So I'm never giving up, and I just try to do the best I can so I can keep going to the regionals, keep going to worlds. Maybe I play with us that once again. Well, my greatest inspiration in TFT, I guess, is a friend of mine, and it's Ego Illusions. I just play the game alongside him just from the beginning, and I guess he keeps me like trying to do my best so I can walk up next to him. He might not be the best player, but I think he try his hard, so I appreciate that. This clip is from the game that the seventh game in the Brazilian qualifier, and like I was facing Tanjo, and he was like 75 out cash out from Fortune, pretty big, and his arm just puts a QSS in his Wukong, and my Yone was managing to wipe his whole board, and I should lose that fight if that item was anything else. And it was like, if he eliminates me, I lose the tournament, he would win. So that fight was like, I wouldn't believe that I won, because he was like so strong with the Fortune. And in the later one, I managed to get a little better, and I managed to eliminate him, and I got the win in the Brazilian first qualifier. So that round was like the point changing in the game. I just like to thank the people that roots for me, because I'm still playing because of them. There are a lot of people that keep watching my YouTube and me on Twitch, and I keep playing because I have people that watch and root for, and so that's great. I'm really glad I'm still here.
I kept good mental. I kept rolling. I high-rolled a little bit. I still got my first. And you know, GG's. Game is too easy. Hi, I'm Philip. I'm from North America, and I've been playing TFT since set 1. I mean, I guess to me, competing is just natural, right? I think it's what every player who plays at a high level wants to do, is they want to, you know, butt heads with the best of the best and come out on top. And I think that's my goal, is to do that, to improve, and to just, you know, hone myself as a player. And before this, I played like Hearthstone, I played League, never at the same level, but always aspiring to, you know, so it's a huge dream of mine to be able to play TFT on this stage. I think I'm unique, actually, in that I make a lot of mistakes. I think, like, of, like, most TFT players, I see myself as making the most mistakes, but it also gives me the most room to learn. There's, like, some TFT players who I feel like the game comes for very naturally, like, I think, like, Setsuko, Dish Sub, Weijin, all, you know, touch the game, we're instantly good at it, and play at, you know, like, a transcendental level, as a result of that, and they're just, like, freakish intuition. I'd say I'm sort of the opposite, where, like, I feel like, I come in, and I do make mistakes, I mess up, I'm, like, at points, not that great, unlike, you know, these other geniuses, but I make up for that just in, you know, being able to think about myself, my mistakes, and, like, how I can improve that going forward. I think for me, big inspiration is, like, my parents, you know, classic, you know, they're immigrants, came to the
Hello everybody, and welcome back to the America's Golden Spatula. My name is Necker, and I'm your desk host this weekend, joined by Gangly and Hope-san to close out our weekend. This is day number 3, which means the final day and the final chance for our players to join the elite group of tacticians that are already waiting for them at the Tactician's Crown. Gangly, Hope, how could you not be excited for this final day?
My goodness, yeah, I'm head over heels. It's been an incredible 2 days of competition with some incredibly high highs for a lot of players and some heartbreak for others. I think the conclusion of yesterday's event in particular was such a nail biter to see such a strong cutoff in that top 8, made for an incredibly exciting final day. But now, here we are. Final day of the first ever America's Golden Spatula, and I just can't wait to see how it's going to play out.
100%. I'm waiting to see who will be the first American champion. Remember, this is a new format. This is the first time Latin America, Brazil, and NA are facing up together in a very long circuit with the 3 trials, cups, and then now the Golden Spatula. So no matter who wins, they will make history as the first American champion.
That's such a great point, Hulpe, because heading into Inkborn Fables, we did revamp and retool what this competitive circuit looks like. So as we take a look at our roadmap, you can get a bit of a visualization of just how the structure played out. Alongside those trials that fed into the cups where players earned qualifier points to earn a spot to compete here this weekend, players also got a chance to earn a spot by playing through the ladder, and we took those 11 ladder snapshots throughout the course of this set, and that's how we got our 32 tacticians that started out this weekend's competition. And now there's only 8 remaining, but that means the prize pool for these 8 players is going to be that much better. 8th place is already going to be walking home with at least $1,300, but for that first place prize, it's going to be $14,000. But today is going to be so interesting because Hupe, well, on days 1 and 2, we ended up not having a point reset. Our 8 players today actually get a chance to sort of start out with a clean slate as they enter into the last 6 games.
Yes, for sure. We can see now the format on screen on the next slide. And it's very interesting, as you said, because AVP is very important. 4 players will advance directly to the Tactician's Crown, but 1 more player, according to AVP, will advance also. But we also need to mention that both Thugs and Michael are already qualified. So that means that from these 8 players, 7 will qualify for sure to Tactician Crown, and only 1, a very sad player, will not be able to achieve it. We just saw the EMEA finals. Well, D'Alessandro was that last spot that didn't make it. Very huge loss for Spain, and now we have to see what happens here. So 1 player from Latam, Michael, already qualified, 2 players from Brazil, and the rest of the roster is from NA.
Yeah, I mean, that just is going to make it even harder, though, Gangly, right? Because as Coupe said, out of the 8 players that we have just a couple of spots left, and only 1 player is not going to be able to make it to that Tactician's Crown. The stress must be so high.
Oh my goodness, yeah. I mean, I know we have our list of qualified players ready, and when we look at the field that actually presented itself and the people that made it to day 3, the biggest thing that stood out to me was how we saw this wide breadth of regional representation, right? It wasn't just the North American dominance that we largely saw at scale playing out through the regular season. Instead, at this event, we saw a handful of players from each region really stand out. We had exciting stories like the Michael and Altanawe race throughout the entirety of the event. We saw things like the Bapzera and Ego Illusions race, which eventually culminated in 2 other Brazilians, Tadi and Eoso Lucas, finding themselves in the top 8. For one reason or another, every single game this event has been incredibly exciting with a beautiful story to tell.
It was also amazing to see how the meta developed. We started seeing a lot of Kane, a lot of Lilia, and then the pocket picks were the ones that were working out. This show playing so many times, Duelist, Grea going for the Syndra so many times. So it was great to see Toshi. We will see later what was he playing also, but the meta Negra was, for me, was beautiful. It was very concentrated in a few comps in the beginning, but then they started working out those great spots to play uncontested, and that was finally the formula for them to get onto day 3.
Yeah, and I think that's what this meta is going to require right now, right? Is that you have to know how to play so many different lines. Because as we've seen in a lot of those games, if you do play contested, most of the time that does mean you might be holding hands in 7th and 8th place, not able to hit your units, those big carries like the Canes, the Lilias, and you just might be doomed from there. And especially when we take a look at how strict the cutoff is going to be today, there's such a little room for error because it's only one player from today that's not going to make it to the Tactician's Crown one way or another. So Gangly, when we take a look back on some of these final moments of the A2, I mean, you could almost feel the stress start to accumulate as we got towards even the end of that day.
Oh my goodness, yeah. We've got Pokygom up on stream right now. This is a player who is near the bottom of the standings the entirety of day one, barely snuck in through that cutoff, and we got to watch at the end of that day Pocky play 2 different fortune cash outs games. He got blessed by Mort Dog's Kiss, as I've heard it called, with the Ari's Kiss coming in giving him 10 additional HP and allowing him to have just enough HP to be able to stabilize his game and get the top 2 finish, the first place finish that he needed to make it to the top 8. But we can see the list here, right? I talked about it before. The regional representation is a really nice spread. The thing that does stand out to me, I will say, Latin America having 1 representative in the top 8 feels, I think there's just 1 or 2 spots missing here. Michael has made a fantastic run from Latin America, and Brazil, I think, stepped up, being the region that many consider to be of the 3 on the weaker end. And despite that, 2 players, Eoso Lucas and Toddy Hupe, have been able to make their way up the ladder and qualify for the top 8.
Yeah, it's amazing to see this story. Lucas, someone that has performed in the past so great and now again getting to the peak form. And Toji, the best streamer of Brazil, the biggest streamer in terms of viewership. 2 times almost he got onto the finals of Brazil and going to Tactician Crown, but he couldn't make it. So this is a great roster to see. Highly capped, a lot of variability in the comps they all play, so it will be amazing to see. In the bubble, it was Setsugo. We want to give a good recognition to him, just missing out on this final day. And as to remember again, of these 8 Necra, only 7 will advance to the Tactician Crown.
That's right, because a couple of these spots in the final lobby have already been given to players to go to the Tactician's Crown based on their total qualification points throughout the entirety of the Inkborn Fables set. As you mentioned, Coupe, we've got Michael for Latin America, we have Sox for North America, and Babzera for Brazil. And so I'm excited to see how both Michael and Sox are going to be heading into today, because I think there's still a lot for them to play for, especially when it comes down to the amount of money that's actually on the line here, and maybe what sort of domino effect Michael or Sox's placement could potentially have on the rest of the competition. I think that's going to be so fun.
Yeah, the thing that stands out to me with this race that includes those players that are already locked in, right, is you have 2 very opposite ends of the spectrum. You have the players who are essentially playing for just money. There's not that much stress. Sox does have a very important opportunity here, which is that he's made final day in every cup that we've had thus far in set 11. We saw Malala have this fantastic set where he wins and wins and wins at set 10. And Sox maybe not having the same peaks as consistently as Malala, but is presenting a set that is unrivaled by many other runs apart from Malala's in set 10. And so I do wonder if the lack of pressure on their end will actually make them play more like themselves, or play better, or, you know, just make them feel less pressured by the rest of the lobby. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have these players who their only goal on the day, Hupe, is just to not go 8th place.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see what they do, because normally, for example, Pocky was playing first of 8 in all his games, and now he only needs top 7, or he only needs to not be able to go down to that final play. Michael, I know he's very cold-minded, so he will be playing for that backs or that first place in the rankings. And also Sox, he didn't have any absolute concern starting the tournament. He was already qualified and he performed amazing. So I truly believe that the ones who are qualified are the favorites, but let's see. Obviously we will see a lot of variability, and I'm hyped to see what they provide to us today.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is something to be said potentially about being able to have a really strong, clear head on your shoulders. But let's hear from one of our players that has already been able to qualify for the Tactician's Crown and finds himself in this final lobby. Michael, it's so good to have you. How are you doing, and how are you feeling ahead of competing today?
Hi, I'm so happy to compete today in the grand final. I prepared to match this event, and I'm so happy to represent my region. Yeah, this.
Michael,
Yeah.
we've been following this race between you and Altanawe all weekend long, right? You're tied going into the first day, and you're playing neck and neck. You're tied after 6 games, and then eventually you pull ahead, and you're here today. And with that, you qualify for the World Championship. Can you just talk about what this race against Altanawe has been like all weekend long?
Yeah, it's so exhausted for me. I think all games, all end of the games, I watch the results of games from Nawe. But he's my friend, and he's I really sad to eliminate him and me qualified, but it's bad for in a part, and it's a good in a part for me. And this I don't know who say to this, because he's my friend, and it's sad to eliminate him. Sorry.
For sure. Michael, I wanted to ask you about your journey as a professional TFT player before with Isurus Gaming, having a great team with Fritz, with Cheche, and now with Robinsons, with Replay, and with Relic in Toronto Ultra. How has that been for you, being capable of doing this transition to a pro player of TFT? Can you tell us about your team, about how you're training, how you're feeling in this competitive environment?
¿Me lo puedes decir un poquito en español, Sar?
Sí, puedes ver un poquito sobre Toronto-Tokio, sobre cómo fue tu proceso, digamos, pasando de Isurus a Toronto y cómo has cambiado, digamos, tu manera de trabajar y un poquito el entorno.
Okay, in my new team, I get a team with Robin, Relic, and Henry. Henry and Relic help me a lot for this tournament. Henry is, in my opinion, the best player in the world in this moment. He playing one game's bad today, I think, but he, in my opinion, he's the best in the world. He helped me a lot in this patch. My melee comps so bad, but he helped me a lot, and I really appreciate this. And Relic helped me a lot too. And I have a group study with Replay, Relic, Nawe, and Relic, and Fritz. Yeah, this group study helped me a lot to qualify at these finals.
For sure. Michael, I have a follow-up question very quick. You already went to Worlds 2 times. This is your 3rd time. And I know your expectations are very high. I wanted to know if you're going to compete to maybe 2nd place, 1st place, final day, as some of the players do, or do you want to win it all? ¿Quieres ganarlo todo en el Mundial o simplemente vas con una expectativa de hacer un gran performance para la TAM? Porque sé, digamos, de tu admiración y de lo que buscas completar. ¿Cuáles son tus expectativas ya de cara al Mundial?
Lo voy a responder en español para que lo puedas traducir mejor.
Sure.
Yo voy a jugar por el primero, claramente. Soy una persona que no me gusta conformarme con poco. Esta es mi 3ª oportunidad. 2 veces ya quedé afuera del Mundial por muy poco. Quedé 2 veces afuera del Mundial por 3 puntos, 2 puntos de la final. Y mundiales que sentí que podía haber ganado, pero detalles que capaz me costaron esa final. Ahora vengo con mejor performance, mejores motivaciones. Y nada, voy a dar todo de mí para ser el campeón del mundo.
He says he's focused, he's going for the win. He knows that this is the world for him, and he makes all the energy going into it. So he actually feels himself as a favorite going on to Worlds. So I love the confidence from him. Michael, congratulations, man. You're doing amazing. Keep it up.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you all the NA people for supporting me. I really appreciated this. I get shout out for Milala. He's my motivation in this moment and alone of this set, and yeah, this.
Michael, muchas gracias para tu tiempo y buena suerte.
Muchas gracias, Necra. Cuídense. Chao.
Chao. So exciting to hear from Michael, and also just the confidence behind his voice, Rupe, especially talking about competing this weekend to close out the America's Golden Spatula and already looking ahead to that World Championships. It's so exciting to see.
Absolutely.
Listening to Michael talk, I mean, he's a legend in the scene that's been there for so long, and I feel like sometimes it's easy to lose sight of the fact that he's such a historic figure in our scene, right? He carries so much weight behind the things that he's done, not only in Latin America, but in global TFT, and the impact he's had in our scene and the influence he's had on so many players, even in the tiers below and below and below him. He's a great player, a historical figure. He's making his case for the Latin American Go, and it's a privilege and an honor just to be able to have him here on the desk with us, even if just for a moment or two.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm so excited that with this new structure and tournament format, we get a chance to showcase all of these amazing players and talents that we have in Brazil and Latin America. And it is so exciting to really give all of these players an international stage to showcase all of that great TFT play. We are moments away from being able to get into our very first game of the final day. So let's give you a little bit more insight on every single one of these players, right? Because we've got 8 incredible tacticians that are going to be playing out these 6 games in the final lobby today. So let's start off our conversation by talking about Weijin Iverson, our first place player in points from days 1 and days 2, and the highest average placement. Gangly, his is a player that I feel like we almost expect to see at the final day of a regional finals, and it just feels like it was meant to be to see him here again.
Yeah, if you haven't been a TFT fan in North America for very long, you may not realize this, but Weijin Iverson, I mean, he's a part of this big 4, one of the 4 best players in modern TFT coming from North America. This set, he actually took a little bit of time to ramp up. His early cups were not really up to snuff, and because of that, his overall AVP on the set was actually low for his standards. Not for the standards of like the average player competing in the field, but for the big 4, for Weijin Iverson, it wasn't quite there. And I actually considered him of the biggest 4 to be on the lower end, and I'm glad to be proven wrong. I mean, Weijin Iverson has clearly shown that he's been able to ramp up throughout the set. Like Necro mentioned, has the best AVP. And the thing that stands out to me though about this is that he has this dominating performance where he's proving to everyone that there's a reason you need to be afraid of me to begin with, and you can never actually ever count me out. But he's doing it off the back of non-contested lines, Rupe, right? And the thing that really stood out to the two of us has been like things like the Duelist reroll.
Yeah, totally. Normally, Duelist was only played on day 1, maybe by re-replay, and then it was catch up by other players. Weijin had it in his arsenal. Not much play Kane. He didn't play a lot of Lilia also on these days, but he played a lot of Duelist reroll that we thought we were only going to see maybe Lee Sin with Irelia, but actually the Tristana came to pop up in 2 games with great performance from him and an average position of 3. A lot of Sina reroll. He managed to play Lucky Pause with the Super Kobuko with good results. Other players tried to play these hero armies with not the great results. So actually, as you said, going in depth into the rest of the composition and not actually using the meta of the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, and I think what was amazing is that Weijin Iverson actually played every composition no more than twice. So he has such a diverse pool of comps that he was able to pull on for a tournament like this. But as you talk about this Tristana Duelist reroll, I think we also need to start looking at our next player in the standings, Yuso Lucas, who actually did try to go that Lee Sin variant you were talking about. Rupe ended up playing that alongside this Mythic Invoker Lilia to great success.
Yeah,
Lucas.
The possibility of yeah, go. Okay, in case of Eso Lucas going well with Mythic, playing the AP line. We had an interview with him yesterday, and he was talking about this. The Brazilian players are playing around this. They are looking for all the possibilities according to an archetype. What is that archetype? AP clone. So they playing Syndra, they playing Lilia, they're playing Sage Morgana, they're playing a lot of Luxes. So Euso Lucas, I feel he's in a great spot also, knowing this line that are normally the lines that you play when you cannot play something else. So Gangly, I feel he's also a great runner-up, and well, he's second in AVP right now.
Yeah, I think the Brazilian scene felt this set like it's kind of missing the star power that's showing up, right? The best performers were players like Bobzera and SoBio, who of course have had some level of success, but they haven't really been the iconic names of the deep past. Someone like Aoso Lucas, you think back to sets 5 and 6, I remember first seeing him back in the Reckoning World Championship. This is a guy that once was one of those stars of Brazil, and for a long time I think his reputation has shifted more toward being the veteran, the player that was once amazing and he's still very strong, but no longer the favorite to win an event. I think what we're seeing right now, though, is that veteranship kind of come to fruition, where maybe Aoso Lucas is not necessarily the player with the most star power or firepower behind him, but he's the player who knows how to turn on the Jets when his back is up against the wall. For that reason, it's not that surprising to see him here in the top 8.
Yeah, and it's so difficult to be able to do that right now in a meta where getting to level 8, getting to these like big comps with your 4 cost carries is actually quite difficult. So to see that conversion rate of success for Yuso Lucas is so exciting to see. If Yuso Lucas is able to make it today, he would be one of 4 players that would have a shot at going to the Tactician's Crown 3 times. And so that is something that's on the docket for 4 of our players today. What we do need to talk about another player from North America, though. This is going to be Greya, who's actually would be his first time making it to a world championship for TFT. And Gangly, when it comes down to Greya's story, like, this is a player that I feel like is really just shown up this season as a tour de force.
Yeah, I mean, it's his first deep foray into competitive TFT. He's been a name that's been around the scene for a long time. Back in set 5, I remember watching this guy play in the Challenger Series. He had pretty decent results, but was never necessarily a standout name. However, he's been deeply connected to the scene through players like Pokigom. I know he was still, even when he was not playing the game, he was still attached to Pokigom. They would study together. Pokigom has been on the record about bouncing ideas off of him, even when he was not actively playing the game, because he has a mind that's just naturally geared toward TFT. And I'm not trying to say he's some savant that's going to just win every event he's ever going to enter, but I do feel like we're actually watching someone who clearly has a mind built for this game, and it's a great opportunity for us to celebrate a very deep run in set 11 with now a chance to make it to the Tactician's Crown.
Totally, Gangly. A coach for Team Liquid that surpasses his limits goes against as a player, convinced by Pokemon, as you said, to play, and he's going for the AP lines as a priority. He's the only one that had played the most games of Syndra with good results. Some of the players played maybe 1-2 games of Syndra with very bad results, but he actually has the tech, has the way to do it before the nerf that occurred Necra on the past patches. He also plays a great Lux Janna, a Story Weaver Vertical, that is a comp that is underplayed with great results across all players, and with the possibility also of playing Mythic Lilia. We were surprised yesterday because he was only playing AP, and then he played a Fortune game with a first that was amazing, and he managed to cap out also the comp. So he's a very versatile player who decides to play AP because that's his comfort zone.
Yeah, and the cap outs have been amazing. I mean, I'm thinking back to that one game where Greya was just like, there's going to be a Dryad spat. I'm going to get 6 Dryad online with this Syndra, and it's going to be absolutely no problem. And lo and behold, on the carousel, there is this last Dryad emblem that fills out that full vertical trait. So I'm excited to see if Greya can continue to get these big board cap outs and be able to make it to his very first World Championships. What a great way to put an end cap onto that first full competitive season. Our next player, though, we did just hear from him, but Michael, we really want to shout out just the amazing tournament that he has had. Also another player that has opted to play more of these a couple of these AP lines, going for the Lux Janna reroll, but also Hupe actually having a pretty large emphasis on that Reaper, Kayn, and Yone. And we even heard from him actually used to struggle with a composition like that.
Yeah, for sure. He was playing a lot of... maybe Duelist was a little more of a comfort zone for him. He played it a lot, but he wasn't playing Kayn. So Replay step it out and perform for him. Also, Relic, we saw him in the latest days that he was playing a lot of this. So he's very versatile. I think we will see anything, a lot of surprises in from Michael. He's not married to any comp. And as you said, the weakness that he has with the melee comps, now he surpassed it and doing actually very well with them.
Well, what about Toddy? Because, you know, to round out our players from Brazil and Latin America, Toddy is the final player that we have that has made it into this lobby for those regions. So, Gangly, what can you kind of tell us about Toddy as a player?
Going into this weekend, there were 2 of the 8 Brazilian players that had never qualified for a World Championship before. Those 2 players were Bobzera and Toddy. With Ego Illusions falling early in the competition yesterday, Bobzera has already punched his ticket, which means that Toddy has the opportunity to make a full 8 for 8 Brazilians in this field that will have their first shot at a World Championship. And I think it says a lot about the Brazilian team as a whole, that consistently, time and time again, the players on top prove themselves over the field. And I think it's really beautiful that we get to see both the upcoming talent of players like Bobzera and the continued success of players like Toddy transition into great international success and maybe even a qualification for something greater alongside these veteran players of Brazil. It's just, to me, it's a really beautiful story of the region.
Yeah, normally we see Toddy as a streamer if we don't follow up along on his story, but he actually 2 times made regional finals on Brazil and almost got to Worlds. So for him to making it here so far again is being on the bubble. So it could be his first, as you said, his first championship, and it would be amazing not only for him, for all the Brazilian community.
It would be so great to see if Toddy could get that first Worlds appearance. But what about a player that could potentially get a back-to-back? Dish Soap, one of another of the players that's considered part of this big 4 gangly, and kind of did maybe have a bit of a rougher patch in day number 2, but eventually clutched it out at the end to secure a spot in this final day.
Dish Soap is the player that I and many other people kind of considered as, if you were to give one person an edge over the entirety of the Golden Spatula field, it's Dish Soap. And even leading into the event, this is not a North American bias. We had panelists from all around the Americas come together, and many of these players considered Dish Soap to be among the absolute best in the Americas region. He's an internationally renowned player. He's proven himself in set 10 as someone who can clutch it up with his first ever tournament victory. He made it to the World Championship. He's showing up today. It would not surprise me in the slightest to see Dish Soap go back-to-back. I hope he can do it. I hope he can start to catch up against Setsuko for some of these accolades that he's been able to collect over the last few years. He's definitely the player that I have favored in this final day of competition.
Totally, you said it. He's well respected internationally, Latam, Brazil, even Asian competitors look out for him, for his guides, for his way of playing, and for the way he discovers new things and new aspects of the game that normally mortals like us wouldn't be able to see it unless we see it performed in the hands like him. So I want to highlight again the duelist. NA is playing duelist very perfectly, and it should be a force to be reckoned with together with the K-Com.
I love that you call us mere mortals in comparison to Dish Soap's legacy as a TFT player. He has certainly lived up to all of that and maybe gets a chance to get another win under his belt with a tournament finish today. But we also need to talk about Pokygom, another one of our North American players that has a chance to make his first Worlds appearance. And Gangly, this is after such a heartbreaking finish, getting so close in set number 5, finishing out that event in 4th place.
My goodness, I know we have games to play, and so I have to keep it short. I could talk for hours about Pokygom. I think if I had to say one thing about Pocky, it's that we know that this guy's peak is among not just the best in North America or the Americas, it is among the very best in the world. Pokygom is an intuitive player who time and time again starts off every single set by being among one of the best because, like Greya, he has the brain for this game. He finds his own edge, he's creative, he builds lines, he defines the meta time and time again in so many sets, and he's finally broken this day 1 curse that he's had since set 5 where he narrowly missed a World Championship qualification. I have not been able to see Pokygom in form in a final day of regional finals in 3 years, and if this is the time where he can qualify at the World Championship, I will lose my mind.
Oh my gosh, that would be so exciting, especially you as the tri-state aficionado. I think we might actually just lose you at the end of the broadcast. We'll see. But Jupe, our final player that we have to talk about here is, of course, last but not least, we have Socks, already qualified for the Tactician's crown, but I gotta look out for this player.
Yeah, for sure. 2 times at Worlds, maybe a little before in the past, in previous set, but now gaining again his peak level. He's an all-around player capable of making maybe the middle game. So people talk a lot about capping the boards. Sox, I think, is the other way around. He's able to play like a strongest board every time, even with things that you don't see usually. So actually a very flexible player. I think an eminence also in TFT, playing also a lot of duelist rerolls. So we see that trend in the NA lineup with Duelist, Mythic Invoker, playing Duelist again in reroll and normal, and also maybe the only player playing Alun with a bad position, but he's also capable of that. If he sees the angle, maybe that's also a possibility, and maybe we will see finally the Umbral composition performing today.
It would be amazing to see that, but the storyline is set, the stage is ready to go. We have only one player that cannot make it to the Tactician's Crown. For our players here, the journey starts now. So, Gangly, Hofisal, thank you so much for doing the pre-show with me. We are now going to send everything over to Casanova and Ken to get this party started, and let's see where this game 1 takes us.
All right, thank you, Necro. I'm Casanova, joined by Ken, and we're going to jump in to the very first game of the final day of the America's Golden Spatula. And Ken, I mean, I'm just looking forward to seeing who we're going to send to the championship. We already know it's going to be 7 out of 8 of these players, and it's just a matter of who can hold on and grasp that spot. There's also a lot of money on the line, Ken, so everybody's going to be bringing their A game.
Of course. I'm really glad to be here today. Today is the day, Cass. Best of the Americas are here. Our best 8 players, the elite. I'm so happy to see how these guys are going to play today. If Bikigon will be going for the fortune make, we almost have heart attacks here. If Wajan will continue to be the flex player that he has been this weekend. If the Brazilian Storm will continue, Cass, it's an amazing day for TFT fans.
All right, well, we're jumping right in, and we're getting Azir to start things off. So the augments are going to be moved around. We've still got our 2-1 augment, but 3-2 and 4-2 could just be pretty much anywhere. So we'll have to see how that affects these players. The normal cadence will be shifted quite a bit. And so a lot of times when you're looking to spike on 3-2 or spike on 4-2 with those augment decisions, it's not going to necessarily be in that same spot. So we'll see if that makes any big difference for these players' game plans. Probably not so much, but they will have to adapt to the situation as they come up. Ooh, fortune start maybe.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to talk about, because also Lucas can go for fortune, and maybe he can go for Reapers, because he already got on Yon, and then he can go through this composition. We know is a really good composition, a composition that maybe is the best composition of the tournament at this time. So let's see what also Lucas are going to do.
Yeah, I think the rod is maybe the item you wanted to see the least when he was talking about this, because like looking at both Fortune and the Reaper lines, either you're kind of going to lean towards Kaisa eventually out of Fortune, or you're playing into the Reapers. Rod is kind of the least valuable for both of those compositions.
Yeah.
And so starting off with a Rod, you're getting some more tank items to add to it. Doesn't really feel good for either of those directions, and not finding a Teemo straight away, so not gonna have the 2 necessarily yet. We'll see, right? We still have one more round that Lucas can try and find that Teemo, but he does sell out of the Yone, so we're maybe looking more towards that Fortune. And I just want to see it on 2-1 if Lucas is able to hit Fortune, because having it from that early is such a big difference.
Yeah. In with the Azir encounter, the chance that you get the I missed the word. Oh my god.
Augments?
Yeah, the augment. Yeah. When you the chance to got the augments after going more HP that you can use as a resource is very good for you to use the fortune. So let's see if also Lucas are going to that.
Yeah, but it's going to be a prismatic start, so I have to be a little bit worried about the tempo of the lobby if trying to play Fortune. Yeah. It's still possible, but early prismatic doesn't feel great when that was the line you're going into. Some people are going to have more units, or they're just going to hit you harder, and can be quite scary. As we see re-rolling through, Dish Soap has already taken an Ink Shadow crown, so if he scouts this out, he probably won't go Ink Shadow himself. Instead, we'll just take this Freaky Friday, try and go for just the normal generic power. This can be good in the Kaisa Fortune line, but it can also be good in plenty of other lines, and Lucas does not find Teemo, so at least we're not Fortune to start. And let's take stock of some of these augments here, Ken. We've got Ink Shadow for Dish Soap, which is a very early commit to that, and I think we also were able to see a Wandering Trainer, so I wonder what ended up being the 3 options on that Wandering Trainer.
Yeah, I'm really curious about that too. The Freak Friday that also Lucas got, he used the Trinity Force on the Tristana. He already used all the items, so he's Lamb with BT, with a Morello Nomicon. So he got a really powerful early game. I don't know if he is going to do the fortune in the next rounds, because now he's really strong for his early game, and maybe he can build a win streak.
Yeah, potentially, right? Can find that win streak, and even just win streaking into pivoting to fortune later on.
Yeah,
really nice, because you actually save a lot of HP before you do that fortune. You know, cash out, and maybe it's not even the biggest cash out, but you spend a lot of extra time there. But we do see the item slams look more like they want to go towards either Duelist or the Reapers, so we'll expect to see that out of Lucas from this game, right? It feels like a very easy place to go.
Yeah, we're seeing Dish Soap against Lucas right now. Dish Soap is really strong with the Ink Shadows, with the emblem that he got it, and that Senna too. It's absurd on this time of the game, so it's really difficult to win against him.
For sure, incredibly strong spot for Dish Soap, and we saw Ink Shadow kind of outperform, at least in the vertical, than we had originally thought. There were some changes, some buff to it, and it's definitely been a lot stronger. So this is some interesting tech for Dish Soap on a prismatic start to just go for that Ink Shadow crown. I think maybe it had to do with having some extra Sennas, especially since, you know, we see he's got that tier 2 Senna so early on. We jump on board with Weijin, and we've got Pumping Up being the setup here with a Story Weaver start. Potential to commit to the vertical, but also Pumping Up can be a really good to transition into Ash Wardens later on. So we'll see what Weijin ends up going for in this game, but Pumping Up 3 is incredibly powerful scaling augment.
Yeah, but we have to see that Weijin likes to play the Story Weaver comp. Of course, it's too early to say that he's going to commit at this comp, but he already played twice the comp of the Story Weaver vertical. Of course, you're gonna say twice games, two games is not that much, but the maximum of the comps that he plays twice. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, he's like so much. Yeah.
Yeah,
so definitely the fact that he's gone back to it is impactful. We did just get a glimpse of that Wandering Trainer. It looked like Dragon Lord Mystic, and I missed the third one, so we'll have to get another look at that at some point. Oh, we can see it here. It's Faded. So Faded Dragon Lord Mystic. A little bit hard to tie all of that together.
Yeah.
But maybe you can find like Dragon Lord and Mystic with some Invokers as a way to tie it around, because you can bring in the Janna for the Dragon Lord and the Invoker synergy to go with the Mystic, like the Lilia with the Invokers there, and can actually get some decent value out of that combination.
Michael can be using the Janna comp, Janna Lux composition, because he already got Nashor's Tooth. Maybe he is going for that because he already had a Mana Tree of Godness. Let's see what he's going to do, because it's a really great comp. He already got a Janna. Let's see what Michael are gonna do this game.
He's not gonna reroll this Kog'Maw, is he? It's not, because he didn't pump any experience, and he's 40 gold on a full loss. That's not. He's not really going to play Kog'Maw, is he? I mean, I guess he could. I don't know if I love that as an idea. I definitely like pushing levels, playing around Lilia more, but the spot for Michael right now, I think we just need to check in on him on 3-1 and see if he actually rolls down or not. I just want to know on 3-1 if Michael's gonna roll or not. I feel like he probably doesn't go for Kog'Maw reroll, but there's like a world that he does with how rich he is. So
I don't see all the games, of course, at this weekend, but I didn't see any game that a Kog'Maw comp work it out and got a top 4, top 3, even a top 1. So
he's my God, he's getting baited. Dude. It's like, oh, another Kog'Maw? Maybe I should do this. I don't know.
I think in early game it's really good. In early game he can use it. He can use that cog, because when he sold that, he is going to the 3 gold. It's really good. It's okay, but don't go until the late game. Don't go to this final comp, because it doesn't going very well this weekend.
I can see your pain, Ken. I know. We saw there was a lot of Brazilian players taking the Kog'Maw yesterday and not finding a lot of success with it. And I know that it was a struggle, because a lot of times the spots actually looked pretty reasonable to play. It wasn't like it felt that bad, but just the comp has not been so successful. As we see, look at this Kiana too. Great items to move into either a Duelist reroll or eventually a Kayn. So a couple players angling that direction. I wasn't sure whose board that was, but that's probably, it's got to be Sox. Somebody who's win streaking has to be that Kiana board. It's definitely got to be Sox, I think.
Yeah, because we saw also Lucas right next to that, and of course, it isn't him. So let's see if we can. It sucks. Now we're seeing Michael again. Let's see after the Krugs if he is going to that comp. Oh my God, please.
At this point, I feel like
he's
right?
level 5.
Yeah.
He's level 5. He's level 5. He's not going to do it.
Okay, he's not doing it. Yeah, okay, there you go, Ken. He's not doing it.
Thanks.
I also, like, the thing was, I really didn't feel like Michael would go for that comp, but the line just kept leading towards, is this actually going to be a Kog'Maw reroll? Because we'd seen spots like this over and over again end up being the reroll line. But I like that Michael is instead just going to use this as a carry in this early to mid game and eventually just build out to what is going to be like mythic invokers, right? This is Lilia. If anyone looks over here, they're like, all right, Lilia is going to be contested. You are not going to be able to get in that line for free. A lot of times that's your pivot point as an AP player is, oh, I can't get into my line, I'm going to go Lilia. But now you can look at Michael and be like, all right, Lilia is the AP comp that is contested.
Yeah. Now we can see that. And I think it's really good because Lilia is a comp that is difficult for you to play. It's very, very important that you can reach the units that you need. Lilia is very important, of course, but the tank on the front line is very important too. So let's see if he can pull all that. He can reach the units that he needed because it's a very important game. The first game of the day, you need to stabilize your game and you need to get a good position. Of course, Michael he's right in the Tactician's Crown, but he wants to get more prize, more money in the end of the day.
Of course, and Michael actually being able to turn around the win streak just in time to go level 6 on 3-2 and continue to improve the board. Actually gets to put in a Galio potentially. No, he's going to take that out. We'll see. Just play more behemoths, get maybe an Umbral in, just trying to get as many synergies onto this board, make as strong a board as possible because he's going to have to contend with players like Sox in this lobby who are so strong right now on the win streak. He actually ended up losing this last round, however. I wonder if it was a Dish Soap ended up being the fight because Dish Soap still at 100 HP, full streaking through stage 3. And remember, this is a Azir. That's why we didn't get an augment decision. It's coming on 3-5, you can see on the little ticker on top. So we'll be seeing what these players pick up at that second point, but it slows down the tempo just a little bit here on stage 3 with no second augment. Yeah,
the augment right after the carousel, I don't like that because you have to choose the unit on the carousel, doesn't knowing what you're going to do with the augment, what the way they are going to play. Let's see how the players are going to choose the augment right after the carousel.
Yeah, and just taking a quick look, Dish Soap still 7 win streak, and then Weijin on the other side, full loss streak, except for, I guess, the first round, right? He won the first round, and he's lost since then. He is playing Fortune, but it looks like that just was added in, only one single stack. We look at the items here, and it looks more like it wants to go towards something like an Ashe versus playing towards the Ink Shadows and playing towards the Trick Shots, right? So this is maybe just a short-term Fortune, and then eventually still trying to play those Sniper Wardens. We even see an Aphelios being held on the bench.
Maybe he is going through the Fortune, but not for a really bigger push or luck, just for cash out when he can do that, because I don't know if he can go for an Ink Shadow like you said. I think even more going for snipers or something like that is more tangible for him right now.
Yeah, it makes sense. I think he guess he's losing anyway, so he's like, okay, well, I can just put Fortune in while I'm losing and maybe get just one small cash. And then from there, you just get to transition into the sniper's board. But Weijin is going to have to look for a big roll down probably sooner rather than later because of the fact that he's already down to 50 life. Going to be a little bit of a struggle to make it to level 8 for the roll down. We'll probably have to roll down on 6 or 7 here. He's pretty rich, so maybe he can make it work, and we'll see. It's just a silver, so there's not a lot being added to help bail Weijin out, and it's more so just a couple little upgrades. As we look at Toddy's board here, ends up getting best friends to go alongside this tiny but deadly, so just a ton of attack speed for his whole board as we see him going for the reroll line, level 6 rolling down, trying to find a couple of Luxes and Jannas, try and put this board together.
Yeah, he already got the items. He's going to put that on the Janna, not on the Lux. Let's see how he is going to play, because he already got an Illaoi too. Then his front line is okay for the time of the game. And now you're seeing also Lucas, who is with Fortune right now. He's with a lot of HP.
Oh wow, Weijin is in his pool, so he ended up doing the win streak into playing Fortune, and then he's in Weijin's pool. So he was looking to try and weaken this board as much as possible instead of just playing something medium.
Yeah.
He also I think he took Tiny Titans here. Yeah, so he's actually, that's why he is so high HP as well.
Yeah. And now he got the HP to spend as a resource to use that Fortune, and maybe can reach a really good Fortune on this game. Maybe go for the Ink Shadows with the Kaisa that we are saying before.
And there we go. We got probably just a cash out here. 21. Be a little bit. Soraka gonna give a support item to everyone as well. We'll see what the picks are there. Aegis of the Legion probably gonna be the pickup for Lucas. Of course, that's gonna be the grab as he's looking for those melees. Gonna be able to give a lot of buff, and he finds a cane. That's a big hit early on for Lucas. That's where he wanted to be when we look at his itemization. He's gonna find it early enough to get this thing online.
He already played one game of Kane with Reapers. I like to see when the players, and a lot of players today, are not playing all the games with the Kane. That's the best comp of the day, but they are not forcing it. They are using that when they know that's the time, that's the spot that they can use it, and are not being contested or not being a problem to play with 1 or 2 players. Maybe we see 4 players playing the Reapers, but I think it's a really good time, a really good game for him to play the Reapers.
Yeah, Weijin also taking everything out to just continue to loss streak. This is very, very interesting from Weijin because of the fact that on the other side, right, Lucas had already cashed out. Now Weijin's cash out is still very small coming up after the next round. We'll see if he can start putting a board together. He's trying to get to 8 before he actually has to roll down. That's the idea. Weijin is just trying to make as much money as possible so that he has a level 8 roll down and then just wins out from there with the pumping up, with the unified. I mean, this board can get insanely strong. If he hits 2-star frontline, 2-star Ashe, Weijin can be strong enough to win out.
Yeah. But these guys love to test our hearts if everything's okay, because Weijin is already with 28 life, 28 HP right now, and of course he's using all his gold, all his can for going through the level 8, and with the items, like you said, it's really good to him to go through the Ashe comp. But when the cash out comes, he needs to stabilize his game with really fast, like a flash, because any time it could cost a round, and any time it could cost him an 8th position.
Yeah, and the thing is, he doesn't have any open options, right? This is Ashe Wardens or nothing else. I mean, there's really no other way to play around this. Like, if he randomly hits an Aurelia 2 on level 8, maybe there's like another way that you can try and play around just some kind of unique flex board. But realistically, this is just, all right, take the loss. 25 cash out, which is not even that high. It's kind of just medium. And then Weijin has essentially 1 life and a dream here. So we got to see this roll down from Weijin as we see this fight. Pocky also seeming to be playing around the Lux. Maybe not re-rolling though, so we do see some amount of pumped XP. And we know that Tadia is in that line, so might not be a full commit as Pocky's able to find that win. We know Michael also was able to find a Lilia. We saw that a little bit earlier on in one of the fights, so he was going in that direction and he has found it. Spatula going to be one of the things that's not exactly what you want to see here for Weijin, as it doesn't do anything for the Ashe comp, and we are going to start to see that roll down. Immediately finding Wardens, but not finding much else. There's an Ashe, still 50 gold, pair of Ashes, skips the recon, just finding a couple snipers, skips out on an Udyr. That might have been nice to try and stabilize this front line. Not actually able to find many upgrades here. 9 gold left and nothing to really put on the board. Weijin doesn't really get everything in. I think he's just going to die here to Lucas. We're going to see a couple things hit the board. Not a lot of frontline. It's all just 1-star. This is kind of a mess to start the day. We'll see. At least he was able to get the items down, so he might be able to kill off a couple of units, but Kane is wrapping immediately onto the Ashe. And this is just going to be a slaughter. Is this actually just lethal? Cass does not get any more kills. That's going to do it. Weijin down on 4-2. The next augment selection will be on 4-6. Weijin only gets 2 augments in this game.
We saw the problem when you got the fortune, but you can't have the time to use the gold and all the things that you want. And even when you go for one composition that you can do after you got the fortune, maybe he can go through the Ink Shadows. He passed through two Kaisas, he passed through a Zaya, and Rakan can be a Zaya for him, but he go only for the Ashe. That was a big problem for Asian on this game.
Yeah, at a certain point, you know, with only a limited time, committing to a line is probably correct, but also just, you know, you kind of are just chancing with fate at that point. You're like, all right, are we going to see enough of these units? And Weijin did not, roll down 70 gold, not able to get an actual board. Stabilize on, goes down. Weijin does have a buffer on AVP. I know we were kind of been talking about just don't go 8th today, but Weijin could actually finish last on the day and still qualify for the championship on the AVP slot. It's just going to come down to a lot, and I don't think Weijin wants to chance that. I think he'd rather just place anywhere else but that last place and very likely have the spot, as we are just trying to get through the rest of this game here. And we do know that Sox is rolling down on the duelist line, because compared to that, we also have the Lux Janna comp being played in the game as well. So we know that there's 2 cost rerolls being contested. And I think that's maybe why Sox started to look for it, because he knew it was getting close to that Kiana, and so wanted to roll even more for that.
I was looking through the comps to see if we have some guys doing the same comp. We have Greya and also Lucas doing maybe the same comp, because the two of them are doing the Kane, but with a little change on every comp. And we had Polygon going through Lux and the Toddy going through Lux too. So 2 guys doing the same comp again. Let's see who can get the units that they need, and who can get the Lux tree, the Janna tree. That's so important for that compositions.
Yeah, and I mean, as we look here, right, we just see a Janna hit for Polygon. I'm not sure if that was just Janna 2 or Janna 3, or if that's maybe the 6th copy, but we do have Greya on board right now. Nice. Okay, Greya on board right now, has the Kane 2 online. Just looking for a couple more Silases, because we look at the itemization is very, very strong for this team composition. I love the even shroud on the Silas just to be next to the Kane. Yes, they split at some points in the fight, but if you start the fight with them next to each other, that Kane is going to be able to just rip through the first target, and that's so important for trying to get those wraps.
Yeah, one important thing, we saw Toddy using his items on the Janna. He sold that Janna and put the items on the Lux, because we have 2 Michael using Janna, so it was very difficult for him to look through a Janna 3 this game. Then he sold that Janna.
Yeah, and it looks like Pocky, who was in potentially the reroll line, recognizes it's contested, tries to push levels, but ends up having to kind of default towards the Lilia. And we know that Michael has been in the Lilia line the entire time. He was already trying to go for those units. And while I think it's still correct for Pocky to kind of end up here and try and just make the best board possible, it's made it harder to hit. And Pokygum has not been able to hit and is now in danger of going in the bot 3. It's very likely he will go in bot 3, and he's just hoping that he can outplace Toddy at this point.
Yeah, any position that you can go ahead is better on this game, because it's the last day and one person will go out of the Tactician's crowd, and of course any one of those players want to be that person. So if he can make Toddy goes the 7th position, of course Polygon will take that, and we have the 6th position really gladly.
Yeah, of course. And just noting, actually, Michael only has a pair of Lilias. He actually hasn't been able to upgrade it, so maybe Pocky has even better chances of finding that upgrade. And it looks like he'd be able to win this round. It's very, very close. We've still got that Alawi trying to fight through. A lot of ghostly stacks. It's actually a little bit closer than I thought. One more cast from Lilia gets it done. So Pocky, that's a big win, considering Toddy has just taken a loss as well, down to 5 HP. Just Soap on 80 gold, level 8, trying to push towards 9. Playing around the Senna, but not re-rolling it, just trying to push levels with this Ink Shadow and try and go for a vertical Ink Shadow and play around an Udyr in the late game.
It's nice. We saw the strong of an Udyr on the late game, when you have a Udyr 2, when you have with items, maybe with any items, because if it has a Deer, he's really strong. If it has tank, he's really strong. and let's see how this Soap can pull it off. He can go through the level 9, of course, and look at Greya. Of course, stacking gold through. These two guys are beasts on this first game of the day.
All right, big roll down for Toddy here. 1 away from Lux, he finds it. Lux 3. 2 away from Amumu, and I think you have to dig for this. Just decides to push the levels to get another Sage in instead. 2 Amumus away. This is going to be really tight for Toddy. Has to stay alive, has to get very lucky on this Amumu to try and escape a 7th place.
Yeah, he needs them. This Lux is a relief for him, but of course, it isn't a real confidence that he can win all the rounds that he needs to get a better position. Now he's against here for win this round. Let's see, because oh my god, that Reaper, that Kane.
It's just gonna be the Kane too, and it's just gonna eat this composition alive. Toddy gonna go out in 6th in this game, or 7th in this game, sorry. This Pokygom takes another loss, but he's kind of done what he needed to. He needed to escape that 7th, considering his spot being so tough, and he's done so.
Yeah, and the problem is that what you're saying before, the problem when you contest comps, you are seeing the units that you need on the other boards. And you need Janna, you have to sold the Janna Toddy to get the items on the Lux, to get more damage, to get what he needed, and the problem is it. On the final rounds of his HP, he reached the Lux, but doesn't have the tanker line on the front line, doesn't have the damage that he needs on his back line, and now he is the 7th position on the first game.
Well, Pocky selling out of the Lilia 1 just to get items on his way to, hoping that this can do enough, but I think it is going to struggle into Kane. No single target damage. The AoE from Hui just gets shrugged off and healed up, and that should just be the end of Pocky. I just don't think he can ever kill a Kane with that setup. I still like the idea. You know you're probably losing. Just try and get as powerful as possible. That's just going to do it for Pokygom, going out in 6th. And so there we go. We've got our top 5. Sox trying to hold on. He has now hit the Qiyana and used the reinforcements to find a 2-star Lee Sin. So a couple of carries activated. At this point, really can only get stronger by finding that 2-star Aurelia.
And Greya lost his last round. He's now with 1 loss streak, of course. And Michael is on a 4-win streak. Then we are seeing now the comps are getting solid. The players are getting the items and the units that they needed. We are seeing a Kane, 2. We are seeing the Irelia on Sox. Let's see how these guys are pulling off that late game.
Yeah, the big thing to watch here is that Qiyana, but now she's getting targeted by the Kane immediately for Lucas. Gonna be able to take her down, and it's up to the Volibear, but the Volibear, a lot tankier, not doing an insane amount of damage himself. Looks like his 3-piece combo is able to take down the Kane, and it's up to just the Silas. This Volibear actually is such a big MVP of the fight, just staying alive for so long. Sox able to take that win. We see Dish Soap finds the win as well. We briefly saw his board. He has 7 Ink Shadow online. He has found that Udyr. So Dish Soap, we saw it start from 2-1 saying, I'm going to play Ink Shadow, and he rides that tempo all the way to a level 9 and a 7 Ink Shadow board.
Sox got a duelist emblem. Maybe he can go through a duelist 8, duelist vertical comp on this game. Let's see if he can get all the units that he needs to get through that, because it's a real strong composition, and I'm really excited to see this on the hands of Sox.
Yeah, Sox finding that bailout, right? I said the only way he could get stronger is by finding the Aurelia upgrade. Well, I was wrong. There's actually one other way, is you could find that duelist emblem and be able to pump up to 8 duelists. So Sox just gonna have to find a way to get the 8 duelists in. I'm not sure if he had it on the bench already ready to go or not. We'll see the next time we see Sox if he's got 8 of them in or not. As Michael has found pretty much all the upgrades that he needs, and he's been able to utilize 3 Exalted for the board as well, 2 Dragon Lord Splash, and 5 Mythic, courtesy of this initial Wandering Trainer. And so now we just have to see, can the Lilia do enough to deal with the Kane, because the Canes are rampant with Lucas and Greya having very strong setups.
Oh my god, the Silas destroying the back line, but I don't think it's enough. The time that the front line from Michael gained from that Alun, that Lilia is perfect, and he got it around.
Yeah, look at this. Sox has the 8 duelists in. He did end up having a Darius ready to go, ready to get splashed onto the board. So maybe this is an opportunity, but Sox does have 8 duelist, and he did just lose the last round. I'm curious if it was to Dish Soap. Suppose it most likely was, unless he lost to a Ghost. And Dish Soap is kind of the board. I see that 7 Ink Shadow, and I feel like that's got to be the board to beat, right? It is so incredibly strong the last time we had seen it as well. So if we get a chance, maybe Dish Soap will be able to take this all the way to first place, even into these incredibly strong Kane boards. Let's see these 8 duelists in action, Ken.
Let's see that Volibear. Oh, he's really strong right now. That Kiana is doing a really great job either. But the problem is the no front line that you have when you got the duelist composition. But the damage is really good. But yeah, he will win. He'll win.
The bear is just continuing to carry these fights. Look at this 3-star Volibear, right? I feel like he's a little undervalued at times. People look at the Tristana in the 3-cost reroll, or the Kiana for the 2-cost reroll. But this Volibear has been just a big factor in a lot of these wins for Sox. He's been able to save up a lot of gold because of it. He might be able to push level 9 and continue to find a couple additional upgrades for this board. Really well done from Sox, trying to grab a couple extra placements, and he might be able to steal one away from Lucas, who might be on the weaker end of the 2 Kane compositions between him and Greya.
Yeah, and that's the problem that we are talking before. When you contest comps, you have to look at how the Greya, in this case, are doing this composition, how what units that you can go and what level you can go. Now also Lucas are on the level 9, are looking for some units and use a Soraka right now for getting more strong. Let's see if it's enough for this round, because he already got 15 HP.
Yeah, big for Sox, right? He's able to go to level 9, immediately hit the Wukong. So he'd be able to play Diana and then get the Wukong in. So he gets not only Sage, he gets the better Heavenly for the attack speed, he gets the Dragon Lord in. He adds actually a substantial amount of power to where he already was. And now Sox might be able to contend even more than just getting top 4. He might be able to contend additional placement.
Yeah, maybe he can go through the first position. Let's see. Now we are seeing now also Lucas here with his composition with the 4 Reapers. The Silence are doing his job, but the problem is Kane is already gone. Maybe it's the last round for also Lucas.
Yeah, and it's kind of the late game Edge of Night Kane versus not having Edge of Night. I think a lot of times when you're playing the Kane from Temple in the early stages of the game, not having the Edge of Night doesn't matter. But I feel like when we get to these late game stage 6, stage 7 situations, the difference of Kane with Edge of Night and not is night and day. It is so big for this comp capping out. And we are able to see that for Greya, but not for Lucas. And it is the difference here in that fight between the two.
Dish Soap lost his last round. So let's see who are going to beat him on this game, because the comp is very strong. He's already got an Uzir 2. He got a Kai'Sa 2. And his game is really good. Senna with the Umbral Emblem. He's very strong right now.
Yeah, and interesting, Disso pulling a couple extra copies of Kai'Sa. He's at 5 right now, only 10 gold, but he's got a lot of HP to still work with, especially if he finds a couple of round wins. Still room for this board to upgrade. Kai'Sa 3 being kept as an out, but also just this Xayah 1. If that becomes a Xayah 2, it's a lot of extra damage. He's going up against Sox, a very close fight, but the Kiana should be able to close things out. One more cast, not going to be able to do it. Dish Soap, just with a small loss, however, should still be on 2 lives.
Yeah, I think he has 2 lives right now. Let's see, 2 loss streak, but the problem is, I think Greya is more strong for him right now. Sox, of course, he win the last round against him. And Michael, with 16 HP, with his comp of Lilia, is really looking through the next round, because he need to stay winning. He need to get winning, because maybe this is his last life.
Yeah, this worked out beautifully to be able to play into the Exalted by having the need to play Janna for Dragon Lord anyway, plus she's an Exalted alongside the Silas. This worked out so beautifully. Such a cool creative comp for Michael, but it might be hitting the end of its power, running into Sox, hitting the 8 duelist, but the level 9, the power difference of just the 8 duelist and then adding Dragon Lord and Sage to it is so big. And Sox has been able to just take out Michael. Greya beats Dish Soap, but narrowly. If Dish can find just a couple small upgrades here, he might still have a chance. That can pair his Xayahs on the board if he grabs this off the carousel. It looks like that's going to be what Dish Soap looks for, and we'll see if this Ink Shadow can actually contend with the 8 Duelist or this very capped out Kane.
Let's see. Sox got the redemption. Grea is thinking and got the Natural Tooth. Let's see how these guys are going to use that items. I really like redemption. Of course, he's not the meta tank items right now, but I really like the recovery of life that it can get for your composition, and Sox are using that in his Diana.
Yeah, even if it just gets a tick or two onto some priority targets, that can make the difference of a combat, especially with how quick these duelist combats can be. Dishlope did find the upgrade for this Xayah. That was what the carousel was. It was a 2-star Xayah. We'll see if that makes a difference in the fight as he faces off against what looks to be Sox's Ghost. So real Sox versus real Gray on the left side. That's the main focus.
Yeah, and for Dishlope, that's very, very good. Maybe he can make Sox go away after this round, make the second position or even the first position. Let's see, but look at that. Diana, oh my god.
Sox is just way too strong. He's able to take down Grea, and Dish Soap, even though he's able to beat the Ghost, doesn't have Sox to think about as going out. Sox seems like he may have turned the corner. Getting to level 9, finding that Wukong, finding that Diana to be able to get all those traits in alongside his 8 duelists, getting bailed out by that carousel with the duelist emblem. Sox goes from potentially what looked like it could have been a 5th, maybe a 4th tops, to probably the favorite in this lobby to find the first. Grea does have 60 gold, however. Some extra lives to work with, potentially looking at a level 10.
Yeah, I think he's going for a level 10. He already got 22 of XP on the level 9, so I think he's going through the level 10, because with 26 of life, of HP, Grea can use 2 or maybe 3 rounds for getting more life, even if he lost these rounds.
Sox is losing. Dish Soap beat Sox. Dish Soap beat Sox. Dish Soap counters Sox. So even though Sox is beating Grea, Dish Soap counters Sox, but does Dish Soap beat Grea? Because if that is the fight we have here, Sox can still hold on for a top 2. And if Dish Soap gets eliminated by Grea, I think Sox will win.
Yeah, it's like a rock, paper, scissors, but in this case, it's good for Grea because he got more HP. Let's see. It's what will happen. Now you're going for the Herald. More items, maybe change everything that you are seeing right now.
Yeah, that's actually a good point here because Grea can actually use the item. He has a Morgana with some slots open. Dish Soap doesn't have any units of relevance that have additional slots ready for an extra item. Maybe an item better than an Ink Shadow item for the Udyr. That's maybe the only thing that I could see potentially happening. It's going to be a Bramble to try and buy some space against the Kayn. Perfect for the Kayn matchup to try and buy some time.
Grea goes for the level 10, so it will change some. Next round. Next round, he can be an Irelia 2 on the Grea comp.
Yeah, no items for that Aurelia, but maybe he can grab one here. Deathblade, but I think Archangel's for the Morgana. It makes the most sense. Tries to get as strong as possible, going up against Dish Soap. Good Zephyr onto the Galio, so the taunt won't come into play right away. We do see Dish Soap. The backline gets caught by Kayn. Kayn's there. Kayn takes out the entire backline. Dish Soap is going to go down here. Grea, the rock, paper, scissors is complete as Grea beats Dish Soap. And now Sox versus Grea for the final. And the question is, has Grea upgraded the board enough where he can actually beat Sox now?
Oh my god. That's the finals. That's what I was expecting for this day. Because we are seeing round after round of magic, my friend. Now we are seeing what Sox and Grea can do on the last round. They don't have so much gold. They don't have anything that they can do with this gold, but the position maybe be the thing that can turn the victory to go Sox and get more rounds, because Grea is 26 HP. He can got 2 or maybe 3 rounds with that HP.
only Aurelia won, but the Thieves Gloves rolled for Sox is very good. He got Hand of Justice and he got a Runons. It's actually going to be very relevant for doing a lot of extra damage from this Aurelia, and we'll see if it actually makes a big difference. Kiana fighting the Kayn straight away, but the Edge of Night proc lets him take out the Volibear and stay alive. Look at this Kayn, still kicking, still nearly full HP. Now he's finally targeted down by the Lee Sin, but it might be too little too late as it is just an Aurelia left, and Greya found enough upgrades. Greya's going to take out Sox. It's no longer RPS, it's just Greya on top as he's going to take the win in game number 1.
With a really great comp, with a really great game that we see on the first game of the day. Reapers, of course, is one of the greatest compositions that we got on the set, and Greya played beautifully off this comp.
Yeah, that was so great from Greya to make that happen. And, you know, on top of that, you know, I love to see the tech for the Ink Shadow, right? Having Dish Soap go from that from 2-1 and then play that high tempo line. And I think he could have placed even higher if it wasn't for Sox finding that duelist emblem off the top there. But then also Greya, I think, still might have been able to take that first regardless. Just a really well played Kayn game. We're going to let the analyst desk break that down even more. We'll go to a short break and then we'll be back with them to take us through to the next part of the action. See you in just a moment.
Nunca no era algo que había pasado muy seguido, y bueno, para el segundo día prometí que si llegaba a la final me tatuaba una Neko. Mi nombre es Altenahue, soy de Argentina y juego TFT desde el set 1. Compito porque es de las cosas que más me gusta hacer. Lo hago desde que tengo memoria, siempre juego a un deporte, principalmente fútbol. De todas maneras, siempre que juego algo, a cualquier cosa, lo juego para ganar. Y bueno, otro motivo es poder dedicarme de esto. Poder vivir de lo que me gusta es un sueño para mí. Realmente mi historia competitiva empieza en TFT. Sí, lo intenté o decir.
What a way to kick off the final day of competition here that the America's Golden Spatula. I've got Gangly and Hope-san back on the desk with me to break down the action of that very first game. And it all kind of starts out with just kind of taking a look at what these players actually want to go for in terms of their compositions. And we got a tough start there. Our players had to figure out what prismatic augment they wanted to use. Gangly, it's never easy to look at a position like that and know, like, do I go for a high combat augment? Do I try to go for something that's trait oriented?
Yeah, I think we saw a mix of both players finding very strong indicators of what they wanted to play in the late game, and we also saw some hesitation. I was looking at Pokygom's board off stream at the time, and he was not sure what he was going to take, and by the time he took his augment, he wasn't able to play a board that he wanted on 2-1. Because of that, he lost that first round, he won the next, and wasn't able to have an optimized win or lose streak. And those really small decisions can have a lasting impact on the entirety of your game. It made it so that his mid game was extremely difficult to play. He missed a lot of the pairs. He didn't have strong econ, didn't have any of his upgraded units, and he was able to salvage a 6th out of that, which I genuinely believe he was extremely happy about. On the flip side, though, we had players like Greya and Sox and Dishsoap, who and Lucas as well, who took things like Freaky Friday and the Ink Shadow Crest, which gave them extremely strong pointers towards where they wanted to end up in the late game.
This was the winning comp. Greya normally working with AP lines, now with the Kindred as the main carry in the early game, then in the middle, late game, the Kayn, and finally getting for the Wukong to close it out the gap. His augments were perfect. He played very smoothly, so a very clean game of TFT for him. And now I think he's all around now, because we were only seeing him perform highly well with Tindra, and now the fact that he could perform the Kayn in such a even a contested pot with Euso Lucas actually make him a great contender to take it all away. We're still running early. This is the first game of the day. Remember, it's 6 games to define who will be the final that will advance. Weishan here against Lucas. Weishan, it was a difficult spot, Deck, right? He got the pumping up, so he knew he wanted to play Ashe. But then in the middle game, he played Fortune. Then he cashed out, but he couldn't roll enough, and it wasn't enough gold. So an 8th place that really takes out the best APP average for him. And now he will need to leverage on good placement to be able to transform it into an advancement to Tactician Crown.
Yeah, I mean, it was really interesting to watch both Weijin Iverson as well as Euso Lucas actually utilize that fortune trait. And instead of going into what we typically see out of that, the Kai'Sa with the trick shots, Gangly, we actually ended up seeing Weijin try to go for the Ashe with that augment, but we also saw Lucas actually go towards the Kayn. Why do you think they decided to go down those routes?
I think it ultimately comes down to those 2-1 augments, right? Lucas having that Freaky Friday knows no matter what, he's going to end up in some sort of melee bruiser line. And Weijin Iverson, like Coupe mentioned, has that pumping up 3, an extremely powerful augment for the Ashe line, not nearly as strong in the trick shot line. So from 2-1, they knew where they were going to end up. The question was, how were they going to get there? And both of them opted to play this higher risk Fortune line, and the reality is it actually didn't pay off for either of them. Fortune takes and it gives.
It sure does. Unfortunately, it took it away from Weijin Iverson. And as you said, Hupei actually ends up netting him that 8th, which in terms of the average placement rate, it kind of does start to open the door for some of the other players to actually sneak in there. Greya, who was right there, right at the cusp of the best average placement, might even overtake Weijin Iverson with a first there when you do kind of flip the script. So, Hupei, as we end up going forward to these next couple of games, do you think that players can continue to make these big risk plays? When is the point where you kind of start to say, okay, maybe not, like maybe I don't try to go fortune in these spots?
Yes, for sure. I think some players are more playing in the comfort zone, like maybe Michael, he's not going for fortune, but I think Pokemon will still show us a lot of fortune. And maybe the players that didn't perform well in the first stage, like Poki, like we say, and even Toshi, they will start to risk it because they don't have an average playing possibility, so they actually need to get in that middle stage of the position. So only first game, 5 more games to come, and we will be able to decide who the champion will be.
That's right. We've got that second game upon us, so we're going to go ahead and throw things back over to Casanova and Ken to bring us through the second game.
All right, thank you, Necker. We've got, a little bit of issues from Weijin in that first game. Dying on 4-2 is not exactly how he wants to start the day. But I'm looking forward to seeing how he bounces back and how Toddy as well can find a bounce back going into this one, right? Because we still have 5 more games to play, Ken. A lot of room for these players to make it back.
Of course, because we are seeing the 8 top players of the Americas. If there is someone who has the mentality, the mindset to go ahead after a defeat, go ahead after an 8th position and 7th position, are these guys. So let's see how Asian are going to play, how Toddy are going to play, because it's just the second round of 6. Okay.
We can't get a normal game, can we, Ken? we had Azir moving the augments around. Now Lilia's moving the augments around. You know, is this foreshadowing for the next couple of sets? Are they just gonna put augments on random rounds instead of on 2-1, 3-2, and 4-2? We'll see. Maybe game 3 we can have augments on normal rounds, but let's see what Lilia actually does to these, because this one's even higher variance than the Azir one is on where these can show up.
Yeah, and I'm really curious about that, because last game we saw that the change on the ultimates, the way that the guys of the game were expecting that, changed the way that they play the game. One thing that I like to point out is that we saw Asian, he just win 2 matches on this weekend, and he got the first position, the first placement of the competition, until to the yesterday. And we can see that again today. We can see the player who doesn't win a lot of the rounds, a lot of the matches, going through the first position because he got the second position, because he got the third position, and that's a great thing that these guys are maybe going look through. You don't need to play the Reapers, you don't need to play the most strongest composition. You can go through the second place and got the first place of the composition on the finals.
Exactly. Consistency is key in this tournament, because you're just trying to find a way to make it to not be the one person who doesn't get out of this lobby with a world championship berth. I think for the most part, players are still playing for the money, right? That is important. There's a lot of big jumps between each of these placements. And I think that there's actually even a little pressure off because of the fact that you're almost guaranteed worlds. There's this weird dichotomy, right, where there's more pressure because it's don't go 8th, which is a very, anytime I feel like I find myself saying I just need to not go 8th here, is generally when I go 8th. So it definitely hurts a lot. But in the other side of it, it's like you're playing for the cash. Each placement is extra $1,000, something like that. Even first is even bigger jump. So trying to just find very consistent placements, play for the good chunk of that, and just leave everything on the table. Play your very best TFT. What we're looking at for all these players here is we're getting into 2-1. Fortunately, Lilia was kind and is giving us an augment on 2-2. So we're not going to have to wait that long to get our first augment, just one extra round, as we see players trying to hold on to, this big bench here from Pocky, trying to be able to put together a strong board. See a lot of players not finding any direction just yet, but just trying to start to build good boards that they can find and pair up some of these units. So 2-2 augment selection, Ken, coming up in just a moment.
Yeah, it's okay. It's not so strange and so weird that we are seeing right now, but I'm really hoping that the second and the third augment is that as well. Let's see how he's going to play. Now we're seeing Sox. He is with a Star Weaver and Bruiser composition. Dish Soap with Reaper yet. He has a Yone, he has a Kindred. I really like that early game for Dish Soap.
Yeah, good start. He's pretty rich as well, right? See 19 gold here. He could drop the Darius, go up to 20 if he just lose streaks and just tries to play for Econ. But he might actually want to pair that up and find that 2-star Darius, as it can be kind of good early to mid-game item carrier as well. And we see over encumbered for Dish Soap and Sox, both of them just looking for those extra items. Try and play. A lot of these compositions are running multiple carries, so bonus items has felt a pretty solid place to be throughout the course of the tournament. We've seen in Prismatics a lot of players heavily prioritizing augments that give you a bunch of items, so we'll see if that continues to play out. The other augment that stands out to me right now is Greya Fine Vintage. We were able to see some Fine Vintage Kane, as well as Fine Vintage Duelist being another thing that can be quite strong. I'm wondering if Greya is going to want to stay in that AD line, or if there's another line that I'm less familiar with. I know there was the ZZ Rot line, and then since then it's been Duelist or Kane to go alongside Fine Vintage, but Greya is a very creative player, has found a lot of success in the AP lines, and I wonder if he has anything else that he's been able to cook up with this Fine Vintage.
He's a really good flexible player. He got the win on the last round with the Kane Reapers comp, but he can go through another compositions. Let's see how he's gonna do it. We are seeing Michael right now. He got a Last Whisper, so of course he's going for an AD comp. Let's see what he can do with that, because of course it's early game. I don't think he's going through the Storm Reaver at the end of his game, because in Zyra, Last Reaper is not a great item that you can use
not the
on last
best
game.
Zyra item, I would say, but he's also got keepers, so we can kind of rule out that it'll be any of the ranged AD. It'll always be either Kayn or Duelist for Michael. So quite a few players kind of leaning in that direction, which is kind of expected, right? We generally see players leaning towards the Kayn. And then in this lobby in particular, these players have been able to flex into the Duelist line as well. A lot of players are going to be looking for those. Really going to be important to hit first and hit fast, trying to be able to get that online, since so many players want to be in the line.
One thing that any player on this match are going through the fortune right now. Any players got a Teemo, a Kubuku, nothing like that. Of course, maybe they are looking for the Tristana, the Zoe. Let's see, but for now, any players are going through that direction.
Right, first carousel here, there's a Teemo in case anyone was 2 out of 3 fortune, but usually when you're 2 out of 3 fortune, you've got the Teemo, you're just missing a 3 cost, so we didn't see any of those pop up here. Looking at the compositions, there's not a ton of direction, actually. Very few items that have actually been slammed is a big no. A lot of people just holding components on the bench. It was a low item start, high gold for all of these players, so it kind of makes sense, but as we can see, these economies, pretty much everyone but Pocky is kind of rich, and Pocky actually pushed to level 5 and is still on a 2-loss streak. Incredibly poor here, and that's definitely going to be tough when we look at the rest of the lobby and the texture of everybody's economy. Going to be putting Pocky behind from the get-go, and the one thing that we can look at is he's playing Pandora's items and has 2 of these lesser duplicators. If he wants to go for a reroll line, he can get Biss items, and he's got 2 copies.
He got 2 Luxes on his store. He can buy it, but
interesting.
Why not? Okay, I don't know what he's
sell
going
Nico,
to do.
sell Nico, sell TK, and buy those up. I mean, I guess he has the pair of Nico's, pair of Tahm Kench's. So I wonder if this is this Bard?
Yeah, maybe his items doesn't show what he's going to play now. Just Rod on his Zyra, but yeah, I don't know why he doesn't want to play the Lux. Maybe because he is a contested comp. I don't know. It's what he's he's thinking, but
okay. Wow. Well, holding the Tahm Kench pays off, right? Yeah, he just 2-starred that TK, so that works. I'm very interested in the direction that Pocky is going. I mean, he did 2-star the Tahm Kench. He was holding Nico, and he was holding a Rod alongside a bunch of things with Pandora's, so he can go for double Ginsu, and he slammed Ginsu. So this is Bard, right? This is just Bard.
It's Bard.
Okay, this is cool. I mean, I like this from Pocky. Having the double duplicator is going to let him hit a lot quicker. We haven't seen a lot of success from Bard outside of with artifacts, so I'm a little concerned for Pocky, even with the fact of maybe hitting quickly with duplicators and having the Ginsus. But I want to see where this goes. All right, Pocky, fair play. Trying something new.
We have to remember that the players today doesn't need to get a first position. Of course, the prize is better when you got the first position, but if you just want to secure that you are going through the Tactician's Crown, you just have to get a good position. Because 7 players are going to the Tactician's Crown right now, and of course, no one wants to be that 8th player. So maybe we are seeing Pokygon going for a comp that he knows is not going to be contested, and he knows he can got a good position, not the first place on this game.
Yeah, he does have a good line to that direction as well, so I'm with it. I'm down to see where this goes. As we look, we've got Michael full streaking into Krugs, Dish Soap full lost streaking into Krugs as well. Looks like with the over encumbered, he is angling towards playing Duelist or just an AD line in general. He's got a sword. He's got really good items for it so far. And then we got another silver 3-1. Lilia being a bit kind. Once again, Recombobulator was offered, but there weren't any good units for it. It's just going to be misconnections as he tries to find the extra Duelist, looking for Darius too, it looks like, and then just a bunch of extra gold.
Yeah, he got the Darius. He got a second Yasuo if he wants to keep that, but a lot of gold. Let's see if it helps Dish Soap because he already is on level 6. He can use that economy that he has to grow up his game. He is with 17-2 HP, and that's a little problem. But of course, he's going through this loss streak. He's going through 5 loss streak. Let's see how he's going to play now with a little more strong.
Runs into Weijin, who has found the silver ticket, which is going to be very good for playing this Lux Janna line.
Yeah.
You can see that is definitely going to be the commit here for Weijin. Level 5, once we see the push to 6, we'll see a brief roll down. It looks like Weijin accepting of potential loss here, only on a 1 win streak, not streaking at all actually. And Dish Soap just going to be able to find the win, snap his loss streak, and start to ramp up from there. We see the Slam of Ionic Spark to utilize some of these extra items, give way more power early on to this Darius, and then it works out as a good Silas item for later on. So definitely wanting to be in the Kayn line more than the Duelist line.
I was seeing the Todd board. He's going maybe through Duelist 2. He already got a Volibear 2. He already got a Darius, a Yasuo. He's not very strong right now. He's got 70 HP. Let's see, because the last game he was the 7th position, and of course going through another game with not a good position may be start of the end for Toddy. Let's see how he's gonna play.
Yep, there we go. Running into a Rekumbob from Lucas into a Kaisa 2 on the other side. That is a massive spike. The Rekumbob paying dividends, especially since we're looking at these items. He had good items to make this happen, right?
Yeah.
I.e. Shogun, that's beautiful. Perfect setup here for Lucas, and he's going to start running away with a massive win streak, because it's also an Amumu 2 for his front line.
Yeah, he got everything that he needs for this mid game. The Kaisa with the good items, with the Mumu on front line. Now, of course, he's going for a win streak. He already got a 5 win streak right now. So let's see how Lucas will use his economy. Maybe he's going fast for the 8, for the 9 maybe, because the game smiles for him right now, because that guy's, oh my god.
Yeah, it's such a big hit, and Lucas, having a kind of middling game 1, just getting a 5th, trying to look for a big finish here, try and help get into a much better position, try and find the wins. But we're looking at Greya with the fine vintage actually getting a cleaver first. I think that's usually not the first item that you want. He must have had kind of abysmal offerings. Eventually you usually want one of these regardless, because you're able to get the shred on the entire enemy team when you can get it on an AoE unit. And it's working out for this mid game. Greya is still finding wins, salvaging HP. It's an issue with fine vintage is because you have to bench your items. You tend to lose a lot of rounds, but Greya is 3rd in HP playing fine vintage from 2-2, I guess, in this game, because we got the augment late. But I think that's very well served for Greya to be able to put this together, and still having options open. Of course, wanting to be in an AD line with the fine vintage, having an open sword is quite helpful. But yeah, I'm very much looking forward to seeing how Greya continues to play this game and keep up in tempo despite the fine vintage.
Yeah, he doesn't have a really strong board right now. He just got Darius 2, Malphite 2, and a lot of units. One Volibear, Yasuo. Now he got a Kiana. So he's not very strong, but he can use that composition. Now he's on level 7. Really early level 7 for Greya. Let's see how he is going to use, if he's going to roll. I think he's not rolling. He's maybe going through the level 8.
Yeah, just leveling to 7 to keep the tempo so that he can push 8. I actually like it a lot, just to play an extra unit. He's got 4 duelists, 3 heavenly, and really good synergies. And then, yeah, it's Darius too, right? Darius still just kind of been the best early game unit the entire set. Yeah. It's kind of felt like that, regardless of what happens, he always kind of stays on top. And, this Darius still getting work done. Going up against Pokygom, does have a Bard finally with double Ginsu, so he's been able to pay off with the Pandoras, and finding that early upgrade on Tahm Kench definitely going to help a bit. But he was on a 3 loss. He just snapped it. Definitely going to be looking for that Pokygom roll down as soon as he hits level 7. I expect really a 4-1 roll down from Pokygom. We may see 4-2 instead. Yeah. He's got a lot of extra rolls as well because he took rolling for days. So Poky's definitely the board to watch once we get to the early stages of stage 4 to see what he can find.
Yeah, also Lucas are on 7 win streak right now. We were saying about that Kaisa that he has. And look, one more item that Alun brings for our players. Let's see what they are going to choose, because trick shot for also Lucas. He's very, very strong. I don't think he will lost any round for the next rounds, because he's really, really strong with that 4 trick shots.
Yeah, and we saw Deathblade and Guardbreaker as the options there, and a lot of times you'd think, oh, Deathblade should be a very good item, but I like Guardbreaker even more because Kai'Sa is hitting pretty much the entire board all the time because of trick shot, because of the ultimate. So regardless of if there's a lot of shields, if there's even a shield, she's probably going to be able to get that proc and get that damage throughout the rest of the fight. And I think this is a really solid pickup. Plus, you get the crit synergy with your IE because you get some crit on the Guardbreaker in the stats itself. So it's really, really nice combination of items there for this Kai'Sa. And I mean, Lucas is just going to keep blasting people until probably mid to late stage 4 when other players can finally catch up to the tempo that Lucas bought himself with that recombobulator.
You're seeing now Asian. Asian is going through a composition of Janna and Lux. He already got a static and a death cap on Janna. He's almost on the Illaoi tree.
Yeah, he's 1 copy of Lux, but you're right. He's about to hit Illaoi 3. He might have Illaoi 3 before he finds Lux 2.
That's happy and sad at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, you're not upset about Illaoi 3 this early in the game if you can find it. But certainly you would like to have the main carry of the comp actually upgraded at all.
Yeah.
Now the Janna can work as the main carry, but Lux is kind of preferable if you were to choose between the two. And I think the Illaoi is going to make a difference and maybe buy Weijin enough space that he can at least eventually find those upgrades and hold on to enough HP to maybe get a top 4.
We are seeing Dish Soap right now. He got the cane that he needed on the level 8 that he got right now, and let's see what he can do. He goes for an Nautilus 2, and now are going against that Bard of Pokégon.
Yeah, that's kind of sick. He just randomly hit the Nautilus 2 on his roll down, and he recognizes that, Nautilus is the Exalted, and this is a good unit, right? So
yeah,
just decides, I'll play a Nautilus 2. That sounds fine to me. And it's looking like it's pretty good. Might lose to Pocky because Pocky was actually able to hit this Bard too. So that's massive. On his level 7 roll down, he only rolled down to 30 gold using those free rolls from rolling today's and was able to find the upgraded Bard. Very important for him to actually stabilize a little bit on stage 4 since we see that Pocky is so low.
Yeah, and Pocky, I like the composition, but I don't know if it's what he needed right now, because Pocky with 53 HP. Oh, Weijin finally got the Lux 2.
Lux 2, woo, yeah.
You're online, baby. Let's see. It's enough for Weijin, but Pocky needs to get more that Bard. He can use a lesser duplicator for needs just more 3 because he already got 1 on his bench. So let's see. It's that he can roll his gold for that. He already got 14 gold. Let's see how he's gonna play.
Yeah, look at Sox. This is great. He's playing Duelist once again. He's on 6 Duelist, looking kind of towards the Tristana variation, but he did push towards level 8. So he might eventually pivot these items off. However, these are much better Tristana items than they are Lee Sin items. So I think he actually wants to stay here. He'll just slow roll on 8 until he can try and hit some 3 stars. But he also found a Wukong. So he's already playing Wukong for the Heavenly alongside the 6 Duelist. And while this is not nearly as high roll of a spot as the last game finding the emblem, he still has outs to get there. And he has so much HP to work with since he spiked his board and he's on a 4-win streak.
We saw Toddy on the last round. He already got Kane 2 on these rounds. He's real strong. Oh, and Michael. We don't see that Fortune. Look at that.
Yeah, wow. Fortune cash out. We saw him put this in, and it was a roll of a 4. And honestly, I didn't expect him to keep it because it felt like he needed to try and find a little bit more strength. But he ends up going for it. He gets a little bit of gold from this cash out. Maybe not worth the HP that he actually had to spend for that. However, he does have a cane. He has some good itemization. But if Toddy has hit that cane too, this is going to be tough being behind. You only are on 1 copy. You don't even have the pair yet and only 13 gold.
And not Edge of the Night on that cane. That's going to be a real problem for Michael.
Yeah, see, it's good for now, right? But once we get to that late game and you run into the other canes or compositions that have that Edge of Night when you don't, Ends up making the difference so many times that we've seen in previous fights. And as you can see there, another Reaper player with the Edge of Night this time around is get to the carousel here, Ken. A couple of spatulas, but I don't know that any comps are actually wanting those that I'm looking around. Yeah, I don't think anybody actually wants a spat in this game. We've got all these Reaper players, Duelist players. We have a Bard. Nobody that can really make big use of it, but Toddy does end up taking it. And I wonder if that'll be like an Umbral emblem or something of the nature to try and continue to beef up this Silas.
I'm very curious about that because I don't remember Toddy having some component that he can use of that Spatula, but let's see what he use with that. We're seeing Michael and Polygon right now. Polygon with 28 of HP and Michael with 42. Michael still need that. Oh, just one.
He has the two duplicators. He's also just one Soraka away.
Untanked right there. Oh my God, Soraka.
Okay, so he finds Soraka if he wants to drop Kench, but he could wait. Yeah, he's got HP.
But looks strong right now for his game, and maybe if can reach that composition using the lesser duplicator with one Bard, one Tankent, he can maybe be very strong right now. We are seeing him against Also Lucas. Of course, Also Lucas is destroying everything he's seeing off his front, but I think he's pretty on the way to get a strong composition point going right now.
Yeah, Pocky got kind of blasted by Lucas. He's down to just 1, maybe 2 lives. And this Soraka's great and all, but it is Soraka 3 with just a static shiv. It's not really getting that much done. And if he had found one more Bard, I'd feel a lot more comfortable, right? Just having the Bard 3 online, being able to make something happen. That or even the Tom Kench, right? Because just buying some space for this Bard. But right now, I look at the board and I look at kind of the rest of the field. Maybe, I mean, he can beat Weijin, right? Weijin doesn't really have junk either here. But yeah, it's really tough for Pokygom.
Yeah, 14 life, 14 HP. It
is Weijin.
Yeah, it's Weijin. Right now, we are seeing Weijin against Polygon. Weijin with 30 life is not so little, but let's see, because the problem is any of both of them are not very strong right now, so I don't know who's going to win this round.
Yeah, that Amumu was just going infinite, but there's no damage on the other side either, right? Like, even with that, this Tom Kench just didn't die either. So Weijin low rolling a lot in this game, and because of this, I mean, Weijin might be going back-to-back 8th. We were saying at the start of the day, Weijin has the best chance of just getting in on AVP anyways, but going back-to-back 8th probably would take away that entire lead. Reminiscent of replay final day at the Americas, or at the NA regional, and I believe last set when he had massive lead after the first 2 days, and just a disaster final day to barely lose out on AVP. And I'm hoping that Weijin can turn things around.
Yeah, and his items are not very good right now. He doesn't have the items that he needs for this Lux. Of course.
Copy though.
Yeah. Oh my God, he just need one more Lux and a lot of items.
Oh, can't find anything. Has to decide if he can give up on any of these things. I mean, maybe you can give up on Amumu and move the items over to Alawi.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the decision. Rolling it down, not finding the Lux still. Even with a reroll augment, just he can't get there.
That's really, really sad for him. He's using just 3 porcelains because his Lawi is porcelain because of the emblem, but I don't know. I don't think that's the one more match that's not really glad for Weijin. Maybe I don't think he's going for this round, but with that unit for Michael, maybe.
Dead. Janna, maybe he can save it. No, it's gonna go down. And this is back-to-back games where Weijin doesn't get to see the 3rd augment because of Lilia. Augment 3 is at 5-2. Weijin has seen 4 augments in 2 games.
Yeah.
Of the final.
God. And Polygon was gone 2. We already got the 8th and the 7th position of this game. Oh my God. It's very difficult because Weijin was the best player on the first and the second day of the Golden Spatula, and now on the third day, on the most important day, maybe he's not playing very well. He's not playing the Asian that we know and love. We're not here.
Yeah, he's having trouble being able to make something happen. This game looked a lot more low roll than the last game. The last game, there were some questionable decisions. We're trying to figure out, what was going on in his head with that fortune and taking some extra damage maybe when he didn't need to. This game felt like the plan was fine. He was uncontested. Even had a reroll augment, he just couldn't hit. And that's tragic. That's going to happen, though. And you have to be able to bounce back. So Weijin, back-to-back eighths. We'll have to see if he can turn it around in the last 4 games of the day. Just has to get a decent result overall. Does not have to win. Just has to make it to the final. I think that's all he wants, is to make it to Worlds once again. Sox going to take a loss here. Looks like Sox has a pretty empty bench. If we were on Sox board there, we'll have to see. Because it did look like he was going to roll down for the Tristana, but maybe he's not going for that. In fact, Sox is level 9. So it's not going to be rolling for Tristana, just leveling for tempo instead.
And maybe he's going through looking for that Irelia, looking for moving the way he's going to play. I don't like all the items of that on Irelia, but is that what you have? Is that what you have? Let's see how he's going to play. Pokégon was gone with the Bard tree. He got the Bard tree, but not the tank and tree. So maybe the front line isn't that enough for he to stay on this game. He's not our top 7.
Yeah, and now we're going to see Toddy versus Michael, and Toddy just has the better version of the board. It does have that Kane too. It does have the Edge of Night, and I think Michael is going to get pretty much dominated by this. But if he can get a lot of kills, I think Michael's going to be pretty happy. And in fact, it's a lot closer than you would expect. And Michael actually wins it on the back of this Yone, and maybe just better augments on the side of Michael for the composition. So while that seems like it should be Toddy favored due to the Kane 2 and the overall upgrades, Michael having good augments and the secondary carry able to get it done.
Yeah. Of course, it's a great game for him. Let's see if Michael continues using his composition, and when he hits the Kane 2, he is a lot more stronger. Even when he doesn't get the Edge of Night on his Kane. Let's see how he can play. We are seeing Dish Soap too. Dish Soap with a Kane too. So let's see, because we are seeing 3 players with that composition. Dish Soap is with 11 HP. Sox is with 12 HP. Maybe is the last round for these 2 players on the second game of today.
Yeah, Dish Soap has much worse augments, but phenomenal itemization on the 3 characters. So potential to come back there. But Michael on the other side has good itemization. No Kane 2, but he has the best augments for it, right? Keepers, Unified, and Pharmacist 3. And it might just be an augment diff, but we'll see, because the itemization is so good for Dish Soap. I think there's a world he can still take it. However, you see that Yone just chunking through, and this is just such an augment diff for Michael. He's so much better augments than the other Kane players. And he's going to get 3 more Kanes back in the pool for him to try and find the upgrade. Well, Sox finds a win on the other side. Able to get a lot of damage onto Greya. And it looks like Greya able to stay alive. Greya actually grabbed another Duelist emblem. I think Greya has 2 emblems and is sitting at 8 Duelist.
He has 2 emblems and is going through the 8 Duelist comp with the Lee Sin as his carry. Let's see how he's going to play through this game. We are seeing also Lucas with 77 HP right now. That Kai'Sa that he had on mid game is what made his game for what we are seeing now. Zaya 2, oh my god, Udyr 2, the game is perfect for him.
Yeah, it's likely we will see that Kai'Sa 3. He's printing another copy right now and then only needs 2 more. I think he's very likely to just be able to econ from here on out until he needs to send that roll down. So with so many other 4 costs being taken out of the pool and no one contesting Kai'Sa, I think Lucas has a very, very good shot of actually 3-starring that and trying to complete the game. As Toddy actually going to go out to Greya, the 8 Duelists actually outperforming here into the Kane. Though Toddy did not have the better augments. I think if Michael hits the Kane 2, he has a very good shot of winning this game. He's on that 5 streak with just the Kane 1. If he finds that upgrade, it might be curtains for everyone else.
Yeah. I think one of the problems that we are seeing with the Reaper's comp is you can't force that comp. You can't use, oh my god, Reaper's the best comp, now I'm gonna force every game when you force it, even when you got the canes, even when you got the items, if you don't get the perfect position, if you don't get the augments that you need, if you don't get anything, maybe it can be disastrous. Okay, position like 5 is not a real problem right now, but Toddy got a 7 position on the last game, and it can be a warning for him. He needs to get more good positions.
He hit it.
For maybe he hit.
He
Oh
hit
my
it.
god.
He
Oh my
just has
God.
to print the last copy. It's inevitable
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
It cannot
Yeah.
be stopped. Kaisa 3 is on its way. Just has to survive a couple of rounds while the Hui paints it. And so now
With
everyone else is
77
playing for
life,
second.
he can go for that. 77 life. He can.
Oh, of course. The paint is going to come through. Greya facing off against Lucas. See if he can hold on another life. This is going to be that duelist. I mean, with the fine vintage. So a lot of extra buffs on this board. It is going to be 8 duelist, fine vintage. So much attack speed, so much damage from the board, but not enough to deal with Lucas. Greya going to go out in 3rd. Sox in 4th. It's like Michael loses to Greya's Ghost. So now it's just Lucas versus Michael. And, you know, we do get the printed Kaisa just in time to close out the game. Because I don't think Michael is going to be able to get this done into Kaisa 3.
This is gonna be beautiful because a Kaisa 3 is the crown of this game of Lucas. He played it very well. The recombinator gave him what he needed, and now it's just play. Because if he can just have the front line now, the Kaisa will do the rest of the work, and Michael, even with a great game, can't win that game.
All right, and I guess the fight's happening on the other board. It's over on Michael. We jump over, and there we go. The Kaisa just demolishing everything. It is still just the Yone 2 trying to carry. I think, was this still a Kane 1 for Michael that he took all the way to 2nd place? We didn't see him before he died, but I think it was still just a Kane 1 for Michael all the way to top 2.
It was a Kane 1, but it's against a Kaisa 3. Oh my god, what play we are seeing on the 2nd game today. Close your windows because the Brazilian Storm is here, Kaz.
Yeah, of course, off the back of that Recon Bob. I love that Lucas, you know, saw that spot and decided to take it. He said, you know what, I got the 2-star 3 cost, let's send it. Hits the Kaisa, perfect items, beautiful play, ends up with the 1st, and Michael with those augment selections, recognizing he can still play through the Kane even though it's just 1 star. Well done for both of them. We're going to send it off to the analyst desk. We'll have a short break, and then we'll be back with them. And then we're on with more of the America's Golden Spatula. Don't go anywhere.
I kind of discovered the Senatech before most people. Like I had a good read on the patch, so I played so much Senna. I am pretty sure that I was the player with most games of Senna on this tournament. Hello, my name is Relic. I am from Venezuela. I represent Latam, and I play TFT since set 1. I love competing in TFT. First of all, I am kind of addicted to competing. Like it's my main hobby in life. I live by competing. I have been playing other video games as well. I was pro in 4 video games already. One of them being League of Legends. It was my main game, let's say, in my career. I played there for 4 years professionally. I went to Worlds as well. And TFT is different from those games because it's a game that you decide everything. Like it's not a team game, and every game is different. I think I have my own view of the game on when to risk it and when to not, and I think I show it in Worlds that
Competition is really now starting to heat up here for the final day of the America's Golden Spatula. Gangly and Kulpe-san and myself back on the desk to break down the action of that second game. And first things first, we got Lilia as the opening start of this game. Gangly, how much does that change what our players are experiencing when you don't know when your augments are going to show up?
Well, it changed enough that 2 players didn't even get to see their 3rd augment. You know, for starters, there's that. But the reality is there's a lot of resources that come into the game primarily in stages 3 and 4, right? When you know that your augments are coming in at those 2 inflection points, the tempo of the lobby is primarily built around that. People want to spike on 3-2 when the augment comes. People want to spike on 4-2 when the augment comes. And that power bloat that comes at those primary parts of the game is what puts people in their comfort zone. But all of a sudden, when you look at around and on 3-1, Eoso Lucas has a Kai'Sa 2 on his board with perfect items, it dramatically changes the tempo of the game, and players that are on the bottom that's standing that don't spike as hard all of a sudden start taking a significant amount of damage earlier than what they would have expected.
Yeah, and also the direction, no? The augments normally in a silver augment doesn't give you that much direction, and in the case it did, you got Fine Vintage, you got the Keeper augment, so 5 tacticians were here playing AD melee. So we have 3 Kanes, we have 2 duelists, and it was very tough for them, and Michael was one who got the most of it, even with a Kane 1 until the end. So he actually got a great 2nd place, and the winner, Necra, so far in this second round is Eoso Lucas, Kai'Sa 3-star. He got the first one through the Recon Bubble, and then actually closing it out. We didn't even saw it. He was actually saving it for a while, and then he got so much lead and so much economy, he was able to hit it easily.
Yeah, like you just win streak throughout most of the game. You get so rich, and then you get to close out your game with a Kai'Sa 3. Unfortunately for Michael, that meant there was really no hope to actually overcome that board. And unfortunately for another player, Gangly Pakigom, kind of pulling the short end of the stick when it came down to knowing that there were going to be 5 melee players in this lobby.
Yeah, Pakigom taking the Pandora's items off the start, and has, it's important to know, you can see it there on your screen, 2 of the lesser champion duplicators on 2-1. And so he says, okay, with this start, I know I need to play reroll, but Weijin is clearly angling towards this Lux Janna, and so I can't play around that. Opts to say, you know what, I have this early Tahm Kench, I can play Bard. The problem is you're playing Bard into 5 melee compositions, and that matchup is extremely difficult until one condition happens, which is Tahm Kench 3 allowing you to survive a little bit longer. Because he never hit the Tahm Kench 3 even with the champion duplicators, Pakigom just bled out to all of those melee champions who completely wiped the floor with him, and Weijin, the other reroller in the lobby, followed just before him, the 2 of them going 7th and 8th.
Yeah, for sure. Grea, again, with a great performance here, going for the line that people were taking, but actually getting a good performance out of the items that the Fine Vintage gave to him. At the end, Eoso Lucas was the leader of the lobby. Here's the Kai'Sa with the final performance and actually getting the same. And now we have a new stat that will be very important, Necra, the average placement. One player besides the 4 that will advance because of points will also advance to the tactician for average placement. Weishan was the first one with the better spot at the beginning of today, but now with these 2 8th places, he's actually opening up the field for the rest.
Yeah, that's right. Like, Sox now tied in an average placement, even though he's already qualified to the Tactician's Crown. It's still an important benchmark to take a look at because Sox is in that 4th place. Dish Soap not too far behind in average placement either with a 3.86. So we are going to have to keep track of what these players are starting to average out to for the whole weekend as we look at only 4 games left. That's it. And that's where we really have to start honing in on, okay, like, how do you adjust and adapt to the rest of the lobby, right? Because I think there's something to be said about this particular field of competitors, Gangly, when we look at these 8, is that most of them made it through based on their performance on the ladder. And then on top of that, you look at this very elite group of players that were actually able to make it from ladder and qualifier points. So, like, they have the tournament performance to back that up too.
Yeah, I mean, you've got this very small group of players in Greya, Dish Soap, and Michael that make up this extremely tight group of players who qualified through both Snapshot and the qualifier points. It's very rare. There were only 5 of those players in the entirety of the tournament. 3 of them are remaining in the lobby, in the final lobby. I can't imagine it's a coincidence. It's no wonder that they're doing so well, and even right now, the 3 of them making a very strong push into the Tactician's Crown.
Well, it's still pretty isolated here when you take a look at only 1 lobby left. So we'll have to see how these players adjust and adapt to each other as we get ready for this 3rd game. Gotta go to a short break first, though, so don't go anywhere. You're watching the 3rd day of the America's Golden Spatula.
I kind of discovered the Senna tech before most people. Like, I had a good read on the patch. So I played so much Senna. I am pretty sure that I was the player with most games of Senna on this tournament. Hello, my name is Relic. I am from Venezuela. I represent Latam, and I play TFT since set 1. I love competing in TFT. First of all, I am kind of addicted to competing. Like, it's my main hobby in life. I live by competing. I have been playing other video games as well. I was pro in 4 video games already. One of them being League of Legends. It was my main game, let's say, in my career. I played there for 4 years professionally. I went to Worlds as well. And TFT is different from those games because it's a game that you decide everything. Like, it's not a team game, and every game is different. I think I have my own view of the game on when to risk it and when to not, and I think I showed in Worlds that when my positions were difficult, I pretty much every time but once I saved them. I only started competing in TFT like less than 6 months ago, and I got to finals on MSI and Worlds. I think that's pretty good. I don't have an inspiration. I just have high standards on myself, and I try to be a better me every day. Sometimes I fail, sometimes I do it, but I usually don't look up on other people to inspire me. I just look up to on other people to learn from them because there are so many good players on TFT. I remember this game pretty well. It was one of the top ones that I got in Worlds, and I was very happy this game because it was the portal where you get an item, and I was offered a DFG. This item is considered the worst last set, and maybe this set as well. But there was a tech with Senna that was pretty nice because you cast faster, and with the amplified damage that the item gives you, usually you clean the front lane very fast, and you manage to get on the 3rd or maybe even the 2nd ultimate on back lane, like very, very fast. I kind of discovered the Senna tech before most people. Like, I had a good read on the patch, so I played so much Senna. I am pretty sure that I was the player with most games of Senna on this tournament. Yeah, this game was pretty clean, was a top 1. I am very grateful that Riot is making TFT such a big esport and is making it so everyone can play professionally. That's pretty nice, and I hope...
Welcome back, everybody. It's Gangly and I here on the desk to bring you through this 3rd game of our final day of the America's Golden Spatula. Gangly, I'm so excited to dive into the action as we look forward to our 2nd, 3rd of the day.
Yeah, we've said all day long how the crux of today is going to come on that one player that's left out, right? Of the 8 players playing today, we know that 2 of them are already locked in, 5 of them are going to be earning their spot between the top 4 placements and overall AVP. And thus far, it looks like the players on the lower end of that, though, Pokygom and Toddy at 5 and 6 place respectively, or 5 and 6 points respectively. This is the point in time, I think, Necra, when the players are going to be tested more so than their ability in TFT, their knowledge of the lines. It's about the mental resilience than more so than we've ever seen on the weekend. I think if there's one point where you need to show up, it's going to be in this game right now.
Absolutely. You got to take those first 2 games of the day, you've got to brush them off and start thinking ahead to what it would mean to finish out the day strong. Being able to make it to the Tactician's Crown would be such a huge piece of each of these players' resumes. As you get a chance to take a look at these portals, Gangly, we've got Sox that's going to be sitting on Vendor Sentinels and Greya, a pot of gold.
Isn't Sox just like laughing at everybody right now? He's like, I'm already going to World. Yeah. It doesn't even matter. Let's just, we might as well play Vendor Sentinels. But no, it does end up on the 3-cost champion. You can see right now on our screens, Aosa Lucas ends up with a Yone. This is a spot, I would say, generally speaking, 3 costs can give a lot of directions. However, I would say in total of the meta right now, there's not as many 3-cost lines that are really being played. We see some duelist stuff. We did see Pocky trying to play around the Bard, but a lot of those 3-cost lines are going to be opened up more so by things like Orin artifacts or specific augments. And I don't imagine that we're going to get anybody locked into something from the champion. However, there's a world where someone maybe finds a Zoe or a Tristana, and all of a sudden Fortune is opened up significantly more easily on stage 2.
I was gonna say either that or you high roll. Maybe you get an Alawi, maybe you get an Amumu, and then you just got a really big tank that can help fill out a couple of those defensive traits while still being able to provide you just a little bit of flexibility when it comes down to how you can actually build around those things. But for Lucas right now, it's just gonna be building out a little bit more of this Umbral. Already has a 2-star Darius that can help to just make sure that that front line is gonna be strong. And you've picked up the Kindred and the Kha'Zix from those shops. Gangly, this could certainly be a Reaper angle.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a pretty wonderful opener. If you're trying to angle towards anything AD, Lucas being able to find a 2-star Darius, which is going to be one of the strongest item holders alongside something like the Kiana, for instance. And on top of that, like you mentioned, finds a Kindred, finds a Kha'Zix, has the Behemoth, the Yorick, and the Malphite as well. This is the perfect Reaper opener for Lucas, who's already having an amazing day.
Yeah, and you also have a couple of really nice options here as well. That you have My Sword is going to give you that additional attack damage alongside just the BF Sword as a component. So you have the opportunity to build a Bloodthirster now and just start really rounding out some of those items for your Kayn later on. As you take a look at Sox's board, it's going to be a Story Weaver to start.
Yeah, Story Weaver to start, but clearly, once again, angling toward either the Duelist or the Reapers. Has perfect items for it, has the Not Today augment, which is going to really enable that Edge of Night that he has built on his Sivir. We've seen Sox throughout the entirety of the weekend angle toward the Duelist more so than others, but clearly he's comfortable playing around the melee bruisers. There's a certain level of crossover between those two lines, and I think Sox at this point has to feel really comfortable, but it's important to note, look at his bench. He's holding the Darius, he's holding the Yasuos because he says, I like this spot, it's strong right now. However, I really don't want Sivir to be my primary item holder of the Bloodthirster and the Edge of Night. And if I can find myself a Kiana or a Darius too, I'd much rather play that for an easier transition.
Absolutely. Maybe that'll show up in the next shot. I mean, Sox has just been able to really play with so much of this tempo. He's been finding himself in a lot of these top 4 situations across the course of the weekend. It is one of those players that is already not only qualified to the Tactician's Crown, but also has a win under his belt too. So you know he's no stranger to seeing the success of these tournaments. Similarly, Dish Soap, the other player that we're going to be hopping on board with, is also a winner. Won the NA Regional Finals just this past set and earned his ticket to go to Tactician's Crown. So Gangly's hoping to repeat that success again this weekend.
Yeah, Dish Soap, one of those players that for so long everybody knew that he was one of the best, but he didn't quite have that first place finish to really kind of punch it in and prove it. Last set, like you called out, he finally found his win, and it came at no better of a time than the regional finals so that he could make a world Championship run for set 10. Back again, the only player here that is eligible for the back-to-back potential win. I think most people are definitely having him favored in this field, but if there's one thing that we've seen even already is that the underdogs that many would consider unfavored, I think I'm looking at players like Toddy and Aoso Lucas, who found themselves in the top 8 to begin with, are certainly more than capable at striking against some of the best of the Americas.
Speaking of which, we're going to check out what Wei Iverson is up to. And I feel like that has been one of the bigger stories about this weekend is, are there players in Latin America or Brazil that can actually take down some of these big behemoths that are in NA? Gangly, we have this big four for a reason. North America has been considered one of the stronger TFT regions for a while, and it's due to the most recent success that we've seen these players have in the last couple of sets.
Yeah, for a long time now, since the beginning of set 7 really is kind of when this era started of Setsuko and Wei Iverson and Dish Soap really coming in, and the introduction of Replay through set 8 with his World Championship run. It's no wonder that we have two of them, and in fact Setsuko and Replay were on the outside looking in, places I believe 9th and 11th just yesterday. These are the very best, the Titans of North America. Wei Iverson having, relatively speaking, a weaker set up until Tactician's Crown number 3, where he placed in the top 8, and then followed it up here with another top 8 finish at the Golden Spatula. Obviously, 2/8 start the day. It's not where you want to be with Wei Iverson, but the good thing to keep in mind, though, is that because of how well he did up until this point in time, he still has a shot even with AVP if he goes in the bot 4 of the tournament standings.
And that is something that's so nice to know that you have accumulated for yourself as just a little bit of a cushion. But you know that Wei Iverson is not one of those players that's just going to rest on those laurels. He's going to consistently look for areas of improvement heading into these final 4 games of the day. We're getting our first carousel here, Gangly. A couple of different components picked up to just kind of start to round out some of these items as we get a little bit more of overall view of what these players are trying to go for. We're gonna check out Lucas's board once again to see what kind of upgrades he's found. He's found a Kiana as well.
There's a lot to be seen from that last carousel. Primarily, the thing that stood out to me, though, was the augments that we saw people play. The boards that we had seen up until this point didn't seem as direct in what they were trying to say, but there are players in this lobby, players like Greya, who's taking Learning to Spell, holding the Janna with items clearly angling towards that Lux Janna. Players like Pokigam, who has the Story Weaver crest online, is going to be able to play an early 5 Story Weaver and potentially try and cap out around 7. Alongside that, you had other players like Michael, who has the long shot and is going to be playing some sort of sniper variation. So what this lobby says up front is that we're going to see a wider array of comp diversity than, for instance, what we saw last game, right? Where we had 5 players playing around the melee bruisers between Reapers and Duelists. I think if you're Pokigam, you're like, well, where was this lobby last game?
Right?
Why did I have to play Bard into that one instead? But you know what? It does mean that we're going to have players on average playing less contested. So we can expect players to hit their final comps a bit more than usual. The question is, who's actually going to be able to reach a higher critical mass? And we're on the last fight of stage 2. Let's kind of take stock of where we're in with the lobby with our win streakers and loss streakers.
Yeah, so right now you're seeing Sox on a 4 win streak at the moment. On the flip side of things, both Toddy and Michael are trying to keep that loss streak alive heading into Krugs. And Michael right now, I mean, you do have like a pretty weak board, all things considered, and even actually trying to take out a piece there, it looks like, to just ensure that you are going to get that loss, because Michael and Toddy, the 2 loss streakers in the lobby, Gangly, they're fighting each other right now to see who can keep that streak alive.
Wow, Toddy sees Michael's board, does not make any changes because he sees that he has the 2-star Kabuko, but Michael makes a great adaptation, sells his front line, moves the Kabuko into the back line, throws his backliners there, and it looks like it's going to be enough if we can get another Caitlyn ultimate. Hopefully the redemption isn't enough to keep the Kabuko alive, but it's not. Michael heads up play, and that sort of awareness, you would be surprised, I think, with how much one decision in stage 2 is going to influence the entire trajectory of your game. If you are Toddy right now, coming off the back of 2 poor performances, that is a heartbreaking win to have.
And on the flip side of things, Michael, who's had a phenomenal day so far, is really relishing it in that heads-up play, knowing that he has an opportunity to just keep going for that first place spot. He's already made it to the Tactician's Crown thanks to his amazing performance cumulatively over the course of the Inkborn Fable set. So everything's all for the gold, Gangly. He just wants the money.
Wow, great drop from the orbs there. Like we said before, clearly angling towards the snipers. Primarily, you play this with the Warden line. And so the game says, oh, you need some Wardens. Here's an Alawi, here's an Amumu. I got you guys one time. Don't you worry about it. And alongside that, he can play it right away with the Caitlyn on his board that's upgraded. He'll be able to get the Ghostly synergy in, has 3 Warden, has the Gnar as well that he got from an orb, so he can actually play 4 Warden on 3-1. This is going to be extremely stable, even with only the 1-star frontline, because of the fact that he has these things like the Redemption. I imagine, and I actually would not be surprised if next turn, if he finds at least 1 pair from his shop, he does maybe a small roll to try and stabilize his board a little bit more, because he's not going to take horrible losses, but at this point, it's not going to guarantee a win streak or even really start that, well, especially when you're going up against boards that have very high damage, like this Darius 2 with a double Bloodthirster.
Exactly, but that's kind of almost what Michael wants. He already was able to preserve that loss streak versus Toddies, and you are still so rich, all things considered. So even if this does convert over to a win, I don't know if he's necessarily that upset about that, just given the fact that he has the opportunity now, with all of this money, to just go ahead and make the board that much stronger.
That Redemption came in extremely clutch for that Amumu there, as we do head into our second augment. Taking a look, I believe this is Greya's board. Yeah, the Learning to Spell board. So going to be angling what I assumed was going to be the Janna Lux. We can see once we see the makeup of their board a little bit more. Goes with the Sleight of Hand to get the Thieves' Gloves. This definitely does still look like the Janna Lux to me. Yeah, we're going to see him starting to roll down. He's picking up the units. This is a hard committal at this point. Does find the Zyra 2. Has a little bit of the front line. Finds the Diana, and with this Garen, you can play it until you get the Lux and the upgraded Amumu. I think once you find either of those, you have the Amumu on board. It probably makes sense to slot that in, but at this point in time, he has an upgraded Zyra, he has an upgraded Garen. He doesn't want to dig too much deeper. He's already at 20 gold. I think this is a good stopping point. You can kind of take a moment, look at your matchups, and see, is there anything that I definitively need to upgrade in order to win a few rounds?
I just want to take stock of the fact that Michael got Sniper's Crest.
Yes,
so there is the Sniper emblem alongside the fact that he's got those 4 Wardens in play. So you're already going to be able to have a very strong board when you look at the end of Stage 3 heading into Stage 4. So I think Michael is in a very good position. Unfortunately, does take a loss here, so he's not able to start racking up another win or a loss streak, but that's okay. He's still really rich. I don't think he's in too much trouble.
No, I agree with you. I think Michael's in a spot where his augment are really enabling him to turn an Ashe comp, which is traditionally seen as more of this top 4 sort of comp, and it does kind of require the condition he found with his second augment. That is the Sniper emblem, and this is really what converts Ashe from this top 4 comp into something that can threaten for a top 1. Ashe is a strong unit, but can struggle into these bursty kind of matchups like the melees, for instance, right? But when all of a sudden you have 6 snipers online and you have more upfront damage on your Ashe, it makes it a lot easier to kind of burst the Kayn and the Yone and the Sylas down before they get through your front line. So it's a great option for Michael, and it might actually just be enough to enable him to make a deep push in this game.
Well, we're gonna see if Sox can start to preserve some of this HP, still sitting at 90, but as he starts to look towards trying to round out a bit more of this duelist composition, you can see a couple more Tristana on the bench alongside the Kiana that he was looking for a little bit earlier on in the game. But this Sivir is kind of putting in some work here. Has to keep this behemoth busy, but once he's got that out of the way, it's actually going to be smooth sailing to keep going on with these wins. Maybe just a small blip in the radar in that last match.
I also want to call out Sox did have the Tristana pair on his bench, so where it very well could have been something like the Reapers, it actually seems like Sox is once again angling towards these duelists there. Pokigam and Weijin both contesting over that tier. Seems like it was over the component as Pokigam takes that as well. And Pocky believe that is Big Gains as his second augment, so he's going to be playing around this vertical Story Weaver, and if that is Big Gains, what that's going to mean is that based on the takedowns that Kale is getting, she's going to be getting buffed up over time. So
I think it's gifts.
Oh, is that Gifts from the Fallen? Oh, it is Gifts of the Fallen. You're right. Okay, great
They all
call.
look the same. Listen, Riot, please. I need less helmet icons for the augments, and I need more not that. Because, like, I think there's 10 or something augments that look like that.
No, you're right. It is Gifts of the Fallen, but the shape of strategy is largely the same, right? So this Kale, it wants to be empowered by your augment power. It's why things like the Call to Adventure augment is so strong, why things like Big Gains can work, why Gifts of the Fallen is probably significantly better than Big Gains, because by the end of the fight, your Kale actually has the opportunity to 1v9, right? So anything that will enable your primary win condition, which would at this point in time I would say is a strong front line and Kale being buffed by one factor or another, whether it's support items or augments, this is a condition that could allow Pokemon to succeed. The problem with Story Weaver though is it does require you to be able to cap out at 9, because while it's very strong in stage 4 when you get 7 Story Weaver online, it will fall off very quickly once everybody else's boards reach critical mass.
Yeah, and you really want to have that Aurelia too online in the back, so you're not just reliant on the Kale to be able to get these big takedowns, but you also have a very survivable carry that's being sort of cornered and pocketed in that sense, so that you can actually take down some of these bigger melee boards. So hoping that Pokemon is able to get to a point where he can get to that level 9 and really start to cap out that board. Meanwhile though, as you take a look at Toddy's position, it's sort of middle of the pack when it comes to the HP so far, but it's really starting to put this Ghostly and Ink Shadow board together.
Yeah, center reroll is something that we have seen succeed quite a few times throughout the entirety of the event. If you have the front line primarily that comes through the Shen 2, though we've seen some Aatrox, or Shen 3, while we've seen some Aatrox 3 shenanigans work quite well as well. The reality of this is that you're going to be playing a front to back, and it's just going to be a test of whether your front line can hold up or whether your opponent has some sort of backline access. Here, it was just a test. Whose front line's going to fall first? Toddy's does, and because of that, Michael takes that round over him.
Oh man, as we're trying to just like see how many other people I think are starting to go for those Ghostly units, because I think that's the one thing that's always made me a little nervous about some of the Senate reroll is, do you actually have those extra units available to yourself? Alawi is a very hotly contested unit. You're also taking a look at something like the Shen, the Aatrox, just as like generically good frontline units. That could be something that gets taken out of the pool if you are looking at filling out like one of these melee comps with more bruisers or something like that. And Sokka's gonna be one of those players that actually has a Silas in already.
Has the Silas, has the Lee Sin for his 6th duelist as well, right? And does have the Martyr, so he's got a lot of survivability on these duelists. The nice thing about the duelist composition is that, generally speaking, you have very high value on stage 4, where your units don't need to necessarily be these 2-star 4 costs in order to swing a fight. Because of that, he'll be able to stabilize extremely easily on level 7. The question is then, and I don't remember the exact makeup of his item component, if you don't have items that really fit all the makeup of all of your duelists, it will fall off. So it's something to keep in mind, but right now 80 HP is where you want to be for Sox, since you want to play the duelist from ahead. And Disto currently playing around this Loon, which I imagine is just an item holder to probably play around Mythic. I do not think we're in... Oh, yes, yeah, sorry, it is Lilia. I don't know what word I just said. I did mean Lilia.
No, you said Mythics. No, so you're right? I think like what's really interesting about the Mythic spots, though, whether you're going to angle towards Lilia or not, is always whether or not you use like the Kog'Maw as your item holder, or you decide to go for something like the Aloon, that you know that the Lilia ends up slotting into the Invoker slot regardless. So maybe Disto looking to try to use that Kog'Maw just a little bit further on in the game when it comes down to building out that full Mythic board. But Gangly, we do have now our third and final augment choice for this third game, and it's going to be all golds all around.
Huge hit for Toddy there. Okay, I wasn't sure exactly what he wanted to hit, but he's playing the Senna and finds Best Friends. This is an extremely powerful augment on this line, and we can see, though, he's 1 off of Senna, and it seems like 2 off of the Shen. Rolls down to 0 and whiffs entirely trying to sell the extra units right now, see if there's anything he can find. And unfortunately for Toddy, this is not where you want to be. I mean, being one off does mean that you can be out of the woods relatively easily with one high roll shop, right? But if he does continue to miss, he is missing out on a lot of economy, and every single round that he doesn't hit could spell disaster for Toddy, who's already had a not so great day.
At least he's still pretty healthy, though, all things considered. On the other end, though, you have Lucas that is sitting in that 8th place position, only 48 HP. After he's built out this Reapers and this Bruisers, he's finally started to get this composition online, especially the fact that he has been able to hit this Yone 3. So, able to turn around a 6-loss streak, Gangly, and try to start turning that into a couple of wins.
Yeah, I'm not a huge believer in that spot, and I'm happy to be wrong, but the fact that he does have balanced budget plus the heroic grab bag, giving him 2 of the lesser champion duplicators, means that hitting Yone 3 is the minimum, right? It's the expected outcome, because at that point, you're investing so heavily into the economy, right? Of getting the additional gold from balanced budget, getting those Nikos to guarantee that you hit your units. The reality is, he doesn't have the Yone 2, he doesn't have a Silas 2, doesn't have a Galio 2, and yes, we're still in the middle of stage 4. We don't need those in order to be stable. But if he does not hit those against some of the other players that are going to be rolling for some of those shared units, for instance, someone like Sox who has the Silas on the board, maybe he does high roll a Silas 2 on 7, there's a possibility that Eosu Lucas could just fizzle out extremely quick.
Yeah, I agree. I think like at least the Yone can help to carry you through a lot of those fights for now, but it absolutely does come down to making sure that the rest of the bruisers can take the brunt of the damage versus all of these other melee boards. So like, let's take stock of things for a little bit here as we're in this pause, Gangly. Based on just what we're seeing across the board, we've got Weijin Iverson that is trying to lean into the Zoe. You also have the opportunity to maybe build out to actually does look like that might be just going for Zoe reroll. You have to slam it as well as just one that will help. Greya still has yet to hit the Lux
even
as well.
A Lux too, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of players who felt like they're just kind of swinging and missing here. Weijin's playing some sort of AP line that feels like it probably was going to be Lilia, and he whiffed. Greya seems like he's entirely whiffed on Janna Lux. So Lucas, as we saw, took the balanced budget and the heroic grab bag just to hit Yone 2, but doesn't, or Yone 3, but doesn't have the additional 4 cost 2 stars. And we saw Toddy before, right? Toddy was at 0 gold as we're coming back online. The pause is recovered. The game is resumed, and Toddy is still at 0 gold and has missed both Senna 3 and Shen 3. So it feels like at the bottom half of our standings right now are the players who kind of just swung and missed.
Yeah, it's so unfortunate because I feel like that's how a lot of these players have sort of started to get towards these bottom placements. We look back to even just games number 1 and 2, and a lot of it, the bottom of those totem poles is like, Toddy, for example, only got the Lux 3 in that first game, did not necessarily get the Janna online. Similarly, when you take a look at that second game, we ended up having Dish Soap that did get the Kayn and the Reapers, but wasn't able to fill out the rest of those Bruisers, and so unfortunately just sort of missed on hitting those big key units. So it is dangerous territory, and I think it would also be remiss to not call out the fact that Weijin Iverson went 8th for the first and the second game, and is also sitting in that 8th place position on a 4-loss streak with 31 HP.
This is a story I remember, Necra, at the North American Regional Finals last set, where Replay was so primed to get a near guaranteed spot through average placement, and we saw him have a horrible day. And I really hope desperately, just for the mental of Weijin Iverson, that he doesn't fall into a similar trap. This feels like a not great spot for Weijin to be, especially if it is just coming off the back of him just using that slamming to get to level 8 and just missing. Oh, it'd be a heartbreaking way to go 8th in this game.
Oh, it would not feel good, that is for sure. We'll have to check back in on Weijin Iverson a little bit later, but as we start to see a bit more roll down here from Toddy, you can see that he's 1 off of the Shen, he's 1 off of the Senna, accumulating that Caitlyn 3 as well. So already being able to get the 4 Ghostly with the Ink Shadow win, he's working back, but he's still at a 2-loss streak at the moment.
Yeah, and he is probably going to lose every single round until he can 3-star one of them. He is fighting Greya right now, who's the other player that has not hit their 3 stars, right? They are playing the Lux Janna at the moment, but we can see right now the quality that you're getting from the 3-item Moon plus the 2-star Illaoi feels more impactful than the other side with just the 2-star Shen. Because of that, the Ghostly board's front line does fall. The Janna and the Lux are enough. Toddy continues the loss streak, and I am not sure if, even if he hits at this point, if he's just too far behind the curve. It feels like it might just be too little too late.
I know. I mean, you hit the Shen 3, but take a look at how much gold Toddy has already spent on rerolls. That's 102. You are seeing that correctly. And that's a lot of gold to have spent on rolling and not actually leveling up your board. So I agree with you, Gangly. Maybe it is a little too late, because you're not going to be able to keep pace with actually matching those wins, or even just being able to match those levels. Dish Soap, though, one
everybody?
off of PK.
Everybody is just missing. He still doesn't have the Lilia online, right? We're looking at boards where everybody is just not hitting the units that they're trying to go for. Pachyam on the other side does have the Galio too, which certainly brings his composition together with the vertical Storyweaver. I will say this Nautilus is really tanking everything well. The Alloon nearly executes the entirety of the backline. I think with one more cast, it'll do it. The Zoe does fall finally. Bishop, despite not having the Lilia, he's actually winning a handful of rounds, and maybe in this lobby that feels very low roll, his board might actually be enough to stabilize him.
We even saw this happen, though, in game number 2, right? Michael actually being able to get a second place with a 1-star Kayn. Never actually got the 2-star Kayn online with the Reapers, but you have to be able to find those low roll spots and convert them into these better placements. Definitely helps you out if there are multiple people in the lobby that are also sitting in a similar position to yours where you haven't been able to hit, but Toddy has. Finally finds this Senna 3, one off of the Caitlyn 3 as well, but still only 14 HP.
Yeah, you know, I will say I'm encouraged for Toddy knowing how much everybody else is missing. You know, it definitely does make his life a lot easier. Oh, as we see on the right-hand side, Bishop actually hitting quite a few different things. Finds the Tahm Kench 3, and it's being painted by Hui right now, which means that he's actually going to be able to get a Hui 2 relatively easily on his board as long as he can survive a few rounds, which he has the HP in the bank for. Now he has the Lilia online as well. And actually, this spot that once seemed not too hot from Disto feels like he can actually turn this around quite well, you know, maybe pending a handful of decent TG rolls in the meantime while he stabilizes the rest of his board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like, the Hui 2 will definitely help with that, for you to maybe just buy some time for you to find something else to take that Loon spot. Maybe it could be the Azir, just to keep that Invoker trait filled out. You could also drop that, though, for just quite literally anything else. You can put Heavenly online if you really wanted to. But poor Toddy, running into this Tahm Kench 3 is definitely not fun, especially when you have this backline access, but the Senna 3 is tough.
Yeah, it is enough in that fight. You know, I think there's a few things kind of at work there, the first of which being that it's not Lilia 2, right? Which means that while the Lilia is targeting the backline, it's a one-item Lilia 1. It doesn't have enough DPS to really try and clear out those units in the back. So Senna and Caitlyn both survived significantly longer than I think people would have expected. The thing is, keep in mind, once this Hui 2 does come online, or there's a world where he even just uses that paint to find a Lilia 2 if he finds that pair, I think Dishsoap's board does become significantly stronger, especially once he starts to get a third item on that Lilia as well.
Oh, but for Wajan Iverson, this could be the final fight. He's running into Toddy's upgraded board with that Senna 3, and he's at 5 HP.
That's good.
This front line is just getting evaporated as this Shen just continues to wail through those units. And this Zoe might not be too long for this world, even though she's able to get a couple of ricochet casts. This Senna just snipes her out.
Oh, and this is just heartbreaking for Wajan. Was able to get some sort of board online, but unfortunately just not strong enough, is not able to find a cap that can deal with some of the re-rollers who have now hit. And now we're starting to get to that point in the game where the tempo was so low because everybody was not hitting that it's actually given time for these re-rollers to not only get back and hit their units, but also have a little bit of time to econ back up. And Toddy, who I thought was going dead last in this game, now bought himself at least an extra life, still not out of the woods yet, certainly in 7th place still, even in the HP totals. And now Dish Soap Online with a 3-item Lilia is looking to be in a really good spot to maybe stabilize his board. And if he can get to level 9 so that it's easier to deal with some of these melee matchups as well, I think he's actually in the spot to make a very deep run in the game.
Yeah, just needs maybe like the Annie 2 upgrade. That would certainly help. But yeah, I mean, this Saloon is just getting walked on at the moment, and the Lilia is already chunked down. So this Tahm Kench might just be left on its own after the backline gets picked up. So Dish Soap, that is just not good for him at all. He's going to be on one last life after he loses this round.
I don't know what matchups Dish Soap had in his pool at the time, but you need to have your Tahm Kench in front of those melee units. Oh, Storyweaver Crest on the carousel and Pokygum playing the verticals. Wow, this could actually be huge for Pokygum. Going back to the Dish Soap thing real quick, though, I just want to point out it's very important for Dish Soap. It's the same reason we saw it with Pokygum, who's trying to play the Bard reroll. You have to position your Tahm Kench in front of the melee units, because if it does not hold up and if it does not buy time for the rest of your board, then it doesn't even matter if it's 3-star because you're getting no value out of it. So could be a blunder from Dish Soap, or maybe just unfortunate matchmaking. We didn't know the entire pool. For one reason or another, though, that loss to Sox puts Dish Soap in a very tough spot in this game.
Well, you do find the Annie 2 though, so you're at least able to upgrade the front line in that regard. Still looking for a Silas 2, but you only have one pair right now. You're able to put these items back onto this Tahm Kench and give Annie a little bit more defensive power. But yeah, like, this is final life here for Dish Soap, and he's got to get this positioning right to make sure that this Lilia actually has some time. So who is Dish Soap going to face right now? Toddy also on one last life, just lower in levels than everybody else, but maybe the firepower will be enough.
Let's see, Dish Soap up against what seems to be Toddy's Ghost, and on the flip side, or sorry, not Toddy's Ghost, Michael's Ghost. On the flip side, though, Toddy up against this duelist board. I think that might be Sox. His front line is very close to falling. The Senna does fall, and that's curtains for Toddy, not having a great day, and once again finding himself on the bottom of the scoreboard. It is not what you want to see if you are a Brazilian fan right now.
No, it's not. Maybe a little bit more hope, though, for Wei Iverson, who has taken 3 8th places back-to-back.
Yep.
Is kind of hoping that there's going to be somebody else that takes that final slot of the day so that he will be able to move forward to the Tactician's Crown. But they still have 3 more games to play, and this 3rd game is not over just yet. So let's see where our players can go as we enter into the final couple of rounds here of stage number 5, heading into stage 6.
Michael's 3rd augment picking up the Warden Crest, and traditionally this doesn't actually make your cap all that much higher unless you can really get the 6 Warden in, but I've even heard people think that that's not as strong as you might think. But instead what it does is it makes that level 8 a little bit easier to play. You can see he's on his last life right now, though, never finds the Ash 2, and I think because of that he may just not have the DPS to deal with these Reapers, who are not only going to be dealing a lot of damage, they're also going to be healing up over time. He does have the set 2 with 3 items, but it's going to be the Yone 3 up against the set. I think if the cast comes through for the set in time, it doesn't. The execute comes out for the Yone, and Michael falls in an extremely close fight.
Oh, everybody's so low right now. Dish Soap is at 2 HP. It's also going to be Greya going down in 5th place. So Greya, though, having a phenomenal day, is not going to be too upset about getting that 5th place at the end of it. But we have our top 4 gang lead. It's going to be Sox with 52 HP, followed by Yuso Lucas. Pokygum able to turn things around after a not so great start to day number 3 in that 3rd place position. And of course, Dish Soap hanging on with that sliver.
Pocky's board, I will say, it's coming off a team built on what seems to be not significant high roll. There's no Irelia on this board. He did have the 2nd Storyweaver Crest, which I imagine did make a big difference, but at this point right now, he's still stuck on level 8. He's going to be doing a little bit of a transition to figure out his item situation. Looks like he's trying to find out if there's a better item that he could put on maybe his Soraka. Instead, he opts to get a 2nd item on this Annie and instead say, I just need to buy a little bit more time for this Kayle. And we talked about the importance of buffing the Kayle, who now has Gifts of the Fallen Talon and Jewel Lotus with the double blue Kale means that when this Kale casts, she will absolutely eviscerate the enemy frontline. The question is, will it have enough time against some of the melee units, for instance, that can heal up over time?
Well, here's one of those players. It's going to be Sox on the other side. The last player standing in the way of Dish Soap right now, either falling in fourth or being able to actually make it further. And you're right, Gangly, it did happen again. This time, Kench just not able to withstand the firepower of all of these duelists. So Dish Soap, that backline gets evaporated, and he's going to go out in fourth.
It's extremely difficult to play those matchups into the melee units because they are so good at wrapping and there are so many threats. You try to put your TK in front of the Kayn, and then the Yone and the Sylas get in your backline. You pick one, the other two are going after your backline. It's very, very difficult, and for that reason, it's why you oftentimes don't see people trying to play these one-unit front lines with a strong backline. In this meta, it's extremely difficult, and once you mess up once, you take infinite damage because you do not lose a close fight. If they get into the back line, you lose all of your DPS and lose so much HP so quickly, and we saw what happens. Dish Soap loses 2 fights and he's dead, both of which due to a very small misposition, or maybe even, again, like we said before, could have just been unfortunate matchmaking.
Well, now we have our final 3, though, as we look at Sox, Pokygom, and Yuso Lucas. At Pokygom, I just want to revisit those Story Weaver emblems really quick because he's actually able to fit in an Exalted package onto this board, which where the levels are right now is also buying a significant amount of time for this Kale. But unfortunately, not having the Aurelia means that you're only really relying on this Kale right now for like a brunt of that damage. But Pokygom is able to withstand Yuso Lucas, and that he's actually going to be our 3rd place player.
Pokygom taking a 6th and a 7th up to this point in time. It's a huge win for him to even just go top 2 in this spot. He's one of those players. Keep in mind, they're not in need of a top 4 to necessarily go to Worlds because Michael is already in, because Sox is already in. We have the AVP spot. It does mean that only one player at the very bottom of the table, or maybe even the 7th place, depending on how AVP works out, means that you are basically just playing to not go last. So Pokygom's got to be feeling pretty good about turning it around right now, even if this matchup and in this game right now, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to actually find himself a top 1.
The positioning, though, was so nice. It's at least buying enough time for this Kale to really get multiple casts off, but it comes down to whether this Aurelia is able to actually get the job done with the Edge of Night. So much healing. And there you go. Pokygom, unfortunately, gets knocked out.
The Edge of Night does prevent the Aurelia from falling there, and the Hextech Gunblade healing as well. But Pokygom, listen, you have to be feeling good. I said before, I think the final day, more so than anything, is not testing necessarily for ability or skill. It's testing for resilience. It's going to be rewarding the player who not only plays the best, but the player who plays the most like themselves right now. It's a player who can stay calm under pressure, and I love to see it. You know, my fellow Tri-State representative, Pokygom, I'm rooting for him right now. He brings it back after 2 very weak games to find himself a top 2 and slingshot himself back into the standings.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see what's going to happen as we head into the back half of the day. But before that, we're going to have our analyst desk break down the action in this 3rd game. So we'll see you all after this break.
little faith in your own light. Only you can save us. But first you have to try. Once more.
Welcome back to the Inkborn Fables Golden Spatula for the Americas. I'm Casanova, joined by Ken and Hupeson. And we just saw yet another crazy game, this time a little bit crazy due to the low rolling across the entire lobby. Even in the top two, looking at Pokygum's second place finish, playing Story Weavers without Aurelia, and usually we would not see that high of a finish with it, but still able to grab that second, right, Ken?
Yeah, I was talking about that on yesterday. When you got a composition with Story Weaver, you need an Aurelia 2 to get the first position. And that's the difference between the game of Pokygon and the game of Sox. Of course, Sox was going for a comp of Duelist, but he has that Aurelia 2, and that's the big difference.
Yeah, for sure. It was a low roll for a lot of the performers. Yeah. Bishop didn't hit the Lilia until very late, but he actually got an out with the Tamkens, giving him a good fourth. And also Lucas. Lucas tried to go for the Kane. Kane wasn't appearing, and in the end, he got offered this duplicator in the element, so he had the Johnny as the main carry. Very important to recognize, as you said, Cass, Pokygon not using the Aurelia, and Sox once again with Duelist that was down in the tier list. Now it's tier S. It's the best comping performance that we had in this Golden Spatula, and it's amazing to see Sox here with the gear performance, going for the Aurelia 2 Lee Sin. This time, no reroll. He has been using the reroll, mainly focusing on Tristana for the damage, and now he got a great tempo, great augments, and performed amazing.
Yeah, it's been pretty interesting seeing kind of how it matches up into the Kane as well, because generally we would think that the Kane is the stronger melee, so it should end up winning against Duelist, but quite frequently we're seeing the Duelist comp beat it. And I think a lot of the time it's actually coming down to Edge of Night. And in this case, it was not today for Sox, which makes it even stronger. But that item in the late game is just causing so many problems in the melee versus melee matchups. And we're seeing it come out on top over and over again.
I think the biggest thing about Duelists and Reapers is a stronger comp, but we are seeing a lot of guys doing that comp. You are competing when you got the Kane, when you need the Yone. So when you go to the Duelist alone, you got more space to navigate and breathe through that composition and get the units that you need.
Totally. We're going to see the table later with the scoring, but it's important to recognize that Grea, even though he didn't hit, he did get the Lux 3, only the Janna 3, and very late into the game, he got a good 5th. So he's actually still in the top. We will see the rankings later, Cass, but that's great for him. And also, Michael didn't have the best of the game, trying to force snipers, but it wasn't enough for him. He never hit the Ash, and finally got to reconcile with an Aphelios only.
Yeah, and now let's take a look at these standings, right? Weijin with 3 8s in a row, going from the top of the tables to the very bottom. And now remember, AVP is going to determine that final slot, right? Top 4, and then the AVP placement will come through. And Weijin is really looking to hold on to that AVP spot, because now Pokygom has surpassed him, and only Toddy kind of has his back. Weijin at this point in the tournament is looking to just outperform Toddy to hold on to his spot at the championship.
Yeah, Toddy is right there with Weijin, because he got 2 7th positions. He doesn't looking good the game of he's playing today. Weijin is as well, but I think Weijin has this up front because he had so much good days on the first and the second day, and now these two players were looking at each other in like a Western competition to see who's gonna be the one who's leaving out the Golden Spatula and leaving out the World Championship.
For sure, Ken. We have like a sandwich cast. It's like 3 in the top fighting now for being the champion of the Golden Spatula America, Sox, Luca, and Grea. And the next story is actually Toshi versus Weixin. So that would be the main highlight that we will want to see in the next games.
And I love how Ken said it's like a Western where they're, ready to draw on each other. But this one is more who will miss less with the way today has gone. Because both of them have had really tough days. But also I want to note that when I say miss, I mean quite literally, because we looked at them both rolling down heavily and not seeing any of the units they're looking for. And it's been tragic for both of these players. And now it's a 3-point gap that Weixin holds that he's trying to continue to find over Toddy. And Toddy trying to fight back. We saw him tweet out a bunch of like soldiers, and then the middle is a clown, and Toddy said he was the clown. But Toddy, we need to see you not be the clown anymore. See if he can turn things around and outperform Weixin for the rest of this event. But with that, I think our casters are ready, and we're gonna send it over to them for game number 4 of the Golden Spatula.
Oh boy, Gang League. Game number 4. There is so much riding on this game for both Toddy and Weixin Iverson. That bottom of the scoreboard is looking mighty difficult to try to get out of right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ken said it best. I think the analogy of 2 stormtroopers in a Western duel is a pretty accurate depiction of what we're seeing right now. Weixin not the Weixin Iverson that we've seen historically, not the Weixin Iverson we've seen this entire weekend. And I do feel like we've seen Weixin just massively low roll in a lot of these games. The reality, though, is that that's going to happen. And the good news is he's got 3 more games. So Weixin Iverson at the bottom of the table right now, but Toddy and Pocky not that much far ahead of him. I would say with 3 more games, you're certainly still in striking distance to overtake the 2 of them and make a deep push. It's just a question of whether or not he'll have the mental resilience to bounce back after 3 8th places.
I mean, Weixin Iverson, there is something to be said about his current flexibility within this competition. He, out of these 8 players, is actually the one player that has played the most different compositions day to day, and today has also been no exception. So if he's going to be able to find some spot, he's going to be able to find something that's really going to help turn this day around for him. And it's not like he's completely out of the average placement rate either, right? Maybe a first, a second, a couple 4th places in there would be plenty to actually ensure him having a spot at that Tactician's Crown. But it's been very tough competition so far, especially when you look at the top end of the table for these standings. We have Sox, Yuso, Lucas, Grea all at 20 and 18 points apiece.
Yeah, I think we're focusing so much on the people who are fighting for their shot at the Tactician's Crown. I think we're quietly missing this story of Sox potentially winning the entire Golden Spatula, right? This is a guy who back in the early days of Set 2 is someone who would have 2 different accounts, ranks 1 and 2 on the North American ladder. He goes to the Set 3 regional finals, goes 2-2-2-2-2, is kind of, due to the checkmate format, doesn't win the event but has the best score, represents North America in the first ever World Championship. Set 4 comes around, and he's known by pretty much the entire North American community as the greatest player North America had ever seen, introducing a level of flexible play that we had never really ever seen before in the region. And now, a resurgence. It's been 2 years since Sox has won an event, 3 years since he's returned to the World Championship. And to put into perspective of how good Sox was back then, as good of a season as Sox is doing right now, if you imagine 20 more games played and a minus 0.2 average placement, that was Sox in Set 4. So the amazing cap that we're seeing at Sox right now is actually just a taste of the beauty and the potential that we know we've seen out of this player from North America.
Sox was my first view into the best of North American TFT. He was actually one of the first players that I ended up getting a chance to see during the Set 4 mid-season finale. And then we also got a chance to see him again during the Set 4 and Set 5 regional finals. And I feel like I was like, yeah, Sox is just one of the best players. is a part of this big legacy of the early days of North American TFT
Yeah.
that brings me back. I'm like, Gangly, wow, is it really been 3 years? Oh, that's so weird. We've
know.
just gone through a time skip.
Yeah, Sox and Aoso Lucas, the other player on top right now, are the two players that represent these older days of TFT. The TFT that once was, right? People marks at 6, I think,
Back
as
in my day.
Yeah, exactly. But these two boomers are, kind of stomping on all the little zoomers in this lobby, and you got to feel pretty good, especially I think for the original fans of TFT, the fans of the OG Sox, the Aoso Lucas, who would dominate the Brazilian scene back in sets 5 and 6 with 2 back-to-back world championship runs. It's a good day for the old guard of TFT. That said, though, we still got 3 more games. We're glazing them up a lot, but a lot can happen in 3 games of TFT.
It's just a little bit of gas. You got to give them a little bit of that
Yeah.
premium gas there to keep their confidence high. But I think a couple of players can really start to catch them. I think Dish Soap is one of those players. He was and has been considered one of the best players in North American TFT for the past couple of years, Gangly, right? He got his very first big tournament win last set, and he's just been continuing to ride that momentum throughout the Inkborn Fables set as a whole. Got 3rd at the Tacticians Cup number 3, got Tacticians Cup number 1, got 2nd at the Tacticians Cup number 2, and now gets a chance to move towards getting a win for the final event of the regular season.
That's right, yeah. Dish Soap definitely asserting his dominance the entirety of this set, and is in a position now to have that back-to-back run at the World Championship. And we've got a fight right now that I think represents the other end of that spectrum, right? The players fighting at the bottom. Pakigam, despite the 2nd place finish, still not out of the woods, certainly not locked in any way. And Toddy, the other player who really is kind of going heads up against Wajan Iverson to kind of defend that AVP slot. So Toddy, I think, is the biggest underdog in this lobby on the whole. He is a fantastic player. You could not be a bad player and make it here, right? But by the standards of this lobby, the most elite in the Americas, Toddy, to me, feels like he is one step below. Right now, the scores are reflecting that. The reality of TFT, though, is you can be the best player in the world and make a decision that is just as bad as a bronze player on ladder. There are no mechanics to hide behind, right? You can't just outhand your opponent. And if somebody makes a bad mistake on stage 2, a mistake that they would only make 1 out of 20 games, and that happens in the finals of the Golden Spatula, all of a sudden, Toddy just needs to play like himself, and that will be enough. So Toddy not looking great right now in the overall standings, but certainly not out of the competition yet.
Yeah, but then on the flip side of things, you've got Yuso Lucas, Greya having fantastic tournament runs so far.
Yeah.
Greya kind of seeming like he might be going back to the basics. Had so much success in days 1 and 2 of competition, playing around this Syndra Dryad line. And Gangly, that wasn't necessarily a composition that we thought people would be coming in and trying to play multiple times. It's like, okay, if you see the spot and you have the items, then yeah, okay. That's on the menu. You could have that as a part of your arsenal, but Greya's played it 5 times.
On the whole, this weekend, I think we've seen a leaning toward more of the suboptimal, if you want to call them that, compositions. On day 1, we saw things like people 4-way contesting Reapers rather than pivoting onto something like Duelists. Nowadays, we're seeing the players who were more willing to play these lines. Sox playing Duelist nearly every game today. Greya playing the Syndra Dryad board that's been nerfed multiple times in different patches. Still find success that's outplacing a majority of the entirety of the lobby, to be honest, because apart from Aoso Lucas, these are the 2 players that are just outcapping everybody on the day. So I think we're going to see the players who are not relying on the most meta comps to be rewarded. But, at the end of the day, when you have the players who are leaning off of the meta comps, it all of a sudden opens up the door for the meta comps to become strong again, right? So there's kind of this ebb and flow, and everybody needs to be very attentive to what's being played in their games.
And I think that's why it's so impressive that we have 6 of our A players in this final lobby that were able to qualify for this event based on their performances on the ladder. You know that they have now been able to prove themselves in terms of how to actually adjust on the fly in very high pressure scenarios, the part of the high challenger part of this ladder that not many players can say that they've been able to reach, and they're still able to find wins, find success. So I think those ladder stop shots, that experience, being able to have that split second decision making, these high like macro and micro level skills is coming into play for a lobby like this.
All right, let's take stock of where this lobby's at, because we have an encounter right now. We've got one fight left in the stage. We have Pokygom and Greya both at the 4 win streak. With that, what that means is they both are going to have each other in their pool. And on the flip side of that, though, you see actually the only one player with a contested with an uncontested 4-loss streak, which is Michael, and he's not even the lowest HP in the lobby. Wage Iverson and Sox, both of which have lower HP than him, are actually not even in contention to full loss through the entirety of the stage. So there's a world where, because they are clearly losing, their boards are weaker than his, but it seems like Michael, if he can actually get a 5 loss while maintaining something like 78 HP or higher, is going to be in an incredible spot for stage 3.
Absolutely. And I think it's also really telling that, like, if you can get all of that money, then you're able to build those those big expensive boards. So I think that will be really cool to see whether or not we get a chance to see that fleshed out later. But as we just continue to focus on some of the other compositions that we're seeing right now, Wage Iverson has actually started to build out the Story Weaver package a little bit more. You have the opportunity to go for the Teemo that's going to help out a little bit, just to try to play into the AP part of the Story Weaver line. If he decides to keep that, he can also put that, he can carry that actually quite a bit through that stage 3 if he wants to.
Man, that win from Wasian, he was on 3 loss and he was broke. He was not making 20. So even with the additional gold from that win means he wasn't hitting the interest threshold. You can see right now, look at the gold on the right-hand side. Everybody here has 20 gold or higher except for Wasian Iverson. And while 2 gold may not sound like a lot, in a game like TFT with compounding interest every turn, it turns into a lot of gold very fast, especially if Wasian is trying to play around something like the trick shot. I know he had the Story Weaver board. I didn't see his exact spot and where he might have been angling, but a lot of these boards that require, you know, level 8 and a significant amount of gold, if you don't hit the 20 gold threshold that's traditionally standard on stage 2, the 30 gold threshold that's traditionally standard at Krugs, it does mean that you're going to be playing from behind for essentially the rest of the game.
That is true. And so I think, like, you got to think about, like, how do you make your budget board as good as possible? And that is a skill that only a couple of the players in this lobby has been able to figure out how to do. Michael, though, one of those players, but with that loss streak, has accumulated a lot more gold than basically anybody else. Similarly with Sox, going to have a great economy as well. But you know, Sox, once again, I think angling towards this duelist. Gangly, I don't know if we're actually going to see him change off of this. It's been working for him. Why fix something that's not broken?
What set are we watching? Sox one-tricking at the regional finals is something that we haven't seen since set 3, but he's actually just opting to play duelist every single game right now. I will say we've seen a lot of really good spots for him to play duelist. Right now, he's opting to play duelist from behind. And this is something we talked about all weekend long, that traditionally, even the players who aren't really willing to play duelist are usually willing to play it from ahead. I'm not sure that this setup from Sox is going to be enough. It really depends on what support item he gets from that stationary support. So gold augments coming through all around the board, though. We'll have to see if anyone's enabled by something pretty interesting, like, for instance, an Ord artifact coming through Portable Forge. Sox getting the combat caster is going to have a lot of combat power right in the middle of the stage. Pokygom taking the Ink Shadow crest is very interesting, and I believe that's actually 2 Senna 2s that might even be on his board right now. We'll have to check at some point in time. But Pocky might actually be playing something like the vertical Ink Shadow, or maybe using that crest to play around the reroll. So I think there's a couple augments coming through that are telling us a little bit about the lobby dynamic. Even the duelist crest and keepers coming through from Michael and Toddy, respectively.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, I think what's really interesting too is that these players with the Gnar encounter actually got a chance to reroll their augments an additional time. So you're able to re-roll a little bit deeper to see if you can find that perfect fit for whatever you envision is going to be a more built out end game board. So that's why maybe we're seeing these, like, kind of perfect augment choices for a lot of these players.
Yeah, I think that's a great call out. I'm sure a lot of these players were looking for strong direction, and I think it's kind of funny that Toddy and Michael, the two players who were the last ones to pick their augments, were probably scouting around and like, oh, no one's got a duelist crest, no one's got keepers, it's safe to take it, and then they both take it at the same time, and now they're contesting one another. On the flip side, though, we do see how Pocky's using this Ink Shadow crest. He's using it to be able to play Ink Shadow on his board without using the Jax, and instead opt for something like this Orin for higher unit quality on level 6. I think the question right now for Pocky is how much he actually naturals, how many Shen and Senna's he naturals over the course of the stage, so he can determine whether he's just going to hard commit. From this spot, to me, this feels pretty committal. I don't imagine that he's going to just fast 8, fast 9 from here. He has the small champion duplicator, which will make finding the 3 stars a little easier. And I suspect if he were going to just tempo from this spot, he would have used that to just Nico the Shen and make Shen 2 right now.
I agree with that. And I think as well, he's totally uncontested. There's nobody else that's really going for the Senna reroll at the moment. I do see Yuso Lucas actually have the Ink Shadow package as well, but it's sort of rounded out with the Darius as well as the Kiana.
Yeah,
so has the opportunity to go for like duelists, reapers down the line.
Okay, any forecasts on the carousel that are particularly helpful for people? Michael does not need that Kaisa, Weijin Iverson. The Galio actually fits quite well onto this Storyweaver setup right now. I don't think we know exactly what direction Weijin's heading in yet, though. It seems relatively generic. He actually has not very many items slammed that are committal in any capacity. So regardless, probably feels great to have a Galio on your board now. Now maybe he can find some more direction. Maybe does opt to play something like the Kaisa, for instance. But we see a Riven 3.
Yeah.
Just show playing it off the back of the Caretaker's ally. Must have had the Riven from that augment. Able to find Riven 3 while maintaining pretty standard cadence on leveling and rolling, or leveling and econ. Level 7, 37 gold. It's a pretty nice spot to have a Riven 3 on your board.
Not bad. I mean, it's certainly going to help you be able to get through the end of the stage 3, maybe even quite a bit through the stage 4, so you get a chance to build up that econ and start to look towards getting to this level 8 board even faster, with a lot of money to spare. And I think that's going to be a huge key there. You can already see how this Riven is just like already kind of going into the back line, has to deal with this Teemo, this Kale, and this Sivir. And unfortunately isn't going to be able to withstand that too much, but you're at least not going to take a big hit here either if you're Dish Soap. Now you get a chance to start looking at some upgrades.
Yeah, I mean, right now it doesn't really look like he has a way to enable that Riven, so I feel like we need to check back in like 4 rounds or so after he has an opportunity to get a few more resources. But wow, okay. We talked before about how Socks can be enabled based on what his support item is that he gets from stationary support, and it's Randuin's Omen. I mean, listen, you talk about people liking keepers on Duelist. This is pretty, doing something
Fake
pretty
keepers.
similar. Yeah, exactly. It's going to give you the armor and MR rather than the shield. So you get these defenses on it. And so when you pair this with something like the Gunblade, like the Bloodthirster that's on his board, he gives so much more effective HP to his board. The primary issue with Sox' board, however, though, is that nothing's upgraded. He's got an entire 1-star Duelist board. So nothing really has a chance to truly ramp up. We see him dropping down to 35 HP. He's not particularly rich, but he's got some units on his board. He's got a really good setup with Randuin's Omen. If he hits extremely hard, he might be bailed out, but this is not the setup I think you primarily want to play Duelist from.
And you still also have 3 other players in the lobby that are angling towards like some combination of like duelists or melee bruisers, because you've got Yuso Lucas. It's also taking a look at the duelist line. You and
Michael,
the
it's the
Reapers.
Duelist crest.
Yes, exactly. So there's a lot of players that are going to be fighting over these units to actually start making these upgrades. So Sox, not particularly healthy looking at the current state of things, but maybe things will be a little bit different as he levels up to 7 and starts to get a roll down.
Toddy also looking like he's been sacrificing some HP in order to try and get a little bit more gold and resources on his board. He does have both the small and large champion duplicator, but a big roll down from Sox coming through. Upgrades a meaningful amount of units. Gets the Volibear 2, finds a Lee Sin, huge hit. So he's got a pair of Lee Sins on his board right now as well. Does have Tristana 2 as well as the Diana 2. So that's 2 Rakans in one shot. I mean, that is playable. You get the Dragon Lord out of it. I don't know if he's actually going to take it though, because it's so expensive. And to be honest, I don't know. I feel like there's a world where Diana 2 is just like not that much worse, and it's already upgraded. But we'll see. I mean, there's a reason Sox is there and I'm not. I actually do feel like there's a world where this is a bait. I feel like I would be surprised if he actually locks to try and get the pair.
You never know, though. At least he is threatening the aura. He's still threatening the aura. You know, he shows off that he has Desire in the Rakan, and everyone can go ping it and make everybody a little bit nervous that he's found such a high-quality unit so early.
Prismatic.
Oh, yeah, we got that Prismatic to close it out. Oh,
wow,
boy.
okay, so Lucky Gloves coming through for Dish Soap. He has an open glove on this Garen right now, which means he is going to be able to get the Thieves Gloves on this Riven 3. That's a really great way. We talked before about he's getting no value out of this Riven 3. Well, there's a really easy way to get that. So now, 2 extremely strong Thieves Gloves holders. You have the Silas and the Riven 3 on your board. It's going to stabilize the board quite well. The problem is, he still is kind of lacking the backline DPS. I mean, I don't know if his plan is to actually play something like the Kaisa, but it seems like he's planning on playing primarily through the vertical bruisers instead. Right now, though, he's got a lot of power. I'm just not entirely sold by the stabilization for the end of stage 4 and the beginning of stage 5.
Well, you have a pair of Azirs, so it makes a lot of sense to put Annie there into the front line. You get the Invoker synergy turned on, and who knows if you just happen to natural that third copy of Azir to just get a 2-star 5-cost carry online with those items. It could certainly work out, and you're also going to be dishing out some pretty big hits onto your opponents. It'll give Dishop a lot more life in this game. But taking a look at Sox and Toddy, he picks up the Messiah and the Rakan again, but both of these players, like, they're sitting at 17 HP, and Toddy just continues to lose. Also rolling all the way down, finds a Yone too. Maybe that'll help out with the stabilization a little bit, but Toddy is in panic mode at this point. Has a Kayn, doesn't really have a whole lot else to be able to try to supplement out the Reapers, but is at least able to get the 4 Reaper online. Still not an upgraded frontline though, and that is critical, Gangly.
It is important to be able to have something like the Galio taunt to be able to protect this Kayn, but I will say, I mean, you've got 2-item Yone 2 and 3-item Kayn 2, right? So while the crux of the composition is there, the question right now is he's up against this board from Dish Soap that has just a lot of raw stats, right? He has this Riven 3 and the Silas 2 that are going to be able to deal a lot of damage. You see the Silas entirely untouched, but at this point, because the Silas was just on the other side of the board, it wasn't able to team up with the Riven to kill the Kayn and the Yone, while on the side of Toddy, those two units were able to target down the Riven. So I think I would chalk that up a bit more to positioning than to board power, because I do think there's a world where Dish Soap's board does win that.
Yeah, and that's what's so detrimental, right? Is that Toddy is still sitting at the 17 HP. Yes, he's able to get the win now, but where is he actually able to make these improvements? He's very broke. Like, he doesn't have a whole lot of money at the moment to actually start to roll down for some of those upgraded frontline units, and this could have just been a small little saving grace for Toddy. Don't know how much extra life it's actually going to be able to get him, and getting another low placement here would be pretty rough for considering this to be the 4th game of the day.
I mean, he's already behind Wei Iverson in AVP, despite the fact that Wei has gone 8-8-8. And by the way this game is looking, it seems like Wei probably guaranteed a top 6 or so. It's possible that Toddy or Sox win out, but neither one of their spots really look like win out positions. I mean, Sox, to be honest, kind of looks dead in the water to me right now. I mean, I will say his accomplice, his support item gloves are exceptional. The problem is he just doesn't have enough board power. He's stuck on Lee Sin 2. He's not hitting Tristana 3. He's not hitting Volibear 3. He doesn't have 3 items on this Lee Sin. I just don't see a world where he's really able to win any meaningful fights when he fights the players who have hit their kind of critical mass for stage 4. Even on the other side, as we're seeing, I believe this is Aoso Lucas's board. Yeah, with the Reapers online. I mean, Sox is just done for. Toddy falls as well on his last legs. If Toddy goes 7th right now, it's going to be exceptionally difficult for him to climb that mountain in the last 2 games. But you never know. I mean, it's possible, and maybe some matchmaking can come through where he hits the players that haven't quite spiked yet, and he gets an additional placement.
But see, again, he's so broke, right?
Yeah,
like, you really want to have, like, you don't even have a Kindred 2 at this point. You have the Behemoths in, but they're also going to be 1-star, and just not able to find that Galio 2 because so many of the Galio are already out of the pool. You're going to end up hitting a Ghost here. This is the Senna reroll composition coming through from Pokygom, who has been pretty strong for the entirety of this stage, sitting at that 4-win streak. At least it is the Ghost, so maybe a bit of that matchmaking definitely coming through and playing a role here to give Toddy an extra life.
Listen, if Wegener Dishdope take a really heavy loss here, I mean, they're at 38 HP, so I imagine it would be very difficult for either of them to actually be on 2 lives. They are playing each other, and it's an exceptionally close fight. So, I mean, listen, Toddy is probably 7th, right? At this point in time, Toddy kind of has to have the mentality of going next. You see right now, Team Liquid Brothers, Graham, Pokygom, kind of dancing on each other. They're probably celebrating right now. They're holding hands 1st and 2nd, a big health gap, and I think we should, you know, commend Pokygom for his resilience. That's kind of been a buzzword for the weekend, right? Because truly that is what's tested. TFT is a strategy game. It's about decision making, but there's nothing more critical to your ability to make decisions than your mental state, right? And your ability to deal with low roll, to shake it off and say, you know what, I had a couple tough games at the top of the day, but it doesn't mean that I'm out of this yet. Pokygom narrowly missed the World Championship back in set 5. Since then is widely considered, even to this day, to be among the very best at his peak. When he's in form, when he's at the best, is not only capable, but expected to compete with the best in the absolute world. And I, as a fan of Pokygom, as a friend of his, I am so happy to see his ability to bounce back in the back half of today.
And a fan of Tri-State, let's not forget that you've also given so many of these players such a proving ground to also be able to work on their skills. So, you know, Gangly, I'll still give you a pat on the back for that one. Don't you worry. But, you know, Pocky was even talking about the fact that he still had PTSD from missing out on that Tactician's crown in that set. Set 5, got that 4th place. And after such a difficult spot in that final game, it did come down to just that final moment. And so you know that Pocky is definitely considering, okay, well, I can't be boomed from that. Like, I can't think about the PTSD. I've got to think about the future. And that he's going to maintain that 6-win streak heading into the beginning of stage 5. Toddy, though, is out. That's it. That is the 7th place for him.
Yep, that's right. Toddy is gone right now, and an encounter coming through giving everybody 3 components of their choosing. Depending on the makeup of different people's boards, there will be some boards in which this is exceptionally powerful, and some boards in which they actually don't get a lot of value out of the components. Depending on how many of the Reaper boards had something like a Thieves Gloves on a Reaper versus having an open slot, they get either a very high amount of value out of this, or they'll be just kind of kicking themselves wishing that they really had not slammed you know, some suboptimal items on there. It's possible that they got something like the 3 gloves, right? I actually don't know this board we're seeing on the other end, whether this Kane had the Thieves Gloves there or if this is a new spike on their power. Regardless, though, they're going to get a lot of power out of these additional components because of how much value comes in those Reaper units. We're seeing a really back and forth battle here with Dishdope's board. The Riven 3 is all that remains. The Soraka is going to fall. And despite the valiant effort, the creative line of the Riven 3, Dishdope is going to take a 5th. Michael will fall as well in 6th place.
I think those Thieves Gloves, a couple of them might have come from the encounter.
Yeah.
Like, Yuzo Lucas has Lucky Gloves. So he was already able to get 3 gloves from just the augment choice alone. And now you have 4 Thieves Gloves across your units? I don't know. The math ain't mathin', Gangly. I think we might have had a couple extra gloves thrown in there from an encounter, I think, or a carousel pickup or something. But regardless, yeah, Yuzo Lucas is able to get the edge onto Dish Soap, even despite the fact that he was able to get such a big unit in that Ribbon 3 so early on. Now we're gonna have to see if Wei Iverson can continue to turn his fate around, because that's the other player now. Now that Toddy is out of the picture for this game, Wei Iverson has an opportunity here to better his standings, better his placement.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, for Wei, every single placement matters because you are ahead of Toddy right now, and if you get a 4th place, you know what, you're fine with it. It kind of helps you reset your mental, say like, okay, I know I can still top 4. I haven't lost my ability to do so. Storyweaver, Crest, and an Irelia both on the carousel. Curious to see if Wei finds either of them more valuable, or if he's going to take something, yeah, like the Rakan to put on his board instead. These late-stage carousels really can swing the fight. I mean, you know, back in the day when you had things like the Zephyrs and Shrouds on the carousels, those had quite an effect. But even without something like that, so many of these fights are going to be swung on whether or not you get one additional cast from your Lux or Janna, right? So being able to get one more frontline item or a little bit of extra gold to be able to 3-star something could actually make the difference. I want to point out, though, Greya, it feels like he's in a spot where he can play extremely slow right now. Has the Exalted online based on the soul that we see on his bench, has lots of gold, has plenty of health, and has more than enough time to be able to try and hit a Mumu 3, Diana 3, maybe even Tom Kench 3, and cap this Lux Janna board to the degree that we've seen it when they hit and stabilize, they can actually push for a top 1.
Yeah, and this was a hit that was pretty early as well. Like a couple, just last stage, we actually ended up seeing both the Janna 3 and the Lux 3 get hit. So you know that those carries have been online for a while. They're even still just such a strong match for the Kayn. Kayn not able to wrap around back there and take them out before gets stunned and taken out in the process. We are going to see Wei actually hit level 10, Gangly. That was it. You have the level 10 from just the new recruit after hitting level 9. So that's 10 units on the board right now.
Yeah, and you know, the Storyweaver units, the trade-off of having such a powerful Kayle is that you have to play some units that traditionally are going to fall off in the late game. Having something like the new recruit, though, does allow you to beef up your front line a little bit more. I'm not sure. I think that's actually the reason he's able to play the Exalted alongside, because he has to play a suboptimal synergy like 3 Bruiser, I think it might be, with the Tom Kench. But because of that, he gets the additional power, and we've talked about the importance of finding ways to buff up the Kayle. He's able to get the additional damage output on his Kayle that way. But we're looking at Pocky versus Greya. Pocky, who's been on the downswing for quite some time right now, but we do see he's got 50 gold in the bank. And at some point in time, I imagine on 6-1, he's probably going to be looking to see if he can try and go level 9, maybe even find an angle for 7 Ink Shadow. And that's going to be the point in this board where it can get much, much stronger, or if he's going to instead opt to play around just the 3 Ink Shadow that he's been playing for the entirety of the game and play for something like unit quality, right? Getting the Behemoth Udyr in there, right? And maybe take out your Ornn, play 5 Ink Shadow, get 1 more item, and find board strength that way. So it's an important turn for Pocky. I want to see what he decides to do to actually improve his board state.
Yeah, right now you are missing out on the Udyr as kind of like the big upgrade. I think being able to have the set as well will help to give you some of those extra stats in the front. But there's the Udyr. That's exactly what you were hoping to hit, to be able to build that in. You have the Volley Bear as well, so that is going to be the 7...
That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, he is playing 7 right now. Yeah. So he's got the 7 Ink Shadows online. And yeah, this is where this board is going to start to shine a little bit more, right? You get additional damage reduction. You get the impact of these items. And you, for instance, this Udyr, despite the fact that it is just Udyr 1 with the Tattoo of Force, is going to be really strong. And he has 2 items on it, which means that once he gets an Udyr 2, it will be a wonderful power spike for his board. Despite that, though, the Kindred's on the backline. No, yeah, it is going to be enough. ASO Lucas still alive with 1 HP. Greya will fall. Everyone's still alive in this game, but Pocky looks like he's improved his board enough to probably secure at least a 3rd place.
So Lucas is down to 1 HP and a dream at this point to try to move much further. You got the Kayn that's been upgraded as well. I think the Zeke's onto the Yone is also kind of nice. You have the ability to at least increase the attack speed of everybody else in that line. But yeah, I mean, Greya just had a massive hit there. Hits the Amumu 3, instantly levels to 8, is able to get this Wukong in as well. So you've got multiple Sage stacks coming through. So that's going to be a lot of Omnivamp and a lot of power there for your team. Let's see what magic can happen as Greya is going to run into Yuto Lucas with that 1 HP on the other side.
Watch the positioning. We've seen time and time again that these Reapers are capable of wrapping, but you can see right now the way that Greya had his board set up does kind of force a slower wrap. Greya's front line starts to crumble a little bit, but the Amumu stays alive long enough. It does not matter that the rest dies. The Lux and Janna is enough. So Lucas will fall in 4th. Question is, does Weijin fall with him? He does. Pokygom and Greya, the 2 Team Liquid teammates, the coach and his player, holding hands 1st and 2nd. These 2 friends looking to make a trip to the Tactician's Crown together.
And they might just do that. I mean, Pocky has had 2 great games back-to-back now after such a disappointing start to the day. And now it comes down to whether or not Greya might be knocking him out here or Pocky can get it done.
Here we go, round starting. Greya, Amumu 3, Diana 3, Janna 3. On the other end, though, this 7 Ink Shadow gives so much value to pretty much every one of these units. It's extremely hard to kill them. You have the Ghostly in there as well, which means if you're playing front to back like this Lux and Janna want, then you are going to be able to kill the Amumu just simply due to the Ghostly stacks. And that's what it looks like right now. It actually seems like Pocky extremely favored in this fight. There's another Udyr on this carousel. Question is whether or not he's going to value that versus something like the Ghostly emblem and maybe play around the 6 Ghostly on level 10. Let's see, he's considering. Goes with the Rabadon's Death Cap. I actually am not sure what he has open right now that he wants this to go on. Okay.
I was going to say Udyr hat. I mean, like...
that's what he was missing. He was missing a fashionable cap. You're
exactly. Right. He actually does put it on the Udyr. So
he does. Yeah. I mean, Udyr, one of the, the magic fighter in this composition. It does make sense. I'm actually not exactly sure what the, most optimal item from that spot would be. I do feel like the Ghostly Crest made sense in my mind for playing this front to back, but I think what this is telling me is that he's playing for power right now. He's not looking for the level 10 cap because he's at 21 HP, right? If he doesn't make it to level 10, he's just going to die and go second. He really wants every single point that he can earn right now. We're seeing it. Once the Ghostly stacks get on this Amumu, it would fall so fast when every other composition was not able to burn it down. The Udyr is staying alive long enough, but the backline is starting to fall. The Lux and Janna are just enough to kill, and this is an extremely close fight from the last one, which actually felt like it was not close one bit. Not exactly sure what the difference was. I'm also struggling to remember exactly what item was picked up from Greya. It looks like it was probably one of these Diana items.
Yeah, it was a Warmogs.
Okay.
So another tank item to be able to put onto the Diana meant that front line was staying alive a lot longer than the fight that we saw previously. So it's going to come down to, again, whether or not this Udyr can actually get the punch onto the backline that it wants to. That last fight as well, the Udyr was positioned so that it was actually running into the Wukong that was sitting back there. But this time around, the Udyr is actually going to get the Tattoo Force right onto these tanks in the front.
Ooh, the Udyr is targeted, gets the aggro drop. He's going to heal up a little bit. The Amumu is about to fall. The Shen is still just a Shen 2. Keep that in mind, so it will fall. And now it's just this Alawi. The Diana is extremely healthy, and it looks like it's not going to be enough for Pokygom to break through. The Janna and the Lux are free firing on the back line. Pokygom, a strong fight, but Greya, one of the players at the top of the standings already, continues his dominance on this run. A great win from Greya, the unknown from North America, written off by so many as just this man who's doing well on ladder, but we don't know who he is in tournament. He shows up to set 11 with his first foray into competitive TFT, and what a foray it has been. A beautiful rookie set that has been nothing short of dominant in the Americas.
Yeah, I mean, the first full season in Important Fables, and now you're looking at potentially being able to win a regional finals. I would say that is pretty spectacular. Greya once again showing that they are one of the best AP players in the entirety of the set. Let's see if they can keep it up. We're going to go to a short break. When we come back, we'll break down this 4th game and get ready for the 5th one.
era a minha primeira final de um regional e chegar assim, ganhando o jogo foi algo que me marcou muito e me mostrou que eu sou capaz de estar entre os melhores mesmo. Olá, meu nome é Pedro, mais conhecido como Bapizeira, e eu jogo TFT desde 7.1. Desde criança eu sempre gostei muito de competir e é algo que move muito a minha vida, a competição, eu tô sempre querendo ganhar. E eu acho que o TFT eu encaixou muito pra mim, sabe? Me encontrei muito no TFT porque é uma forma de você evoluir, de você melhorar como jogador, muito individual, né? Porque é um jogo de individual. E eu acho que foi perfeito pra mim. Bom, eu comecei a jogar jogos competitivos, acho que no console. Comecei ali no FIFA, no Rainbow Six. E depois que eu parti pro computador, foi mais pelo LoL até chegar no TFT, né? O que me torna único, eu acho que talvez a forma que eu me planejo pros campeonatos. Eu sinto que é o meu foco principal, ter uma estratégia bem traçada e algo bem pessoal pra mim mesmo, tipo, enxergar as comps do meta e saber o que dá certo pra mim, sabe? Acho que é isso. Minha grande inspiração, acho que com certeza é o Todd, o streamer e player brasileiro, porque o primeiro campeonato de TFT, quando eu tava começando a entender como é que funcionava o competitivo de TFT, foi um LCQ que o Todd jogou e eu acompanhei a transmissão dele inteira, assim, desde o começo, a galera vibrando e torcendo por ele. E é algo que eu almejo muito ter isso pra mim, sabe? Ter gente torcendo por mim e torcendo pelas minhas vitórias. Bom, nesse clipe aí, acho que foi muito marcante pra mim, mas pelo contexto mesmo, porque era a minha primeira final de um regional e chegar assim, ganhando o jogo foi algo que me marcou muito e me mostrou.
Welcome back to the Inkborn Fables, America's Golden Spatula. I'm Casanova, joined by Ken and Hupe-san. Just had another great game here, this time with a good amount of verticals, actually. We saw the Ink Shadow and the Story Weavers kind of rearing their heads this time around, and both having pretty solid results.
Yeah, it's really two great comps that we are seeing on this last match, but I think the problem, of course, one more time, Story Weaver, you need that Irelia to get to the first position, and I really like the comp of Ink that you go through the second position of Pokemon. I really like that comp.
For sure. Yeah. Let's go ahead and see the standings of this previous game. It was amazing to see duelists again, Kaz. Normally performing very well till now, but now Michael, both together with Sox, they tried to make it work, but they started contesting them, and both of them got good items for the Tristana. So maybe they were going for the reroll, and normally so far reroll has not been contested for duelists. Someone goes tempo, someone stay. So unfortunate for them, Kane appearing again, and Grea was the one who surpassed the whole lobby. Great tempo throughout the game, getting a great composition with the Super Diana and a great front line with Amumu and Diana.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this was the big thing, right? Duelists, we kept talking it up, how good it's been. It's been so solid in every single one of these games. Socks just popping off the entire time. Finally, it gets tested with what contesting is, and Michael tries to go in the same comp, and both of them just hold hands. Michael scraped by and got a 6th place instead, but also, you know, just the comp that Grea was running to find the win overall, right? This is the Janna reroll with the Lux, of course. And, you know, we've seen this comp doing pretty poorly so far today, but now finally playing from tempo, actually hitting and being able to push levels. Grea gets to show us just how strong this comp really can be, Ken. And this thing is something that we expected all weekend to do well and was surprised by the result today.
Yeah, this comp needs that you have a lot of HP. You have to be with high HP to ways to spend that HP for get the units that you have on level 6 and then continue to the levels like level 8 and level 9 if you want, because that level 6, if you don't have enough HP, it's gone. You have like 20 and it's gone for the game.
For sure, we see now Toshi fighting it out. He was also going for the duelist. He decides to pivot out of it in the later game, going for the Kane, and Sox, as we said before, also playing duelist. Lucas, with a good performance also, he made it happen with good augments, good tempo. He's been playing amazing, really. So Ken, you were talking about him and the story that he has. If he makes it here, that he's actually in a great spot to do it, he would be the third world time appearance for him. So actually, one of the elite of Brazil coming back in spot. The one who is not in the best play again is Toshi. Again, in a bad placement, 7th place is the spot for him. You were saying, Ken, he's consistently in the 7th place.
I think now is the time for him to go for fortune or something like that. He needs the points, and this next matches is the now or never for him.
Kind of the last board that we probably want to talk about a little bit, Hoope, is going to be that dish soap board. And we'll get a chance to talk to it. I want to quickly touch on the scoreboard, and then we'll get back to it. But really, this is going to be Weijin still at the bottom of the tables. But because Toddy has not been able to grab a better placement than the 7th since game 2, Weijin has gained another lead in the AVP, right? And this is the big thing to look at on these bottom 2 players. They're 9 points behind 6th place going into game 5. It is very hard to make that up in 2 games. So they're just fighting with each other to try and get that last spot in the world championship from this event. And Hoope, it is an incredibly close race.
Yeah, for sure. We have to put the eyes on these last 2 games in Toshi, in Weijin, and obviously in Gray, Luka, and Sox going for the first championship. So it will be great. We still have 2 games with a lot on the line. Remember, the first place gate $14,000. So it's not only the qualification to the Tactician Crowns, it's a good money that also helps this player go into professional TFT even more right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big focus on the bottom to see, who is going to get the world spot. But we also have to look towards the top, Sox, Grea, Lucas, a lot of them fighting for all of that money, fighting for the very first Golden Spatula title. And we're going to find out soon enough. We're going to go to a short break, but when we come back at game 5 of the America's Golden Spatula.
My name is Dobbs. I play TFT since Set 1 and I'm from Brazil. I compete in TFT because I love the way the game works. It gives me challenge. I enjoy trying my best and getting to improve in the game. And that keeps me thinking that I just need to keep going and get better. I'm a person that likes to compete. I like competing in anything, like a video game, a soccer game. When I started competing TFT, and then I realized that it's so great, and I just stayed, and I just want to keep going. The way I play to the game, I play that with energy, with anger. I might get crazy sometimes, but I always.
Welcome back to the Inkborn Fables, America's Golden Spatula. I'm Casanova, joined by Ken and Hoope, and we are going into the 5th game, the penultimate game here at the Golden Spatula, where we're going to get even closer to finding out who will be the first ever America's Golden Spatula champion and who the 7 players are that will be headed to the Tactician's Crown. And look at this lead that Greya has found himself 3 points already, Hoope.
Yeah, for sure. Sox with his 8th place gives a lot of leverage to both of them. So now Greya and Esolucas are the runner-ups, the ones who want to go for this America's champion, the first championship. And on the other hand, when we see in the bottom right corner on the screen, Toshi and Weishan are the ones with lowest points. So one of them will be probably the one who get the runner-up or will not be able to attend to the Tactician's Crown. So those are the stories that we will start seeing. 2 more games will appear, Ken. Now the selection of portals.
Yeah, it's very important to see how these guys can reach the Greya points, because he's on the lead. They need to go step up and continue to play well, to continue to get the first positions, because it's very important to win the first time of the Golden Spatula.
And Greya has been just so incredibly consistent across this tournament. He's nearly caught up to Weijin on day 2 to be the points leader, and then coming into day 3 has just continued with the dominance. As we're going to pot of gold here. So we are going to get all that extra gold towards the end of the game for anybody left alive, and it's going to be a big injection of econ towards the end, maybe bail some people out in stage 6. So here we go, Lucas. We'll see what he gets to start the game off. Just going to be a little bit of gold as we get these items coming through, and first augment selection going to tell us a lot about where this game is going to go.
Yeah, for sure. We've seen the prioritization they have for keepers, for surrounders that give direction, even pump it up for playing Ashe. Ashe hasn't been performing well today, but did perform well yesterday, so it's also an option. This show going again for the Story Weaver line in the early game. He knows how to play every style out of it, so maybe he can play Fortune, he can play into AP, he can play into AD, so he's actually very comfortable with this line. Mana, Otier, Jumper here, Ken, let's see what he ups to. He also has a Thresh. He hasn't played the Syndra line all the set. He has been known for playing the Fated line. He hasn't played it so much in this patch. I believe this could be an option, but he doesn't. He sells the Thresh, and now with the Kaylin 2, he actually has a good performance or a good idea of what he can play going up with the Ghostly.
Yeah. You talked about the Fortune. We have seen not so much players doing the Fortune today. I think now in the 5th game, I think we are seeing more players going for that way, because it's important to get that point. It's important for that the guys who are trying to get the first position, Toddy, and of course the Weijin, who was not going through the 8th position too. So let's see if the Fortune are going a way that some guys are doing.
All right, immediately seeing some caretakers chosen, picked up by Greya and Michael. So we'll have to see what those were. Greya getting Kiana 2. I'm gonna have to guess that his caretakers was Kiana, and that's why he got there. That's a really good one to pick up, because you could play into the duelist line, play for Kiana 3, and getting it so easily definitely helps a lot. I'm curious where Michael's ended up being as well, and see what he's rolling into, as we see Dish Soap actually deciding to slam Ginsu and slam that adaptive helm, which I think is very likely that he wants to play snipers. I think that is a very, very good start for snipers to have.
Yeah, for sure. Greya, obviously he got the Quillana because it doesn't merge with the rest of the comp, so now he will need to pivot into this Quillana to use it. He has the possibility of an headshot knight here, going for the Quillana in the early game. A possibility, like you said, Kaz, going for the reroll, or maybe simply pivoting it out of Duelist and going for the Kane, that he has actually been playing it also. He performed a lot of AP gameplay in the past, but now he's been playing also the AD line. So the flexibility of Greya is what actually has permitted him, allowed him to get to this place. On the other hand, Pokegum going for the Exile, so a little shield for all of these units, and he has a pair of Senna, so probably going for that reroll as a possibility. And now Sox again going for the Hand of Justice, and maybe going for the melee line that he so much loved, Ken. And he could play Duelist, he could play also the Kane.
We saw the strong of the Duelist comp, but we saw too the problem when you're competing with other players with that comp too. So let's see if we have players looking for that comp, or we have just one player going for the duelist.
Looks like everyone deciding they want to fish this time around, and we'll see.
Yeah.
If anyone can actually get any econ breakpoints off of this, it looks like probably not. Everybody just at 10 or 0, so being able to catch the fish or catch the orbs at the end is not actually going to be able to make a difference. Just getting some extra resources across the board, everyone's going to be happy with that.
Yeah, no one got it. You know the trick that you have to choose whatever it is and you can get like the orb. No one got it this time. It's actually a lot harder than people think to be able to catch it, and well, it's not in this time. Let's see Toji. Toji, very important, this story that we've been telling him of him together with Weishan as the possibility of getting eliminated or not transforming this as a possibility of getting to the Tactician Crown. He's actually going for the Faded line. He hasn't played it much, Ken, I believe, throughout the tournament, but it's a good start. He has good items. He has the possibility of getting more items that he needs. So he will go now. Maybe some slam. He has the possibility of Morello. I think it will be good. Also the Spark. But I really think this will be a good line for him. He goes for the Shojin and the Spark. So now
Shojin, Nash, Spark, all there. Perfect.
Cool. Perfect.
He needs a real good game right now. He has 3 7th position game. He needs to get a good game after that worst placements that he had, because if not, maybe he will be the 8th player that was going out of the World Championship.
All right, we got another encounter. A lot of front-loaded encounters, rerolls or champions here. Weishan just gonna get a 2-star Lux off of that. I mean, he has items that he could just play into this composition. He's probably scouting right now and see if it's contested, and if not, he might just pivot into this line. As I think it's pretty reasonable just go there from here. Like, you have the items already. There's a Lux 2 on 2-4. You've got an Alawi. Yeah, why not?
It sounds perfect. It sounds amazing for him. The items are also hand selected for the Lux. He will have a lot of mana regeneration, and a lot of force of that power. And that's what you want to see in the Lux. You want to see her cast a lot, get a lot of control to the back line, also to the front line, but also that significant damage with the Rabadon Death Cap will be amazing for him. And as you said, Kaz, having this look so early will allow him to say, hey, I'm playing this comp. Don't contest me. I'm good. And maybe someone that has also an out to playing Lost will maybe go for a Lilia or maybe other comps and not actually contest a Weishan.
I was gonna say you should also be able to save a lot of HP and win streak, but he ends up losing that fight because it was this incredibly powerful Khazix, and the Edge of Night once again being a problem for these other comps.
I think the Edge of the Night is the most important item on the melee comps that we have today. It's really important for you lose the focus on your carries. You have more time for them to use that damage. It's very important, very strong on the melee carries.
Okay, now possibilities here to complement the items that they're looking for. Michael, we see in the bottom right, he doesn't have a caretaker that he's using, so maybe there will be an economy caretaker. Is not the idea of this type of comps. He has the blue buff and a little of healing. And now Pokégon, again, with a good turnaround here, having the Senna, good items for her. The possibility of playing her simply tempo and for a while, and then on level 6 deciding if you want to reroll or if you want to pivot out. We haven't seen much comp going fast into level 8 or level 9 with this type of outs, only if you have maybe the Ink Shadow Crest cast. If not, we will probably see the reroll.
Yeah, and with Weishan going for 2-cost reroll, you're probably happier to be in this line and actually trying to go for it. You know, other players are also taking that reroll approach, and so I wouldn't be surprised to see Pocky just commit to the Senna reroll, especially being on Senna 2 this early as well.
Yeah, I think it's a really great composition. We already saw that comp doing really well on this weekend. Let's see, because I think it's better for now to go through the comp of the Senna or about the Ink Shadow comp. He needs, like Hooper has saying, he needs the emblem to go that comp. And now for the reroll, I think it's better for now.
Okay, now again, we go for Lucas. Lucas with a Teemo here. items going for AP, so I believe this could be a Soy line, maybe, Kaz, going for the Soy in the late game, Ghostly Soy, for example. No Soy for now, but with the Silver ticket, it would be a good possibility for him. That's the out that he has. He has a good front line, still not slamming items, but with the possibility of Rabadon already having the showing, I think that's the line he's looking for. There's also a possibility that he only uses his until the mid game and then pivots out of it and go for the Lilia.
Yeah, it could be a Rabadon Nasher's death cap already, right? Like that's perfect kind of itemization that you would want for something like that. Immediately has it. We see that Lucas actually weakened his board because Pokygum was in his pool. They're both on the 4 loss streak, so definitely trying to make himself weaker. As soon as he saw it was Michael, he slams the items trying to get a kill. Doesn't actually make it happen, it looks like here. And then on the other side, Greya and Sox both on full win streaks. And it looks like both of them able to get wins. So 2 5 streaks on the winning side and 2 5 streaks on the losing side. Lot of high econ for all 4 of those players.
It's important to remember that Lucas loves to play with Lilia comp, so maybe he's going for that way, but it's important to know that the items that he has directionate him to that comp. I think he's going to do that.
Yep, and now we're seeing Sox again going for the Kayn / Duelist. In this case, it would probably be Kayn. He already has the Edge of Night. He has a good Black Sweeper, also the healing coming up for him. And he wants to see now the rest of the items. Good itemization. Remember, we need a secondary carry, so normally it will be the Jone. And if we are able to go for the Heavenly line in the late game, it could be this Wukong that is also amazing. Part of Malphite here. Let's see if it's enough. And now Sox, I think he's okay. He's happy. He has a lot of HP still with the win streak, as you were saying, Kaz. And this Khazix is making work now. I don't see a great possibility here, maybe a defensive items, or he could go for even a Deathblade and simply itemize here the Jone as a secondary carry, trying to access the backline even easier.
Yeah, I can see Deathblade. I can see Spark for your Silas later. Yeah, and that's going to be the choice. It's weird. It doesn't really synergize with like Kayn and the other Reapers because they're doing attack damage, but Silas, it's a self-sufficient item for him. It's just solid because he's always up in everyone's face. It does a lot of damage. Plus, he's win streaking, and this is a very good win streak item because it does a lot of extra damage, and just having the shred early on is quite solid.
We are seeing Sox against Toddy. Toddy's with that fated emblem. Let's see if he can pull that off, that comp. It's really difficult for him right now, and he is going to lose that round.
Yeah, so not good news for Torji. He's actually in a bad position, as we know, in the standings. So he really needs to step up here, close the gap against Wei Shen. And now we see the second augment possibility here. Dragon Spirit, not the best in the comp that we have. We need damage. So he goes for the best possible augment he could get, Little Buddies. It's actually amazing. I didn't even saw it. He click it very, very fast. And it's an augment that will get so much power for the Kayn, but we need to get to the Kayn. We need to fast level 8, roll. Even if it's a Kayn 1, and then we get also the Wukong, the amount of power we can funnel out of this augment would be amazing.
Look at this level 6 roll down from Lucas. You called it. This is going to be the Zoe. Rolls down to hit 6 Shens, trying to roll ahead of the Senna reroller, and has managed to get 6 Shens already on 3-2.
He is really strong, I think, right now, but not enough for this mid game when the other comps will be more solid. Let's see, because he really needs that Shen 3. He really needs to encounter more Zoes. Let's see how also Lucas has to play for the rest of the game.
Okay, now Greya in the upper hand. He also is going for the melee line. So he has a Qiyana that we saw since early with the Caretaker, and he already has 5. So even if he level ups simply by tempo, he will go for that Qiyana 3. So I think he will stay 100% on the Duelist line. Maybe if he rerolls a little more, he can go for the Tristana also, or the Bolivar, or simply play tempo and go for the Aurelia. That is the best cap he could ever had. Toshi start winning here. This is good news for him against Wei Shen. So let's see if the fortune is up against him. He doesn't have the Kindred token. It's very important to have it as a holder, even if you have to sell him later for the Syndra. So actually, his items are very good, but he doesn't have the strength to surpass at least this round until he gets to level 4 and start rolling again.
Yeah, let's see how he's gonna pull that, because he needs a really good game right now. He really needs to get a good position, top 1 if he can, but for now, I don't see his board very strong high ping.
Yeah, the Faded Emblem's definitely going to help, though. And I think that if he can find the Syndra early enough and just start getting things rolling, his Econ's in a pretty good spot overall and health not too bad. So we'll see if Toddy can get that done. We did see that both Sox and Greya lost their win streaks at the same time, so neither of them completely running away with the game. And we'll see just as things continue on, if they're able to hold that early tempo, as they've been doing throughout most of this tournament. Both of them very consistent. Sox, of course, took the 8th in the last game, but overall, he's been great at just keeping that high HP. You see yet another loss here for Weijin. Gonna be dropping down pretty low once again, but he is playing that 2-cost reroll, and there's so many 2-cost rerollers in the lobby. It should help him quite a bit. Like, surely he hits this time, right? Surely he can't just whiff the entire game.
No, for sure. And we also saw Michael that had the Caretaker. We thought he was going to use it by Iconic, but no. Michael is going to go for the Super Timo. He already has 6. So another one that is going to go for that 2-star, 2-cost 3-star. So it should be barely easy for each of them to hit. So I would really like to see Michael's board to see how close he is for the Timo, to see the time of itemizations he's using. Because it will be the first time that we will be seeing the Timo. There it is, 6 Timos, good items, blue buff, mana generation, and then a little healing. So we will probably need an additional carry. Normally you want to access the backline with as much threats as possible. So you have the Timo, you have the Lux, you have the Morgana. So actually everyone is funneling out the damage to the backline, and it will be amazing for him. So actually very glad to see the Timo once again, and it's the first time we see it in the Tactician's Crown.
Plus Timo is Exalted. So this is an Exalted board now, which is very, very uniquely played, and that's why we see like the Luxamumu teched in as well, right? Because that's also giving the Exalted. And then the last one for the 3 is going to be that Morgana. Very, very cool board for Michael playing the reroll Timo.
Let's see. I like Timo with Artifact, but I think he's a great comp when you have the Exalted. I think the XP that he's gonna get will help a lot him forget for the levels like 8 and 9. Let's see how he's gonna play. Now we're seeing Pokégon. He is going for that comp of the Senna reroll. Let's see if he can pull that.
Yeah, Poki going for it. He's also holding Jax. That's interesting. It's a unit that is very 3-star is very good. Even if you don't give items to Jax, it's a good healing. It's a good front line. Normally not a priority. He makes the change now, trying to force the Protector Ink tattoo to another place. I think his spot is not great because he's not very, very close to hitting, but he still has him roll down importantly. So he's actually making what he needs. He needs to win this stage 3. He has done it so far with a 4 win streak, and now he faces off against Toshi. That Toshi now finds the Syndra. So he didn't find the Kindred tool, but this Syndra will give him so much stabilization in the mid game, and also with the Thresh 2, he has a good front line, good damage, but it's not enough to go against Poki. Toshi will need to go to the Syndra 2, will need to get more into the vertical of this comp of the Fated cast. So still not enough, but good news in this case for Poki getting the win streak.
That's massive for Poki, right? He's still getting the slow roll on level 6. He could probably send it on 4-1. And we just saw a couple of huge shops here. He picked up, what, 2-3 copies of Shen, as well as another copy of the Senna. I mean, this is huge right now for Poki, and he should be able to get to these 3 stars rather quickly, especially with all of these 2-cost rerollers. Pretty much going to roll down on 4-1, start to look for a lot of stuff. We're going to see a bunch of 3 stars get popped on 4-1, 4-2.
Let's see how Poki can use that units on his game. We're seeing Sox right now, and Poki, Sox with that comp with Yone, the items for Arcane is on the Khazix. He already has 2 Khazix too. Let's see how he's gonna pull that, because we saw how Reaper can be the comp of the weekend. We saw how Reaper can be the comp
Timo
that
3.
Can. Oh, the Timo 3 is here. I like. Let's see if now if he has already the 4 trick shots. No, he's using just 2 trick shots. He's using Kaisa as another trick shot. Let's see how he can do that.
Yeah, Gray on the other hand. I was saying Gray on the other hand is still far away from the Kiana. He only has 6. So no natural Qiyana for him, only the Qiyana on the leveling cast. Maybe not the best of news, and now it should be better for the Teemo. Yeah, the Teemo is doing so much damage. You were saying so can the Exalted giving the additional damage. So actually the healing that the Teemo has is helping a lot the front line. So a good position now for Michael with the Teemo, and this is the last augment we're going to see today. Looking to close it out, maybe a combat augment would be great for them. Most of the reroll already hitting, so I believe we will see now the roll down, people rolling for level 8 for the Kayn, and the rest of the people don't want to fall back in tempo, so they will be rolling again for the 2-star 3 cost.
Yeah, and Toddy just completely missing on the Syndra. As we see Senna 3 for Pokkygom pop up on the right side. Shen 3 for Pokkygom popping up as well. That's going to be massive hits for our rerollers. Not seeing Weijin hit yet. However, Weijin did have 2 duplicators, so I think he's likely to find what he needs. A lot of units being picked up on the side of our screen here. And yeah, there it is. Pocky, okay, so that was just his second Shen 2, but he did find the Senna 3. And he's only slow rolling. Still 50 gold.
They see me rolling. Let's see how Pokkygom can go for this game, because with the Senna now, he's very strong on his backline, but he really needs that Shen tree to get the front line right, to get the time that Senna needs to get to damage. And look at the problem, when the Kayn reaches the Senna, he loses the round.
I love to see what Sox just done. Let's see this fight first about Toddy. Toddy wins again. So actually good tempo for him. He rolls to 0, has the Orn also on the store to buy. But actually Sox, he doesn't roll. He rolls a little, gets the Kayn, feels like he's enoughly strong. So I believe he will be going to level 9. Obviously, he will try to use these 8 free rolls that he's having to roll. And now that he has the pairs, maybe he will keep rolling again. But I think in his mind, because he has the little bodies, he's thinking about going to level 9 and then going for the... And now with the Kayn 2 is perfect for him. He has some more pairs. He could be rolling, but I think he knows he's stable. He wants to go to level 9, get the Wukong in, or even so profound on a little more interesting unit. But the Wukong will close out his comp, giving the Heavenly, giving additional speed to the whole comp. So actually a great spot for him.
Yeah, he paired Sylas, so I think he was kind of thinking that he wanted to roll more because Sylas 2 would be such a massive spike. But the Kayn 2 should be enough to kind of buy his stage 4 so that he can be able to go to 9 like you're saying. I definitely would like him to stay. As we see, Greya does have that Qiyana 3 finally, and is going to be trying to just continue with this vertical on the duelist. And because it was caretakers, you get the Qiyana 3, but Greya's already level 8, right? So going to be able to keep pushing those levels.
Yeah. Sox is really strong right now because of that Kayn. You are seeing now the Greya against Digital against Toddy, and he won the round with just 1 unit left. Okay for him. Now Digital is with 13.5 HP, and he needs that win.
Yeah, just to remember, Greya is up and running for the championship together with So Lucas on third place Sox. So this is very important threshold for them. This is the 5th game of the day, of the final day of this American Championship, and then we'll have the 6th. So actually very important for them to close it out, go for the championship for the $14,000 of the first place, $50,000 for the whole 3 days across the whole tournament and the whole players. So finally, the decision here to go for an additional item, Weishen, going for the locks, still far away from it, has the possibility to wait them out, but finds the Janna, and this is great for him. He decides to go to level 7, not committing to go for the looks, and now trying to go for the Amumu as his win condition and getting a great tank, La Taza.
Wow.
The teapot complementing him will be amazing, and this will be the best spot that he needs.
Upe, I was kidding. I didn't mean to curse Weijin. I said surely he can't miss with 2 duplicators. And I think yet again, playing this same reroll comp that he could not hit at all in game 2, Weijin is missing this entire game. Finally finds Janna, but this is 4-5. And his start, if you remember, on 2-3, he had a Lux 2. This is his only found 2 more copies for the rest of the game. Ridiculous that Weijin once again just unable to find the units he's looking for.
Yeah, for sure. It's not his day. Weishen really hasn't woke up in the best standing. Maybe something happened that we don't know. He has been performing decently, but now in this level of competition, he was already average placement in the best way. He's rolling now, trying to get the Taza. He only needs one more, and then he will perform now Deluxe again, Ken. So it's looking better for him, but only 21 HP. He needs to hit now, and it's not going up for him. So the duplicators are not happening.
Yeah, we talk about that on the pre-game. The problem with the Lux comp is when you have not so much HP, and that's now what's happening with the Weijian. Happen again, another game with that problem. He needs to find that Lux. We need to find mostly that Amumu for getting Latasa, for getting the front line that he needs for Janna and Lux do the damage.
Michael's holding his units, right? This is 7 Luxes on Michael's board. He also has 3 Amumus. That's a little bit, that's a lot more reasonable. And Michael, of course, is re-rolling the Lux because it's an exalted unit, right? It makes sense in his comp. He should be playing for it. But that is just destroying Weijian, right? The fact that there's so many Luxes out of the pool when that was the main unit he was looking for.
Yeah, Michael has better tempo. He has more HP. His units look better. So this is very bad news for Weijian. It's a contested gameplay, but he needs to do it the same as you tell it, Kaz. So actually, then not the best place. Going for Latasa will not appear. So Amumu will also be difficult. Let's see, Weijian doesn't have money. So at least he will need to use this duplicator for one of them. He will have to choose either Lux 3 or Amumu 3. It will not be possible for him. He has the possibility of Amumu. Let's roll again to see if maybe the Destiny helps Aurelio. No more possibilities, so I think he will have to go to Amumu, preserve as much HP as he can, and win the race against Toji. And there it is, Amumu 3.
He just needs as many placements as he can get, as you just laid it out perfectly. If he can just outperform Toddy for the rest of the tournament, then he is fine. At this point, Weijian is in survival mode. He just wants to go to the championship. He just needs to get as many points as possible to make it hard on Toddy.
And talking about Toddy, we have Toddy with Ornn 2, with 2 Ornn 2s, and his Syndra with the items. He has Nashor, he has Shojin, he has the Gauntlet. He's very strong right now, but of course, we need to see how he's gonna through this game, because then he and Asian needs these scores, needs the points for getting live the dream. Yeah. Oh, Weijian's down. Another top 8.
Another 8 for Weijian. 4 out of 5 games so far. He has finished in 8th. That is massive. It opens the door a little bit for Toddy, but he is also not doing so great. He might continue with his consistency, Ken.
Oh my god. Again on the 7th position. Let's see. Now he has a Silas 2. Maybe that helps. He got 2 fated emblems. He looks strong, but it's not the meta comp. It's not the strongest comp that we are seeing on his hands. Let's see how he's gonna do it.
Yeah, he's using a Jone Fated for now. We want to see the Asir. We want to see the set here. So not only performing for him, he has the Silas 2 that is very important, and even building him into Fated would be good. Let's see if it's enough. The front line seems to be holding up well. But now Esoluka still doesn't have the Zoe. Zoe 3 doesn't appear for him, but it looks like he's enough. The 1-on-1 in the end, and Esoluka, even though he doesn't have the Zoe 3, he's still winning against Toji. Once this Zoe is up online, I think Esoluka will be one of the favorites to take it off.
100%, I agree. So Lucas has to just keep holding on because, Pocky and Sock's very strong at the top of this lobby, but also he just wants to outplay Greya, as that's who he's trying to catch up to win the entire tournament. And Greya might be going out in this game very soon, and that opens the door for Lucas to actually catch up quite a bit just before game 6. If he can make up 3 points and tie it up, all he has to do is outplace Greya in the final game.
Let's see if he can get it. It will be funny if the champion of the Golden Spatula can be a Brazilian, and the one who lives on the 8th position can be a Brazilian too. Yeah, it's a sad and happy thing to say at the same time, but let's see what will happen.
What you mean, the magic?
The storm, that's the real storm.
That's the storm.
Win and you lose. Totally. This show going with the Ashe. So again, for him, good augments. Let's see if it's enough, but no, he loses against Toshi. So Toshi wins once again, trying not to go 7. So for example, this has been the most consistent position for him. Wei Shen in the 8th, Toddy in the 7th. So actually still going and fighting around. If he's able to maintain maybe a more broad approach, he's 7 points below still Wei Shen. So if that spread is a little shorter, it could be possible for him to still advance Ken. And now we see the possibility of final completed items here. So some possibilities here going for the even shroud for Michael, and now he has the possibility of shrouding a lot of that armor for the rest of the lobby.
Yeah, we see Sox getting a Morello. We're seeing now Dish Soap and Toddy. The Dish Soap with 10 HP, Toddy with 8 HP. One round, one defeat can be the last round for these guys on this match. Let's see who's gonna play and who is gonna win this round, because it's very important. And I don't see what unit, but Dish Soap sold one unit to get the set. Let's see. Oh no, he has the remover. He just used the remover.
Golden
Okay,
remover.
okay.
But he leveled to 9 just to play an Ari, just to get 2 faded in, or 3 faded in. I don't think that's gonna give too much power to this board. There wasn't anything left to roll for, so he just had to, but it's not the biggest upgrade overall, and Dish Soap in a lot of trouble. Could go down as Lucas did hit that Zoe 3, and as you said, Hoope, he's gotten incredibly strong by finding that. However, the Wardens, the Spirit Guardians, might be enough. The Ash being able to take out the Zoe, and that's a win for Dish Soap. He stays alive, and is that Toddy going out in 7th once again?
Oh, not again, Ken. 7th place for Toddy here. So Wei Shen and Toddy holding hands once against Grea. Also, one of the contested to take it all away is going 6th. And now it's up for Euso Lucas, for Sox to take the best position. So only with one game after this one advancing Ken, these are the 2 players that will be in the contest for the crown, for the Golden Spatula, and be the first champion of the Americas.
Sox and Euso Lucas are playing very, very well. We are seeing Sox with the Reaper's comps. We are seeing the Lucas with the comp of the Zoe Ghostly. Let's see how they can play for the rest of this game. It's very important for the 2 of them get into the first position, get a lot of points to stay away, to reach and pass the points for Grea. Let's see how they can play for game.
Every single in place so big for Sox and for Lucas. Sox was, I believe, 5 points behind coming into this. Lucas was only 3. With Grea going out in 6th, there's a lot of room to be made up. Just Soap still down to 10.
It evens out,
all
right?
the way out.
I don't think that they will get like a significant performance. It's like very close to each other, right, Kaz?
Yeah. It is very close. It is very close between Sox and Lucas. They just have to catch up to Grea a little bit. Grea has 26 points going into this one. So decent lead. Sox 5 behind, but Sox can catch up 5 points with Grea being in 6th. If Sox wins this lobby, he ties it back up.
Okay, for sure within the left, Sox still going for the, or trying to get the El Mono, no? Wukong, he has a lot of gold. He hasn't rolled. Is he planning to go to level 10? That's a possibility here for Sox. He has a lot of gold to roll and try to catch maybe one Wukong, but I really think, Ken, he's thinking about the level 10. Let's see if he rolls down. There it is.
Yeah, because
the level 10 on the gold.
Yeah.
Took it into notice. This additional goal, he had it in mind. Now he has the Wukong, and he had outcapped the board of everyone right here. Wukong coming in place for Sox, and now he has the Exodia. Now the possibility for him for looking for even more. Rakan 2 as a possibility. He will have to punish or cancel maybe a brawler here, and now this board looks amazing.
Look at that. Playing around the pot. I always forget. We're casting this. I always forget that is the portal that we are on. And then stage 6 comes around and there's all the gold. But Sox did not forget. He was ready to immediately go to 10 and roll down. And now he is so strong.
Really, really strong. I like that Hooper said that it's like the Exodia right now. He is really strong with this composition. He got a Wukong too, a Rakan too. And now you're seeing Poki.
Then immediately gets blasted.
yeah. I think I did him.
Oh, Michael goes away. Digital also, so we have confirmation. Let's hope we don't jinx Sox right now. I mean, he's very strong, but he faces off against a Pokegum that also finds the Udyr. Poki's also very strong, so everyone got a good performance of using that gold. We can look at Poki. Poki won, and he's still 62 gold without using. So he's planning to go to level 10. Also, get the Udyr through, the Udyr 2-star, and then his comp will be the actual Exodia. So Ken, both very strong, but Pocky, even with a more potential of outcapping his comp?
Pocky has 13.9 HP, so he can hold his gold for now. He can wait to see if he needs to go to the level 10, if he needs to roll that gold. It's on a really good position right now. Let's see, because he's very strong. Look at him.
Yeah, and Sox is gonna go down. Lucas takes him out. So, you know, Hoope, we were talking about Sox and Lucas as the two who had the best chance to catch up to Greya, but Pokygum cannot be slept on. 19 points, he gets a win here. He's gonna be about even with Sox, Lucas, and Greya, just a few points separating in between each of them, right? And Pocky is gonna be well within striking distance going into game 6 to take this very first golden spatula.
And there's the level 10 for Pocky, very, very strong, everything in place, going for the brawler, going for the vertical of Fincharo. He has everything. Now he has the Saya, going for the Saya 2 now as a possibility, going up against a Soluka that already has the cap of his board. He has the Ghost Links in, he has the Super Soy, and that's where we need to see. Soy, every time she kills, she will get even stronger, getting more rebounds until the casting, and let's see if it's enough. The Atros 2 making a lot of damage, Atros 3-star, making the possibility of axing the backline. Let's see if it's enough for the front lane, still holding up for El Soluka, but now, no, Pocky is too strong.
Pocky's too strong!
And he do get cast.
Pokygum is back. He is pushing for the first place. He's caught up so close. Lucas with the second place will become the point leader at 30. He will be in the lead going into the final game, and everyone trying to catch up. But Pocky, Sox, and Greya are not far behind, and we have a 4-way race to first coming up in this very final game.
He got a very good game right now. Pocky should have this win, because with that Senna, with that Shen on front line, with Aatrox, it's very good game, and I think Gensley will pass out when he got on that, because of course he was cheating enough for Pokygum.
Well, we'll have to give him a chance to do that, Ken. We're going to go to a break, and when we come back, we'll have the analyst desk and then the final game of the America's Golden Spatula. Don't go anywhere. You won't want to miss it.
My name is Dobbs. I play TFT since Set 1, and I'm from Brazil. I compete in TFT because I love the way the game works. It gives me a challenge. I enjoy trying my best and getting to improve in the game, and that keeps me thinking that I just need to keep going and get better. I'm a person that likes to compete. I like competing in anything, like a video game, a soccer game. When I started competing TFT, and then I realized that it's so great, and I just stayed, and I just want to keep going. The way I play to the game, I play that with energy, with anger. I might get crazy sometimes, but I'm always trying to do my best. So I'm never giving up, and I just try to do the best I can so I can keep going to the regionals, keep going to worlds. Maybe I play with us that once again. Well, my greatest inspiration in TFT, I guess, is a friend of mine, and it's Ego Illusions. I just play the game alongside him just from the beginning, and I guess he keeps me like trying to do my best so I can walk up next to him. He might not be the best player, but I think he try his hard, so I appreciate that. This clip is from the game that the 7th game in the Brazilian qualifier, and like I was facing Tanjo, and he was like 75 out cash out from Fortune, pretty big, and his arm just puts a QSS in his Wukong, and my Yone was managing to wipe his whole board, and I should lose that fight if that item was anything else. And it was like, if he eliminates me, I lose the tournament, he would win. So that fight was like, I wouldn't believe that I won, because he was like so strong with the Fortune. And in the later one, I managed to get a little better, and I managed to eliminate him and like get the win in the Brazilian first qualifier. So that round was like the point changing in the game. I just like to thank the people that roots for me, because I'm still playing because of them. There are a lot of people that keep watching my YouTube and me on Twitch.
Welcome back, everybody. We are preparing the stage for the final game of the America's Golden Spatula, day number 3, where we are going to determine the final representatives for the Americas at the Tactician's Crown, the World Championships of the Inkborn Fables set. Gangly, let's break down the action that we had in that 5th game, because this is where it's tough. This is the final game that these players have now to really solidify their spots to go to Worlds.
I know, I feel like we keep talking all weekend long, like, oh, just be patient, just be patient. Like, there's a lot of games left to be played. The reality is we don't have a lot of games left to be played right now, right? Weijin Iverson, once again, struggling on the day. This is not the Weijin we've seen this weekend. This is not the Weijin we've seen historically. It's probably an element of low roll, but I imagine more so than that, there's an element of mental resilience that we're not really seeing him being able to overcome. But Toddy, the player who's contesting him for this AVP spot at the end of the day, right there in 7th place. I want to call out, though, Necra, the comp diversity we saw in one of the final games of the day was, you know, very reroll heavy. We basically got to see every iteration of reroll that's in the meta right now. Even the Teemo reroll, I think, coming through from Michael was quite surprising. But I think it's important to recognize, too, that in this field of rerollers, Sox, once again, playing the melee bruisers, finding a top 4, while Pakigam 2 games in a row playing the center reroll, finding something he's comfortable piloting into a 1st place finish, and once again slingshotting himself back up the standings.
I mean, this has just been an astounding day for Pocky. Starting things out with a 6th place, then going to a 7th place, getting 2 2nd places back to back, and now a 1st. He has completely slingshot himself into one of the front-runner spots to take the entirety of the regional finals. And I think that's something that a lot of our players at the top are now angling for, Gangly, as we take a look at just thinking about like how Michael is doing, how Gray is doing, Yuso, Lucas, Sox. Like, this is the top of the tables, and they want to take home that $14,000 prize.
Yeah, there were a lot of things to talk about from that last game. You know, kind of in-game, I think we should celebrate people like Michael, who built this really creative Teemo reroll board. Traditionally, the highest cap of it is played around the Wardens, but it's so contested with the Lux Janna reroll stuff. So he used the exalted pairing of the Lux and the Teemo to build a really cool board and net himself a top 4 when he's in that middle placement alongside Dish Soap of players who aren't in need of a 1st. They're in need of points. With both of them rounding out the 4th and 5th place finishes, they've been able to extend their lead over Toddy enough that he cannot catch them in the final game. With Toddy going 7th there, we're going to be narrowing in on a little bit more of this heads up. We'll see when we do eventually get the standings, how much of that gap is between Toddy and Weijin. But on the flip side, you know, you have players like Freya, Aoso, Lucas, Pakigam, all having decent enough games to extend their lead over the rest of the field.
Ooh. Yeah, I mean, Yuso, Lucas, Greya, they're sitting in 1st and 2nd place respectively with 30 points and 29 points. But Toddy and Weijin Iverson, Gangly, they are holding hands in that 7th and 8th place spot. Weijin Iverson right now going to still have the average placement over Toddy. That was based off of the performance that he had from days 1 and 2. The carryover is helping him out so much in a day that has just not been his day.
No, you're so right, and that's an excellent point. Players are going to find their high roll at different times. They're going to find their low roll at other times. And the important part is not only being able to pilot the high roll when it comes, but being resistant to the low roll. I do not believe that there is no way Weijin could have piloted any of those 4 games to something beyond an 8th place finish. I am believing at this point in time that he probably is leaving points on the table one way or another, and it's not the Weijin we're seeing. But we have to keep in mind, you called at the top of that table, what is the 3-point gap between 4th place with Sox and Pakigam and Aoso Lucas in 1st place? Brazil bookending the standings right now, right? With Toddy on the bottom playing for that AVP and Aoso Lucas on top of Greya, Pocky, and Sox. The last game is going to be a mix of the heads up between Wajan Iverson and Toddy with a 6-point gap between them, and those 4 players at the top of the standings all looking to overtake each other. I think those 4 players are going to be just playing their own game, while Wajan probably has to think a little bit about not only how can he maximize his placements, but maybe minimize Toddy's placements a little bit. And I would expect to see a certain element of griefing to Wajan's play in this last game.
But as you said, though, right? You have to play your own TFT. I don't know if you can always consider all of those different windows, because at the end of the day, it is you that has to pilot these boards. You can't think about what anybody else is doing outside of maybe hoping you don't contest Sox or something on like a melee reroll. But you know, you never know what that is going to be. So as we look forward to our final game of day number 3 of the America's Golden Spatula, Gangly, you and I, we get a chance to sit back, watch, and just let all the action unfold as we hand things back over to Casanova, Ken, and Hupe-san to close out our day.
Final game of the America's Golden Spatula. We will crown a winner at the end of this. We will know our representatives, and the top end is so incredibly close. Lucas, Greya, Pocky, and Sox heavily fighting for that first place and the lion's share of the $50,000. Hupe, this is getting so intense.
No, it's so intense. It is. Toshi and Weishan also going for the last place. Dishel and Micah taking vacations here. They're maybe going for one another additional place. But as we saw and we heard Gangly talking about Greya, Lucas, Sok, and Pokygon, they're only 3 points apart from each other. Anyone can take it, Ken.
Yeah, also Lucas needs to stay on the top position that he can get. A top 1 is, of course, the best position for guarantee that he can be the winner of the Golden Spatula. Let's see how he would play. Let's see how Greya, Pokygon, and Sox will play, and Toddy and Wajan, because that's the characters, that's the storylines that we have for this last game of the day.
All right, we'll start things off. Golden Gala, 3-cost champion, our tactician's crown. Everyone but Sox wants it to be all gold this time around to close things out, and that will be the case. Dish Soap is going to get it. Golden Gala, we are just getting all these golden augments for this final game of the day, which means reroll back on the menu. Kane going to be happy about this. A lot of different options coming from the triple golds.
Yeah, for sure. Even duelists. Duelists always have like the Golden Gala, many possibilities of duels, keepers. We can have the duelist per 1. They extend the duelists. So there's a lot of possibilities that we could have. Right now we're seeing Solucas, one of the one that has going for the race of the first place. 30 points for him. He's in the lead. So he only needs to outperform Greya, Pocky, and Sox, and is in his hands. So there's the pressure for him. And Pocky, he needs points. He needs 3 more points than Eusolucas. So let's be very aware of what he performs so far with the duelist early game, Ken.
Yeah, talking about Toddy, I was bringing that strategy again. I think it's the game for Toddy to play the same comp as Wajan. Doesn't matter what comp Asian was going, he goes for the same comp, because if he can get to the units that he needed and he can take the units that Wajan needed, Wajan maybe go for the 8th position, and maybe he can get the points for get the spot on the World Championship.
Yeah, at the very end of this game, we will know the winner, but somewhere in the middle, we might know between Toddy and Wajan which one is going to make it to the championship. If Wajan is able to play 6th or better, he'll have too many points for Toddy to catch up. So Wajan just trying to hold on for that 6th, try and make sure that he can lock in his spot at the championship. And we're going to see the very first pick of augments here, Hupe. And Wajan's options not so exciting just yet, as Jeweled Lotus, Stars Are Born, and Magic Wand currently, but Stars Are Born gonna be the take, looking potentially to start off a reroll with a lot of units. Could actually go ooh, Teemo is gonna be the choice just to play for the early game with a 2-star Teemo.
Yeah, for sure. He has the Timo, he has the Last Whisper. I'm thinking he will try to go for a good early game in stage 2, slam items because you're going for these Stars Are Born, and then trying to go for Fortune. So a little of a risky play. Let's see what he actually goes for it. He has the possibility of also going for the double 2-star Cho'Gath. I don't think it's good enough for him because he doesn't have the possibility. He's rolling about it. He's like moving the Cho'Gath, thinking if it's a possibility or not. So maybe not the most comfortable spot for him. It's a gold augment, but he has not had... Normally when you get this augment, you need a good reroll possibility or having the tempo to actually outperform everyone else and go for a win streak.
Yeah. I think now Weijian was going for a composition that get him through the 5th or more position for this game. He doesn't need to get a first position. He doesn't need to get a perfect composition to get him the first place. He just need to survive and stay for the 5th position or more. And that composition with Timo is a good composition for him. He goes for Fortune, like you said, Hupe. He can go for maybe the trick shot composition. I like the way he's playing. Of course, Todd maybe is not liking, but I think Todd is going for the strategy. I said it's the same units.
And I want to call out quickly, we saw a lot of committal augment selections. We saw the Kabuko, the Lucky Paws, so we'll see that reroll potentially coming through. We saw a Haunted House picked up, so Ghostly going to be locked in. And then we saw Pokygum taking the Call of Adventure, I believe is what it was. He's taking the one that ramps up your Kale over the game, so going to be trying to play around Story Weavers this entire game.
Yeah, he will only need that emblem with a Spatula and the possibility to getting that additional emblem of the Story Weaver. He already has the early game. Then with the emblem, he will have the 7 Story Weaver put in place and then simply go to level 8 or level 9 and trying to get the area. Sounds difficult, but actually the tempo of the comp when you have that augment evens out a little. So you can really have good early game, good mid game, but then you need to skip level 8 and go to level 9. So a good proposal there for Pokygum. Now we see Sox. He has the learning to spell, so probably going for the Yana. This is the most the way that we see how to prioritize this augment can. So it's good. A good comp, he needs 2 hits. We have seen that if you're not lucky with this comp, even if you play well, you can go 8th, and if you hit in the moment that you need to hit and then go to level 7 to keep rolling for the Amumu 3 and the rest of your comp, you're actually pretty good.
The problem for me is that he's going for the lost streak at the same time, and I don't like this comp on the lost streak. We already talked about that, how you really need the HP for the level 6. Let's see how he's gonna play, but I think it's a really good augment for the comp of the Janna and the Lux.
Look on the other side, Michael, too much candy. This is actually something Clement tweeted about when talking about how Duelist was being played a decent amount in the Americas tournament, and it wasn't just around keepers. Too much candy was kind of the other way that we saw Duelist, and oftentimes it was Sox and other North American players that were playing this line, but Michael is showing that he also knows how to play it. He also knows that this is a good out and is playing around. Too much candy, has the early Kiana, and has slammed items that look good for a Duelist composition.
Yeah, it's a great augment. You get a lot of gold when you buy a unit that you don't need. You get the double, so it's like 3 gold free in each round if you don't get a unit that you don't need. So Michael would get as much as possible leverage on this augment to get the gold, to get the moment when he should roll. And normally you don't want to be too greedy. You want to use it for a while to get additional gold, but then you really want to step it out and try to use the augment and get the tempo as soon as possible, Ken. So it will be very interesting to see when Michael decides to roll down a lot and get a good tempo in the comp. And now also Lucas, we see again, this is what you were talking about, Kaz, the Super Kobuko. Great items for him, maybe going for the D-Claw as the 3rd item, but I think this is a great spot for him. He already has 7 Kobuko, so this will be perfect for him. If he hits early, it will be a great win out. If he doesn't, it could be dangerous.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I like that composition, but I know that it's not the strongest composition right now to the last game of the day. Maybe for him to be the great champion of the day of the Golden Spatula, I don't know if that's the more secure way to get to that position.
Yeah, he's putting it all in his Lucky Paws in this little Kabuko that could to try and win this entire tournament. And the fact that he has 7 copies is great, but it's 20 gold right now. So it's not the highest amount of gold that you would normally see because he's not full streaking in this early game when trying to play a one cost reroll, right? So we'll see how much gold he actually has to roll at level 4 when he gets to that stage. He has a little bit of gold on the bench that he can sell off to try and, you know, make 30, at least make 40 by Krugs, and then just roll very heavily on 3-1. It's only 2 copies, which can be great, but if he ends up broke after that roll down, it could be disaster. As we get into this final round before Krugs, 2 players at 4 wins, Weijin and Pocky, 2 players at 4 losses, Dishsoap and Toddy. And we'll see if they can keep their streaks.
For sure. Now we see Toshi again. He has the possibility of going for the lose streak. He really wants to lose. Let's see if he's not facing. He goes against Dish Soap, so one of them will lose the lose streak. They
Dish
both
played around
want
it.
to lose. Tiff is holding out the jacks in the corner. And this is bad news for Toshi once again, getting into a trap. Michael did it to him in the last game, and now Dishop penalizes a lot for Toshi. This is so bad news for Brazil, Ken.
Yeah, one more time. Now, Dishop really plays really well to continue his loss streak. Now, only 1 round left before the Krugs. We've seen Toddy spending some of his gold, going for that Silver 2. Maybe he go for his comfort zone, that he's the Story River composition. Let's see if he's going for that composition. Now you're seeing also Lucas one more time with that Kobuko. I'm really thinking that maybe if he can get a Bruiser emblem and go for an Irelia, maybe that composition can work out for him to get the first place.
Big thing for Weijin. In set 9, when Stars Are Born was the first came out as an augment, and it was part of the Caitlyn Legends setup. There was a strategy to play Caitlyn and always play Stars Are Born, and the reason it was good was you would try to ensure a win streak all the way to Krugs, maybe even win a little bit in stage 3. Weijin took Stars Are Born, he completed the full win streak through stage 2, did everything that he needs to do with that augment to feel like it was of value. And the question is what can he convert off of that? Hoope, you were saying that potentially going into Fortune off the Teemo, and maybe he can do that, but Lucas hits the Kobuko with 30 gold left. That is exactly what you want to see.
Is what you want to see, the importance of hitting and additionally getting steel gold. Remember, the additional interest that you win transform into additional HP for the Kobuko. So the fact that he hit it, but he didn't broke the 30 mark of gold, he could actually go now for 50 gold. Try to get even an economy item. I love to see a hedge fund, something like that here, and that way you will get the biggest Kobuko of your life. So Lucas, I know he knows the strat. Let's see if he goes for it, but a great position for him. Remember, he's the one with the highest point, Ken. He has 30 points, only very close to Grea, Pocky, and Sox, who are in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place. So this is a great spot for him.
Yeah, also Lucas are like playing against himself. He just needs to get the position above everyone. Even if it was top 1, even if he got top 5 with the other players, with Grea, with Pokygo and Sox below him, it's okay. Let's see how he's gonna play. That Kobuko tree so early is very good, but I really cautious about that composition. I'm really don't know if the composition that can win that match. So let's see how he's gonna play.
Look at Toshi now. Toshi has the Story Weaver emblem. We saw him yesterday getting such a great position with it. He had like a 2.2 average when we play Story Weaver. Now he's in his comfort zone. So Toshi finally in this day 3 cast going for the possibility of playing his his winning comp. This is his spot, so maybe good news for him. Let's see if Weijin also gets to perform, because remember they two are on the race to see who gets into the Tactician Crown and who doesn't.
Hoope, you know, we know he has to get 6th or better. Look at these augment selections. This is just tempo. This is as much tempo as you can put together in a single board. He went shock treatment as well. Weijin says, please, no one touch my HP bar. I'm staying at 100 as long as possible. This will fall off a cliff as we get towards the later stages of the game. This is not powerful for the late game, but Weijin doesn't necessarily need the late game. He just needs to get 6th or better. But this makes me nervous because he will kind of hit this peak of power that the comp cannot really get much stronger so much earlier. And if players who are low on HP actually are able to stabilize, you can see a player start at 100 like this and burn all the way down to 7th or 8th.
Yeah, it can be very difficult for him if no one goes for the 8th position and the 7th position after this decline of his composition, because as you're saying, the early game composition is absurd. Very strong with the static, very strong with the choosing of the arguments that he chooses. But when the late game comes, when the other compositions are solid, maybe he can't continue to the way that he wants.
Yeah, now Michael faces it off against the Kobuko, actually winning even in the Kobuko needs the 3rd item. He's actually very strong, but he needs the 3rd item, and he needs to go for the vertical, go for the additional bruisers that will allow the Kobuko to get to the ascension, and then he will start doing damage. Also, we need a secondary carry. If we get the emblem, like you were saying, the emblem could be great on Irelia, getting that additional damage according to HP. Irelia is the one who better use it, but normally you can also go for an AP additional in area damage. That could be Asir, could be Morgana. We have a lot of possibilities, and now we're seeing the rest of the lobby. How are they performing? It's actually very close in power, so it's still up for grabs. Kaz, what you were saying is very important. Toshi is on a race to winning the lobby. He knows he needs to win because, on the other hand, we have Wei Shen that is so much tempo, but then he will lose out for sure. This is not a winning comp. This is a comp that you want to go 5th if you can, and you close it out, you sign it. So it will be a race between I want to perform as much as possible for Tori, and I want to scrap as many positions as I can for Wei Shen.
Yeah, absolutely. And so Toddy playing the comp that he had the most success on, the most comfort on with the Story Weavers, trying to put that together. It's working well with Patient Study alongside the Story Weaver crest, right? Because you need to get to 9 so that you can guarantee you find that Aurelia, try and get Aurelia too. The problem is he's just burning so much health early on and not really a good path to stabilization here at level 7. You don't really want to roll on level 7 or 8, but he's going to be required to because he's taking way too much damage. There's no way that you can try and just like pure fast 9 out of this. And so we'll have to see if Toddy can do that. He does find a win here. That's going to help. Every single win is going to matter quite a bit for Toddy as he tries to hold on to this HP. But I definitely don't feel like his position is a good one to actually overtake Wei Shen and get that last world spot. It's going to come down to a little bit of a miracle as he makes his way towards that 7 Story Weaver. Though we got to check in with the other storyline here, right? Greya, Sox, Pocky, Lucas, all neck and neck. 65 to 63 health between all 4 of these players who are fighting for first place.
Oh my god. If yesterday I thought I have to send the bill for Pokygon, now I have to send the bill for him, and of course for also Lucas and Toddy too, because oh my god, this game is the last game of the day and everything can be decided in any moment. We're seeing now also Lucas against Wei Shen. It's around that I think also Lucas can beat it. The Kobuko is very strong, but the problem is that they don't have the damage for getting through the units from Wei Shen, and yeah, it's another round that also Lucas lost.
Yeah, great news for Wei Shen. Even though he loses the win streak that was performing so much for him, he still preserves a lot of HP cast. So it's a great position. He only needs to keep rolling, maybe go to an 8, keep doing what he must. And he loves to play this kind of comp. No, he plays very flexibly the AP line. He knows how to play Sages. He knows how to get Morgana in here, maybe Sylas. So he can play like a mix of a comp. He doesn't have to go for a specific vertical comp that is proven in the meta. So like how he assembles what will be the final composition, especially in this level 8 that is where the HP will start lowering down much.
Yeah, the only problem for Wei Shen is that fast 9 doesn't really work, because this is like old school Wei Shen. He would play this really high tempo stuff, and then he would roll down and he would just build a really cool board on level 9 that would stabilize, and then he would, or on level 8 and stabilize, then he'd push 9, and then he'd just have like a legendaries board that he'd cap out with. And the items and augments matter a little bit less when you have just the Bill Gates board, right? And Wei Shen was so good at that. He is so good at that. And honestly, he might just do that in this game. It's possible that he ends up capping this out, finds a win out of nowhere with something crazy like this, because this is like Wei Shen style of TFT. It is a comfort zone. He is making it happen. And honestly, he's got to feel pretty comfortable, even though there's still a risk of losing out. He's found enough tempo in this early game that it's definitely holding on to a good amount of HP.
Yeah, we are seeing Toddy too, who got Fortune comp right now, but he's not gonna use it that for really get a really good cash out is just because it's the units that he could have. He got an NE2, he got the Timo that he's already on his board, and now it's very bad for him. He already got 23 HP and he needs to stabilize his game for maybe can be on the World Championship.
When we see the augments here on the right, Grea with a perfect augment for his comp. He has the Lotus, a Pokégon, great augment for the late game, also with the Unified Resistant, additional healing with the Altruist for Enzo Lucas, additional items for Michael. Normally you don't want items at the end, but he needed to close out some of the carries that he had. D-Shop going for the Shen 3 right now with the 2 healthy. Remember, D-Shop and Michael are going on for the ride. They already qualified for finals, but they don't have a possibility to go for the first place. And it will be interesting, the dynamic amongst them also, Kaz.
Yeah. Extra cash. That's what it's all about for those
sure.
two, right? They can still improve their placements. They just can't quite sneak into that first place necessarily, right? Be a little bit too much for them to get there. But definitely each placement still a lot of money on the line. And so they're fighting tooth and nail for this. And, you know, Dish Soap having a really strong setup with that 2 healthy in the Haunted House. We've seen that go first earlier in the tournament with that composition. So we could see it once again. And Michael with the Too Much Candy. I'm curious how many of the duelists he's been able to put together. But now looking at Grea's board, getting that Jeweled Lotus at the very end, really good for this Mythic Invoker setup. And at least finding most of the pieces of the comp, just not finding the upgrades. But he rolled the 0. And it's only stage 4, right? So just finding the pieces is oftentimes enough in stage 4.
Yeah, of course. Now he's not very strong, but he is moderate strong. Let's see
yeah,
that.
I mean, that's big.
Yeah, and it's very important for getting from that Canes. I think we don't have Reapers on this game. Yeah. Anyone who's doing Reapers.
0 Reapers.
Okay, so yeah, it's really weird for the last game of the day, but we don't have Reapers for this game.
Yeah, Ken, I wanted to highlight you call out the Dario 3 some games ago, but we didn't saw it. And Michael, I think he wants to go for it. One of his favorite units, he has the Capricious Forge, so normally the Darius can use it for a while. Maybe he will make the change, but actually looking for that Darius as a possibility now, going up against Enzo Lucas, who find the Altruist Emblem. That will be amazing because you have a little armor and resistance. When you have the vertical of Bruiser, actually caps out even better. You have a lot of resistance that with the more HP happens. And now Michael again punishing the Kobuko composition from Enzo Lucas. So Weishan now regains the win streak. So this is what you were saying, Kaz. Great news for him. Even though he lost, he started rolling a little stable again. And I really, truly believe that with the gold, he doesn't have gold, but now he could recover. And he said, okay, I'm not going level 9, at least not so far, but I want to stabilize, and he managed to do it. He loses the win streak, and now he's Dish Soap in the front.
Yeah, Dish Soap building such a big lead in this game due to just that 2 healthy, the Haunted House. It's so good being able to put a lot together here, but we're looking towards the bottom of the tables. Lucas, the Kabuko, kind of falling off, not actually being able to stabilize. That would open the door for Grea and Sox to try and run away with this. Pokygom also in contention, and we know that this is a bit of a power trough for the Story Weavers, right? Because they're going to try and push towards level 9 ideally, and he never found the Spatula. He never found the +1 for Story Weaver. So Pokygom took a risk, and we'll see if he can get there, but he has no gold to go towards 9 as we see finally the hit for Michael.
Yeah, we're seeing Kiana free for Michael. You're seeing he's going through that duelist reroll with Tristana 3 going through 2. Let's see if we can get that comp, because like we are saying earlier, he doesn't have the chance to go for the cup. He doesn't have the chance for the champion of the Golden Spatula, but he can go for a more prize, for more money, and of course Michael's gonna do the best of he can to get through that.
Okay, let's see now Michael going up against this. So again, the 2 of them going on for the right. Michael with the Kiana 3, a very good performance. Kiana destroying completely also with the Sterax, a high shield for them. So Michael again going for this, D-Shop on the front. And remember, Sox, Grea, and Enzo Lucas together with Pokégon that are on the low of the table right now, are the ones fighting out. So let's really see what's going on. So Toshi could be eliminated.
Get in the area.
Close in 8th, Ken, the life, now the dream is over for him.
Yeah, if he goes out in 8th here, he's the one who will not be advancing to the Tactician's Crown, and it will immediately lock Wei Iverson's spot at that tournament. He'll finally get a chance to go back to the World Championships to face off against Tidal and Wet Jungler once again, the two that were able to best him, the only two on top of him at the championship the last time he was there.
He got some Irelia, but I don't know if that's enough for now. With 12 HP, it's very difficult. He's against this soap. He's already with that Shen 3. Let's see, because his backline is not very strong right now. He didn't reach that Senna 3 yet. So let's see if Toddy has the chance.
Oh my god, the Dragon Claw doing so much resistance for this show. This could be the end, but the Kell is still strong. Finally, he caps that in the end. Toddy's still alive. Remember, Toddy needs 6 points ahead of Wei Shen to win. Wei Shen is starting to lose now, as you were saying, Kaz. His comp is no longer strong, and Toshi is actually very strong with this scale, even winning against a 3-star that had a Dragon Claw. So the burst damage of this scale comp is actually amazing.
Yeah, and look at Lucas with the Kabuko. He's down to just 9 HP. Looks like Lucas is likely to fall down. Brazil in the final hour, not able to hold it together. Lucas for so long was at the top. He was leading coming into this game, but taking her 7th or an 8th here, that opens the door wide open for Greya, for Pocky, for Sox.
It's very difficult to understand why he's gone for that composition in the last game. That game was so important for him to get to be the champion of the Golden Spatula. Of course, there's a really difficult thing to do, because he are playing against the best players of the America. But in the last game for that Kabuko composition may be the doom for the Lucas.
Yeah, he keeps rolling Ken. He doesn't find additional upgrades, but this doesn't look good for Lucas. Lucas is in actual bad spot. Only carry he has is this Kabuko. So this is not enough. He doesn't even find the Sylas 2. This could be the end for him. And as you said, Kaz, opening the door for Greya, Pocky, or Sox to take the championship.
And on the other side, look at Tori. He ended up finding a duplicator, but couldn't get the pair for the Aurelia. So it's just Aurelia 1. And we look on the other side, and that's just so much damage coming out from the Lilia. It's far too much. The Kale is gone. Toddy's hopes are going to be dashed here. It looks like Greya pivoting on to that Lilia once more will knock Toddy out. And Toddy will be the one who does not advance. And Wei Iverson will move on to the Tactician's Crown.
On the other side, we see Lucas getting through that victory against Wei. But yeah, Toddy is our 8th position on this game, and say goodbye to the chance that he can get for go to the World Championship.
For sure. Now we have the confirmation, as they were saying throughout the broadcast. Toshi is the one who will not be assisting to the Tactician Crown. Great performance from him 3 times, or 2 times he went to regional finals of Brazil, couldn't make it to Worlds, and now once again getting to the final day of this first stage of the Tacticians or the Golden Spatula cast. Couldn't close it out in the end. Great performance for him. I think the Brazilian community will be proud of his performance, but so close to getting to the end. Regretfully not going to Tactician Crown.
Considering just how strong this tournament was, he should be so proud. He outplaced players that everyone would have expected to make it as well, and he got an even higher placement than all of them. And Toddy will be eliminated here, but definitely someone that I am so excited to look out for in the future. Oh no, Lucas gonna go down, and that's it for Lucas. He will not be the winner, so that means Pocky, Sox, or Greya will be the one who's gonna take it down.
Oh my god, yeah, that composition really didn't work for him. We are saying now Pocky gone, and Wei with 18 HP and Pocky with 6 HP. Pocky needs to find the units that can change the way his gameplay is going through, but maybe this can be his last round of this 6th game.
Okay, we see Pocky on the right. He's actually going for this comp. He has the way. He's not using the duplication so far, but his comps is looking good. Remember, Pocky and Sox are 2 points behind of Greya, so that's where they want to be. Greya with a 2nd place, he ensures he will be a champion of today. Meanwhile, Pocky and Sox needs a little more. They need to do that direct face-off and to try to win it. So Pocky going up against Wei Shen, good comp. Still with the Lilia 1, he tried to force, as we were saying, a lot of tempo comp. He's now not in the best moment, falling out a little. And Kaz, I think it could be also a loss here for Wei Shan. Pocky is very strong. His comp has more structure, and now he will take a win. Still not eliminated for Wei Shan, but Pocky still lives with 6 HP. The dream is still alive for him.
I don't know if it was a spectator bug or not, but it looked like Pocky had his artist stacked up to 4. So if he can find a Hui, he just has to live 1 round to actually paint the Hui and have Hui too. So Pocky just looking for that 1 unit, ends up taking this Aurelia. Not going to be something he can play, but it is 5 gold and a frontline item to help stall out even more. Pocky has the big uphill battle. Grea still 30 life left, just looking to outplay Sox and Pocky to secure it.
Yeah, for now, Grea is the one that maybe is more directionally to be the champion of the Golden Spatula. Let's see how he's gonna play his game. We're seeing now Wei Shan and Pocky both with little HP, 5 HP for Wei Shan, 6 HP for Pocky. Wei Shan is on a comfortable position right now. He's already on the World Championship, but of course, he wants to get more points. He wants to prove himself after his bad day, maybe the worst day of his career. So let's see how he's gonna play it.
Okay, so on the left, Wei Shan going up a Bendicial, Pocky on the right, going versus the duelist comp. Tristana 3-star goes up against him. Let's see if it's enough. His comp is very center, so he actually wants to burst out as fast as possible. This, but the Killanes doesn't fall down for Michael. He needs an additional cast from the KO. There he goes, and the KO cleans up. Pocky again with the dream in a possibility cast. And in the right now, Wei Shan trying to fight it out against this one. It will be a win also for him.
They're both staying alive here, just very little HP. I have to see how the rest of the lobby did, because if Grea is starting to lose, Pocky's starting to bullet back. Also have to see where Sox is at, because Sox, you know, also in that contention. And it's really getting a lot tighter, a lot closer to the point where Grea can lock things down. And Grea had found a win. He's still at 30 life.
Yeah, he's still with 13 life, 13 HP with one win streak. But let's see, because the Grea composition is with that Annie on the front line. He got a damage with a Loon with a static. Let's see, because that Lydia that he has can be more important for the damage that he needed. And now we're seeing Sox with that Lux composition, with a lot of damage, with that Morgana too. Let's see if he can reach after this round.
Yeah, also the learning to spell. He has been stacking it since the beginning of the game, so that the power, the total XP, the brute damage of Sox is actually very high. The front line is still surpassing it, so this will be the end for Wei Shan. He also qualified, remember, so not the best day for him, but closing it out in the end. And now this is the race. Grea in first place. It depends on him. If he managed to cap out against Sox and Pocky, he's in. Pocky and Sox needs to position ahead of Grea. So Grea really, he has everything on his hands, or he has cast. He could be the winner. Let's see what happens. Everyone is very cap out. The boards are very strong.
Yeah, Grea holding on to this extra HP is massive for him, as it's getting so incredibly close. Every single fight from now on, we're pretty much going to have eliminations. And Grea, the comp doesn't look the most insane, but it looks like it could be good enough. That Annie with fantastic items, having the damage, decent augments, right? Support item Moonstone Renewer to help this front line last longer. Jeweled Lotus to try and pop off even further with that Lilia. But you have to contend with this Story Weavers that's been stacking up with the Call to Adventure throughout this entire game. There are some incredibly strong duelists. It is going to be so close.
Yeah, let's see, because Pocky has his last life here. He needs to stay winning like he's winning the last 3 rounds. Every unit can be the difference for him to get the Golden Spatula or getting through. Of course, it's not just go to the World Championship, but now it's so much on value, so much on the plate. Pocky needs to stay winning.
Looks like Pocky might be losing to Sox. It's so close.
Oh my god.
The cast from Kale was huge. It's massive, but the Lux is still alive for Sox. And it's just one more cast. It should do it. That should do it for Pocky. Pocky's down. Only Sox can challenge Grea at this point.
Okay, so important. Sox has 2 points less than Grea. So actually, he needs Grea to start losing. Grea is not losing. He's in a 3-win streak, and his comp is looking good. Obviously, the look Sox is looking amazing. Is getting so much damage out of his helmets. So now let's see if the face-off is complete. Sox needs Grea to lose, and Grea just needs to maintain position, and he will be the champion.
Fox needs that Grea go to the fourth position, because if he goes to the third position, it'd be a tie for the both, then go for the tie break. And if Sox got the first and Grea got the second position, Grea wins the Golden Spatula.
All right, and here it is. Grea fighting up against Sox. I think this is exactly what Sox wanted. A chance to deal a bunch of damage to Grea, and he's going to get it. He's going to deal a ton of damage to Grea. Michael will fall. Dish Soap stays alive, but now Grea is 1 life. Sox hit him hard enough that Grea is 1 life, and that is exactly the condition that Sox needed.
Okay, I'm trying to look here. Is Grea against Dish Soap? I think I saw the swords, so that would be the face-off. Grea against Dish. So there's a possibility here that Grea got 3rd place. We'll then see the tiebreaker. Ken was giving us some information. But if this happens, this is good news for Sox, getting the possibility to get that change. And then the tiebreaker would be the one who predisposed. So possibly final fight here. Grea on the right, Sox on the left. Yes, Sox going against the Ghost, and Grea on the right going against Dish Soap.
All right, here it is. Going up against Dish Soap. Can Dish win with the 2 healthy, the Ghostly, the Haunted House? It's stacking up lots of time for these to stack. The front line is solid from the Shen, but the Lilia's getting some backline access. We can see that the Senna is falling down. She steps forward. She steps forward and dodges the cast from Lilia. That's enough. Grea, is he going to go down? There's the hit. He's down.
Oh my God.
He's down. Sox versus Dish Soap. If Sox can win, he sets up for the tie, and we'll have to see who wins on Breakers.
Oh my God. Dish Soap and Sox now for decide who is gonna win this match, and Dish Soap can ruin the things for Sox, because if Dish Soap's got the first position, maybe everything changed. Let's see how Dish Soaps are gonna use his units. Now he got 2 Uders, but he doesn't have the gold for go through. Good looking for that 3rd Udyr.
Totally. Now the final face-off. Sox very, very strong with the strong looks. On the other hand, Dish Soap very, very strong with the Super Senna. And now it's up to the access to the backline. So he really needs that Udyr to access the backline and take a possibility, take a chunk of damage out of him. Kaz, this could be the fan. La Taza is here. The Teapot Super. So the front to end could not be enough. Let's see if the Kaisa has access to the backline.
All right, there's Sox trying to get the win here. As we see, there's the cast from Lux. Gonna try and do a little bit more here. It's targeting onto the Senna. It is gonna get this done through. That's gonna be Sox getting the win over Dish Soap here.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
For him. He got it.
He's done it. He's done it.
Sox tied in 1st place with Grea in this Golden Spatula America, the 1st championship. So now it's all up to the tiebreaker to see who ends up as the winner of the 1st championship. Amazing game, amazing performance. There's no more that we could ask for the last game, Kaz.
Absolutely insane. Sox was able to find that win. We'll have to see what ends up happening at the end here, because this is just so incredibly close. But the big congratulations is to the 7 players who have made it to the Tactician's Crown. And I can't wait. I mean, we'll let the analyst desk handle all of that. We're going to go to a short break. Gangly and Necra are going to sort everything out and let you all know exactly what's happening and who's going to that Tactician's Crown. Don't go anywhere.
What?
Do you have so little faith in your own light? Only you can save us. But first you have to try. Once more.
Welcome back, everybody. What an exhilarating way to finish out the final day for the America's Golden Spatula. Gangly, there was so much riding on this final game, and we're going to make sure that all of the scoreboards and everything are tallied correctly before we show off the final standings. But wow.
Yeah, I mean, going into that game, the two primary stories were this heads-up play of Toddy and Wei Iverson, right? Toddy, if he wants to make it to the World Championship, needed to have a top 2 finish and have Wei Iverson go 8th. Wei had a very cool strategy there, playing pure tempo, playing Stars Are Born plus the shock treatment. Just wanted to preserve HP in the early game and try and bleed out into the 5th or the 6th place finish. Hoope called it perfectly in the game. It's exactly what he said. He gets the 6th place finish there. Unfortunately, Toddy does finish 8th there, secures his finish. Eosa Lucas, one of the point leaders going into it, also falls in 7th, which automatically made it a race between Pocky, Gum, Greya, Sox. When Pocky falls, you have this kind of heads-up dynamic. Sox is able to eliminate Greya, and we know that their points are tied. We have to follow to see where the tiebreakers ended, but man, Sox coming up clutch, and it really does end, I think, it's the first time we've seen Sox in form like this since set 4, right? And the fact that he made it to the final day, that he's at the very least tied for a first place finish, that he ends the tournament with a first when his back is up against a wall. I mean, it just feels like the perfect ending for the Americas set for mismatched Sox.
I mean, the last time we got a chance to see Sox win a major tournament was during Dragonlands. He won the Astral Cup. But before that, he was still able to have great finishes within his tournaments. Got 2nd at the Fates Regional Finals, ended up getting 13 at the Fates Championship, the event following, and even going all the way back to the Galaxies, ended up getting 2nd place at that Regional Finals as well. So it's been a long time coming for Sox to return to this form, as you said, to find himself once again on that pedestal of some of the best North American TFT players. And he showed us that once again. Like, closing out the season like this, I think is quite successful.
And what a perfect contrast it is to someone like Greya, right? The other player that ends up on the top of the standings. Greya, someone who I think to the most deeply entrenched in TFT, this is a name, Melton Heart, the tag he used to go by, is familiar, but certainly not known by many people. It's his first time really diving deep into the competitive set, his first full set ever competing. And I mean, it's an unrivaled set to many that enter the TFT space. He makes it to the final day of nearly every event. He falls short in the tactician Tacticians Cup 3, but the Golden Spatula comes along. He qualifies not only through qualifier points, but also with the snapshots among the most elite in the Americas. You're talking about players like Setsuko and Distop and Michael, many of which were in the final lobby. If you find yourself in a grouping like that, you know you're doing something right, and Greya, of course, has done it with a third place finish in the final day to guarantee at minimum a tie and maybe even a first place finish in the Golden Spatula. Incredible, incredible run by Greya.
I think what's really amazing about Greya's story is not just the fact that you said first full competitive season, but I think even just the story that gets told throughout this weekend of the regional finals. Greya, for the first 2 days of competition, heavily leaned into these AP lines, whether it was the Syndra with the Dryad or was the Lux and the Janna, which we did see a little bit more of today. But also not afraid to go into Kayn, to go into the stronger melee carries, but we're able to also find Greya success. And I think that's just astounding. Not only are you considered one of the best AP players in the entire set, but you can also flex over to maybe some less familiar lines.
You know, when you think of the archetype of Greya, I would compare him to someone else that we found in the final lobby today. It's Pokygon. These are two players who are generally thought of as free thinkers. They're not deeply connected to specific study groups. They talk to a lot of people. They form their own opinions in the game. And I think when that happens, it allows players to have a very creative edge in the field where they might value things that other people who are perhaps stuck in an echo chamber don't value. And I'm not saying that, you know, the reason Greya did so well is specifically because of his ability to play Syndra. It's very possible that he found high role positions that others would have. But what I can say for sure is that I bet you there are players in this field who wouldn't have recognized the high role position that he found himself maybe early in the stage 2 or stage 3. And because he not only recognized the spot, had comfort on it because it's something he had prepared, he was able to pilot it, navigate it into those top finishes, and end with one of the best scores in the entire weekend.
Yeah, it's been so amazing to watch all of these players really come to life, especially in these final few games where we really got to see everybody's journey unfold. But we're kind of at the end point, Gangly. We have only one more thing left to do, and that's to celebrate all of our players that were able to make it to the Tactician's Crown. We have Babzera that is already qualified. Sock's also another one of those qualifiers that Babzera, unfortunately, not here in the final lobby, but based on his performance throughout the entirety of the Inkborn Fables set, is able to go to the Tactician's Crown. I'm sure watching the competition now to see what does he have to contend with when he does get there.
And I think I want to give some credit to the Brazilian scene here. You know, going into this weekend, there were 2 players of the 8 that had never qualified for a world championship. Babzera was one of them who secured his spot when Ego Illusions fell short on day 2. But the other player, we saw him in the final lobby all day, was Toddy. And Toddy is he's the biggest streamer in Brazil. He was certainly an underdog. The fact that he went 8th, in my opinion, is not a reflection of his lack of skill. In fact, he's an incredible player who performed among the best of all of Brazil in this very difficult Americas region. The reality, though, is he was against the heavy favorites in the lobby. It is not a negative thing for him to go 8th, because the fact of the matter is, to make it this far, I think Toddy showed many people that the fact that he barely lost out on the LCQ back in, I believe it was set 7, and then barely missed out on the regional finals last set, it's not a mistake. He is among one of the best of the region. The fact that he also is an influencer, the fact that he also is an amazing streamer, doesn't detract from that. And I'm proud of his appearance. You know, I'm proud of his results. And it may not have been the final day that he was hoping for, but it doesn't take away from the fact that he made it deeper than 24 other players in the field and made it to the final lobby. He should be proud of himself.
And then look past that, and you even just had to get here. This has been the hardest season for our players to have to qualify for the regional finals. And that's why we're missing some very familiar faces when it comes down to the rest of the upper echelon of Brazil, Latin America, and North America. So the fact that you found yourself here in the final day after having to get through this entire season of competition, I hope that's something that Toddy can hold proudly heading into the next set. And hopefully he is still going to be proud of his finish here this weekend. Without further ado, Gangly, let's go ahead and show the final standings of our competition. Sox and Greya were both tied for 35 points. at the end of that game, and it's going to be Greya that takes the tiebreaker. What a story for this player to finish off the first full competitive season for themselves with the win in the regional finals.
The last time an unknown player entered a set and found success like this, he ended up winning the World Championship with replay back in set 8. Greya, what an underdog story. He is the low game count ladder warrior. He dominates the North American ladder even from the very beginning, goes to tournaments, consistent results. He is praised by some of the most elite in North America, and he ends the run with a win at the Golden Spatula for Greya.
That's amazing. That tiebreaker is going to go for just the overall performance of the weekend. Greya had the best average placement overall, so Sox is going to end the tournament in second place. Still a fantastic finish for him, especially off the back of winning the Tacticians Cup number 3 for this set. You saw Lucas in third place. I hope this is a result that he's also very proud of. And congratulations to Pakigam, Michael, Dish Soap, and Wejin Iverson for locking in their spots at the Tacticians Crown. We are so excited to see this group of players perform once again. Now they've proven their worth here in the Americas region. Now they get to show what they've got against the rest of the world.
There are so many beautiful stories that have kind of flourished across this weekend. ASO Lucas, we've said it throughout the weekend, is one of the players that did dominate and found so much success in the early days of TFT, a very similar archetype to someone like Mismatch Sox. And though he hasn't made that deep run since sets 5 and 6 when he made it to the World Championship, he's still regarded as a veteran from Brazil who knows how to turn on the jets, right? And I think it's evident in this moment that, you know, it's sometimes an old dog can still learn some new tricks. ASO Lucas, Mismatch Sox, making the deep runs, both of them with the top 4, and Pakigam overcoming the day 1 curse, his first time making it out of day 1 at regionals since set 5 when he narrowly missed his spot at the World Championship. It is redemption for the King of New York, Tri-State's best. He makes the deep run. I'm so proud of Pakigam for finally making it to the world stage. We all knew it was coming. It was just a question of when.
And Dish Soap gets a chance to get back-to-back appearances at the Tactician's Crown as well, and that's something also to celebrate. But let's keep that celebration going because we have the winner of the America's Golden Spatula on the line with us. Greya, it is so good to have you. Major congratulations for your win at such a big event. How are you feeling that this is how you get to finish your first full season of competitive TFT?
Hi, I'm honestly really thrilled. I mean, it was so much far and beyond like anything I expected to like get this far and actually win. So, still kind of setting in, so maybe not that obvious, but I'm definitely like really happy.
Okay, so Greya, you have been kind of on the outskirts, I feel like, of the scene for a while. You know, a lot of people knew you back in the day. Pocky has told me that you guys would still talk about the game even when you weren't actively playing all the time. What inspired you to come back? I know you played one tournament last set, but this time you were really invested. What inspired you to compete in set 11?
I just really wanted to give it a try, like kind of go all out competing for at least once. So I don't know. I do kind of have an ego, so honestly, I always thought I was like pretty much a top tier player in terms of like skill, but I never really competed. So I don't know. I kind of wanted to just like prove to myself that I could compete at the highest level. I think I've done that, so I'm really happy.
Yeah. I was going to say, I think you've done that for yourself, and I think you've also proved that you're one of the best to everyone else watching because, Greya, you've made history. This is the first time we have had a winner in the Americas region. How has that affected your mentality going into these events, knowing that you're not just playing against North America, but you're also playing against the best players in Brazil and Latin America?
I think it's honestly really cool. Like, so in addition to playing against them, like, I scrimmed and like studied with some of the Brazil and Latin American players. So you can like talk to people from around the world, talk TFT, compete against them. It's honestly amazing. I love it.
All right, Greya, early on in the set, the player that kind of put you in the spotlight, I think, the one that put you on a lot of people's radars was Pokygom. And at this point, people know that there is some sort of friendship relationship between you that seems to date back all the way to even like the earlier days of TFT. Can you just kind of talk about what your relationship with Pocky has been through the course of, I guess, your TFT career?
Yeah. So throughout most of like my time playing TFT, he's just been the one that I like talk to about TFT all the time. Like, just yeah, we just have like pages like DMs, like discussing random stuff about TFT, like strategy, etc., etc. Um, yeah, that's about it, I guess.
Well, I mean, now the two of you are both going to go to the Tactician's Crown together. Is that an accomplishment that you saw the two of you doing in a single set together?
Not really, because honestly, I never saw myself making this far. But I definitely knew that he was like the caliber of player who could make it that far. But I think I surprised myself.
Rhea, I want to talk a little bit about your ladder strategy. Something that stood out to me, and it kind of reminded me of some like old school rambling stuff in a way, is that you have a different approach to ladder. You qualified through snapshots, but if you look at the game count of you versus everybody else that qualified through ladder, your game count significantly lower. Is that a purposeful strategy and approach to ladder, or is it actually just like a time commitment issue?
Oh no, I just kind of experience burnout when I play this game too much. So yeah, I try not to like go crazy grinding like a lot of these top players do. Like I just wouldn't be able to handle that.
It can be a lot of hours, I feel like, to have to keep up in that same way. But I'm kind of wondering if you could shed some insight onto your preparation for this event. Like, what led you to tend so much towards like Syndra with Dryads, just all of the AP lines in general that you played?
Oh, so I mean, there's a couple of layers to this. First of all, I don't think like Dryad Fate is particularly strong. I'm just a player who like I'll play whatever I think I have like the best line for, and I just got some pretty high roll spots that look like faded to me, so that's why I played that. As far as prep goes and like thinking about the lines, I think in my mind the standout AD comp was Reaper, but it was just completely like it was just like 2 or 3-way contested basically every lobby. And I think I didn't think too highly of a lot of the other AD lines, such as like Kaisa, Ashe. So that kind of led me just like defaulting AP. And even then it's like kind of spot dependent. You can't just like pick one AP comp and force it over and over. So when I had spots that looked like faded, I played faded. Today I didn't have any of those. So I actually didn't play any fade games today. But yeah, I was just trying to avoid Reapers because I saw it was so heavily contested, even though I think the comp's obviously really good.
All right, I got one more question for you, and then I'll leave you alone. Clearly, based on what you're saying now, it sounds like you didn't quite expect yourself to be among the most elite in this field. So I just kind of want to know, going into the event, where did you place yourself kind of in, of the 32 competitors, where did you see yourself halfway through or whatever? And now at the end of the day, where do you see yourself now?
Honestly, I didn't think I was like particularly worse than other players or anything like that. I just think like the TFT is just an insanely high variance game at this level. So basically any of the players who are like good enough to make regionals could take it. So I don't have confidence that like I can particularly be the one to win out or anything like that. But I don't think I'm like necessarily worse. I just think like all the players are roughly at the same level.
I think you got to give yourself a little bit of credit. There's a lot of people in North America. Take a look at the Don't Talk If You Don't Know power rankings if you don't believe me. There's a lot of people out there that think that you have a meaningful edge. And Greya, I'm really, really happy that you're able to make this run. Congratulations. And Nekra, if you got anything more, floor's yours.
I just wanted to say congratulations. I wanted to give you your chance, Greya, to like give any shout outs that you'd like to make or just say anything for your win.
Yeah, I'd like to shout out everyone who helped me prep. There's a lot of names, so I'm not going to sit here and list them all. I'd like to shout out Team Liquid for signing me. That was really cool. And yeah, that's about it. Shout out to all of them for sure.
So great to have you, Greya, and congratulations once again on your win for the America's Golden Spatula. We are looking forward to seeing you next weekend at the Tactician's Crown. Good luck.
Thank you.
Wow, it's amazing. I mean, it's just so great to be able to see a player kind of surpass his own expectations of himself. I think that was something that was really telling in the interview, is that, you know, Gray is like, yeah, I think I'm pretty good, but like the rest of the field is also just so good.
I mean, I think it is important to note, Graham makes a great point. The players who qualify for the regional finals are all capable of winning the event, right?
Yeah.
And players do find meaningful edges in various ways. And to me, I think the biggest piece of variance in competitive TFT is what form you show up on the day with. What Gray has showed throughout the entire weekend is that he didn't let too many points slide off the table. He played what was in front of him. He said it himself. He likes to play the line that he thinks he has the best spot for. And you know what? I think that level of consistency made itself evident across the entirety of the weekend. I think Gray needs to give himself a little bit more credit because he's had an amazing set. It's not just this event. It's consistent throughout the last 4 months. Congratulations to Gray for an amazing season. He's got one more event to close it out.
Yes, that is going to be the Tactician's Crown, the culmination of all of our players' hard work for the season. Only 32 of those players are going to be competing out that next weekend, so we hope to see you there. I want to give a huge thank you to everybody watching and supporting our players. Thank you so much for tuning into the broadcast, and thank you so much to all of our players that came out and competed and participated. We had an incredible field to showcase this weekend at the America's Golden Spatula, and even more when you look back to our previous events in the Inkborn Fables. From myself, Gangly, the rest of the production crew, and the casters and talent, we thank you all so much for watching, and we will see you all next weekend for the Inkborn Fables Tactician's Crown.